This is our protagonist's mother, dead on the floor, and the culprit tells him to take a good look at the lifeless body of this concubine and hoe of a mother that he had. The assassin's name is Rendon, and he's actually the longtime teacher and trainer of the boy, but he says that all of this happened because he's the weakest of all Ragnars, the worst imbecile, and the trashiest one. It's funny how he didn't inherit any talent despite being of the strongest lineage. What a shame. But what Rendon is not saying is that this is not the only reason for his weakness. The truth is, since the first day he was hired, Rendon taught him the strangest and worst sword techniques. Also, he would stay bad, and Rendon would get a stable income from that dumb concubine, since the mother was spending everything she had to make Theo stronger. Of course, he was also in collusion with some other forces. Lidas, taken over by rage, tries to attack Rendon, but is easily executed. In the end, after a lifetime of training and even being from the strongest family, he achieved nothing in life. His mother died, his home was burned. Was that really the end? He asked himself. If he had a bit of talent, would things be different? That's when his trait from the Ragnar family activates, and says that the return to the regression was activated. In a flash of light, all of a sudden Rendon was in front of him, much younger, saying that he looked tired. So maybe the lesson should end there for today. Well, that was something Theo would never have expected. This is the guy who has been training him through all those years. Rendon tells him to focus, but Theo has no idea what's happening. He wonders if this is some kind of flashback, and of all faces to see again, it had to be Rendon's. Then a system window pops up and tells him to complete a punch quest. He is even more confused now. Still, one thing stands out. Rendon can't see the window. So he drops the training sword, clenches his fist with all his strength and punches Rendon right in the face. Rendon barely reacts, like he can't even tell what this idiot is trying to do. Theo smirks because everything feels way too real. Then Rendon gets angry and strikes back, sending the protagonist flying. MC can't believe even the pain feels real, while that bastard just sighs and says he gets why Theo is frustrated. The awakening ceremony is close and he's made no progress. Still, attacking your own master is unforgivable. That mention shocks him because the awakening ceremony was almost 10 years before his death. Rendon keeps scolding him, then leaves, saying they'll continue next lesson. The other clan members laugh at the protagonist and keep piling on the insults. But now Theo finally starts to understand. He claws at the ground and feels it clearly. Even the wound Rendon gave him hurts like it's real. That's when it hits him. This isn't a memory. He really went back 10 years to when he was 17. Right then, another system window appears and congratulates him for clearing the tutorial quest. As the reward, Ragnar's talent is activated. The system asks if he wants to claim it, and he instantly says yes. Power stirs in the center of his chest as the system confirms he got the reward. From now on, all his stats will grow at an incredible rate. Back at Rose Castle, that same bastard is drinking tea with Theo's mother. He says he's never seen anyone as talentless as her son, then smiles and says that's exactly why he's here. The fake Rendon promises to make MC strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months at least. Cecilia Ragnar says she'll trust him with MC. She even gives him a bag of gold and asks him to pay extra attention to her son. He gladly takes it and tells her not to worry. Cecilia says she doesn't because she believes in him. Later, Rendon walks down the hall grinning at the bag of money in his hand. He's thrilled he's getting paid so much to teach the protagonist nothing. To him, both mother and son are fools. He's taking money from the direct Ragnar line while also earning rewards from his real master by leaking the protagonist's secrets and ruining his growth. It's the perfect deal for him. Then MC comes sprinting down the corridor and rushes right past Rendon. His so-called master just sneers and calls him a loser. He is running to find his mother. The moment Cecilia turns around, he throws his arms around her and starts crying, overwhelmed that she's alive. That's when he fully accepts it. He truly returned 10 years to the past. The memory of Rendon forcing him to face her corpse flashes through his mind. Now that she's alive, the protagonist is determined to change her future. If the system window is real, then Ragnar's talent can help him grow stronger. He's sure he can become strong enough to survive the war for the throne, and most of all, strong enough to take revenge on Rendon. The next tutorial quest tells Theo to push his body to the limit. Before sunrise, he's already training, driven by revenge. He knows he has to get stronger fast. In his past life, he worked in an intelligence group called Black Word, stuck handling information because he lacked fighting skill. He never thought he'd use that knowledge like this. One thing he remembers is a body-enhancing potion called the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. Its real value won't be known until secret manuals reveal it later. He also remembers the brutal training he once gave up on because he had no talent. But now that Ragnar's talent is active, Theo knows hard work can finally make him stronger. He even notices himself running faster. The system tracks his progress, and other clan members start staring at him in confusion. They can't believe the so-called weakling has this much stamina. When he swings his sword, it's clearly faster than before. A few days later, he's still training late into the night. That's when we meet the training ground manager, Evelyn Nereval, who looks exhausted just watching him. He's trained for days without sleep, and now even she starts wondering if he's really as hopeless as people say. Theo, on the other hand, is so tired he feels ready to collapse. Still, watching the progress bar rise keeps him going. The night before, he had pushed it to 90%, only for it to drop to 89 the moment he rested. That's why he keeps pushing without thinking twice, chasing every bit of speed he can squeeze out. Now he's reached 98%, so he gives one final burst, completely drained and barely able to keep going. He still needs that last bit. Gasping for air, Theo forces his body to keep going, and finally his effort pays off. The number hits 100, and the system congratulates him for clearing the tutorial quest. His reward, the dragon heart. But before he can read the rest, he drops from pure exhaustion while the system asks if he wants to claim it now. His hand shakes as he tries to move a finger. Still, he manages to hit yes. The moment he accepts, a blue light wraps around him, and Evelyn watches in shock as his body goes through a strange power-up. Some time later, he wakes up in a room. As Theo opens his eyes and looks around, Evelyn tells him he's in the break room of Training Ground 4, and says he never needed to push himself that far. The second MC sees her. He knows who she is. She's surprised he remembers, then properly introduces herself as the manager of the 4th training ground. She explains that he passed out while training alone before dawn, so she brought him here to recover. Theo thanks her, and she hands him water before reminding him that in the Ragnar clan, opening a mana hall before the awakening ceremony is strictly banned. He doesn't get why she's saying this, but answers that he knows the rule. Then she asks why he broke it. Still confused, he asks why she's pressing him like this. She reminds him that right before he collapsed, she felt a mana wave exactly like someone opening a mana hall. With a hard stare, she asks if he did it. Theo has no clue what she's talking about. Then remembers what happened before he blacked out. He had received the dragon heart as a reward, and because he cleared the quest early, he also got magic power equal to 10 years from his past life. Once that clicks, he's completely stunned, because a dragon heart is no small thing. A dragon heart is special because it can hold a mana hall. That makes it work far better. Humans normally put their mana halls in the lower abdomen, since a human heart can't handle that kind of force. That's why warriors, especially in the Ragnar clan, dream of a dragon heart. It offers huge power without using the abdomen. But no human has ever beaten the heart's natural limits. So now that Theo has one as a quest reward, he's in a dangerous spot. The reward is amazing, but it also puts him at risk. Worse, he's sitting in front of Evelyn, a retired top swordswoman who lost her left arm and now runs the training grounds. She once led the white armored dragon cavalry, and her swordsmanship was so great even the demon dragon respected her. She cared nothing for rank or talent, but she had zero tolerance for lies or cowardice. When she thought someone lacked principle, she even gave up her role as his direct master. So if she learns about his dragon heart and mana hall, he could lose his head. But Theo just smiles. He already has a plan. If she can't prove anything, he's safe. He fires back, asking how she can talk about punishment based on a guess. Then he warns her to think about the price of making claims like that. That leaves her quiet for a moment. He keeps pushing, reminding her that he's still an heir of the Ragnar clan. If her suspicion turns out false, it could be treated as insulting the Ragnar name. She admits that's true. Those are the rules. Staring her down, he asks if she knows the penalty for humiliating an heir. Without flinching, she answers, execution. Pleased she gets the point, Theo tells her to watch her words. Evelyn is stunned by this side of him and starts wondering if he's really the same person. Even so, she's sure she felt a mana wave, so she decides to check for herself. Bloodline or not, rules are rules, and she plans to hold him to them. But soon she finds that he doesn't have a mana hall. Her face drops when she realizes she may have been wrong. Theo, feeling smug, asks if she's satisfied now. By the rules, she kneels at his feet and calmly tells him to execute her, saying she'll pay for her mistake with her life. As she lowers her head, the protagonist reveals why she couldn't find anything. A dragon heart isn't like a normal mana hall. It's basically a mana hall the user can control freely. That means he can hide his mana whenever he wants. And no one even knows humans can have a dragon heart yet. That truth won't come out for a few more years. So Theo is sure nobody can accuse him of having one. Instead of punishing her, he puts a hand on her back and tells her there's no need for that. Walking away, he says she was only doing her duty, and not many people would risk their lives to demand the truth from an heir. He respects that. Still, the real reason he spares her is simple. She's one of the strongest. Keeping her alive will help him later. He adds that the ban on opening mana halls before the ceremony exists to stop overflow, and says he's glad she worried about someone like him, a bastard of Ragnar. Then he leaves her there in silence. Theo walks off feeling great, remembering that he now has both the dragon heart and 10 years of magic power from his past life. A few days later, this bastard shows up again, barking at MC to swing more to the right. MC has been acting weak, but Rendon keeps insulting him non-stop. Worse, MC notices the old man is quietly teaching him strange sword moves on purpose. That only makes him more sure there's a mastermind behind Rendon's actions, and that the one who dealt the final blow in his last life was the real mastermind. So Theo decides to flush that person out. A grin spreads across his face as he figures out his next move, while Rendon keeps yelling. That's when he snaps the wooden stick in half and tells him he's done listening, because his teaching is complete garbage. He goes even further, asking how someone with such awful skills ever became a mid-rank swordsman. Then he says Rendon would probably have trouble even against demonic beasts. Rendon takes the bait and starts boiling with rage, but the protagonist keeps pressing. He steps right up to the old man and repeats that his swordsmanship is pathetic. Now we learn MC's real plan, provoke Rendon into quitting. And if things get bad, MC is sure this bastard will reach out to his mastermind. The story then shifts to Camellia Palace, where a man rushes into a pub grinning like crazy. He shouts for Axion and announces that Ragnar's bastard is going to duel his master next week. Axion says nothing and doesn't even lift his glass. Meanwhile, the loudmouth keeps rambling that Theo blamed his teacher for his lack of talent and will probably end up crippled after the duel. Then Axion suddenly hurls his glass into the man's face, knocking him out in one hit. He's clearly annoyed and says he doesn't care if some bastard gets half disabled. To him, he is just another Ragnar. This is Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar of the Four Hounds of the North. Beside him stands Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion, and another one of the Four Hounds of the North. Then Edtroiven of the Nine Dragons, the Sky Dragon, arrives looking worried and says they can't relax or things may go wrong. Axion brushes that off, saying that only matters for people with talent, and Theo is just a useless fool. But Ed warns that with the Ragnar clan, even the smallest chance can turn into something serious. Axion answers that the protagonist picking a fight with Rendon is actually good news, since the instructor should be more than enough to deal with him. A week later, people gather at Training Ground 4, and it isn't just clan members, other important figures show up too. In the arena, MC stands before hundreds of eyes, looking uneasy. He curses himself, thinking back to how he only wanted to get this bastard fired after that humiliation, but the whole thing got out of hand. Even so, he's not that worried. He expected this, and he's ready to get revenge on Rendon. Then the system gives him his third tutorial quest, defeat Rendon and win. We flash back to when Theo told Rendon his skills were trash, fired him on the spot, and said there was nothing left to discuss, contract or not. He wanted to punch him right then, but he still wasn't sure of his own strength. Rendon, on the other hand, couldn't let himself get fired because he still hadn't finished his real mission. As he approached the protagonist trying to talk him out of it, a system window suddenly appeared, ordering MC to fight and beat Rendon. He was caught off guard, and right then Evelyn stepped in and told him to settle it, the Ragnar way. That's Ragnar law. The strong decide. A sword duel would settle it without dragging in a tribunal, and the winner's word would stand. Rendon jumps on the idea at once, and Evelyn keeps backing it, leaving Theo stuck. He, though, isn't convinced. Right now, he doesn't think he can beat that bastard. Still, before long, he's standing across from Rendon. The crowd trades smug looks, calling the protagonist pathetic. They whisper that he can't even swing a sword right, so there's no way he beats a mid-rank swordsman. Rendon smugly tells him to apologize now and save his life over some dumb pride. MC shoots back that Rendon should be the one apologizing. If he doesn't want to end up a one-armed swordsman, he'd better accept he's fired and leave. Rendon just smiles, already planning to kill him and pass it off as an accident. When the duel starts, he offers him the first move like a mocking teacher, and he rushes in with his sword up. The crowd is stunned by how reckless he looks. To them, it's obvious he doesn't even know how to swing properly. Rendon strikes several times, but the protagonist still manages to defend himself. The old man keeps pressing the attack. As he drives Theo back, he thinks this outcome was obvious. MC isn't even low rank, he's only an apprentice. Rendon admits the boy has improved a little, but not enough. Maybe it would matter if MC were on the level of the Four Hounds of the North, but he's sure this Ragnar brat could never beat him. Then the story cuts back a few days earlier. He asks Evelyn what she was thinking when she pushed him into this duel. She says she was helping. If he really wants Rendon gone, he has to do it carefully, because someone is clearly backing that man, and firing him alone won't fix anything. When Theo asks how she knows, Evelyn says it was obvious from the strange sword style Rendon was teaching. The protagonist is surprised before. She never bothered with this, but after the Manahel incident, she's taking interest in him. Her people traced Rendon back to Camellia Palace. That doesn't surprise MC. What annoys him is that this all comes from the fight over the throne. He pushes that anger aside and says he's impressed she figured out this much. Then he admits that with his current skill, he's not sure he can beat Rendon, so he asks what she plans to do. Evelyn tells him he can win and says he needs to stop underestimating himself. Back in the duel, Rendon keeps attacking, but Theo blocks everything with ease. Now Rendon is the one confused. This is nothing like the him, Ragnar, he knew, and suddenly he's the one struggling. The crowd can feel the tide turning. Even Remington, watching from the stands, looks shaken. Evelyn, on the other hand, is enjoying every second. She even looks proud, and then we learn why. During that 1 week, she personally trained him. She admits it breaks the rules, but Rendon never deserved to be a teacher anyway. That makes Theo smirk. He's thrilled, thinking getting Evelyn indebted to him was worth it after all. But one thing still bothers him. Why is she helping this much? He asks if it's because of what happened before. Evelyn says that's part of it, but there's also someone she knows who'd like the protagonist, someone obsessed with gathering talent. Back in the present, the fight keeps going. Rendon grows more desperate by the second. He starts wondering if MC has been acting dumb and hiding his real strength this whole time. In the middle of the fight, MC asks who's backing him. Rendon snaps back, but MC reminds him he already knows those trash lessons were on purpose. Then he asks directly if he's tied to Camellia Palace. Rendon freezes, and that reaction is all he needs. In the very next instant, the protagonist swings and cuts off the old man's hand. It flies through the air and the crowd is left stunned. Rendon screams and curses through the pain. Theo walks toward him with real confidence now, finally feeling how much stronger he's become. He repeats the words Rendon used against him in his past life. This happened because he was weak and talentless, a fool. Theo swings again and throws those same words back in the old man's face, telling him he's the weakest one here. And by Ragnar rules, someone that weak never should have come here. With one last swing, MC brings the blade down, and the bastard's head rolls across the ground. A system window appears, congratulating him for clearing Tutorial Quest 3. He didn't just win, he went beyond the goal, so he gets a bonus reward. The system asks if he wants to claim it now, and the answer is obvious. The whole crowd is frozen in shock. An apprentice swordsman just killed a mid-rank swordsman. Meanwhile, Theo can't help thinking Rendon was way weaker than he expected. It's almost embarrassing that someone like that crushed him in his past life. But things are different now. Then the system reveals his reward. The skill Observation has activated, and he also gains 1 year of magic power. Right then, a man crashes down like a meteor. Before he can react, the man shouts his name with a huge grin. It's Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo is stunned and wonders how long Julius has been watching. The crowd goes wild. Why is the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry here at all? This must be the man Evelyn meant, the one who collects talent. Evelyn meanwhile looks crushed that his landing wrecked the floor. Julius himself feels like a monster, and the protagonist has no idea how to respond. But Julius just laughs and flashes a wide grin. He gives MC a few heavy pats and says he's surprised to find someone with this much talent. Julius adds that killing his teacher was a bit rude, but Rendon deserved it. Then he laughs again, pats Theo's shoulder and invites him to join the white armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn expected this, but the crowd is stunned that Julius would scout someone so inexperienced for the elite white armored knights. We also spot Remington again, asking the person beside him if they've ever heard of an apprentice swordsman getting scouted before even completing the awakening ceremony. The other person can only say no. Remington already knows that, because it's never happened in all their history. He thinks the same thing. When someone's mana hall is still closed, you can't truly judge their future. Great sword skill alone means nothing if their magic power is lacking, so even Julius can't know for sure what his real potential is. Still, the protagonist wonders if the demon dragon really can see something in him. Even so, he turns Julius down right away, without the slightest hesitation. Julius looks completely thrown off. The crowd is just as shocked, unable to believe Theo rejected someone that important, so coldly.
Fair enough.
For a moment, the whole hall goes silent. As the day goes on, word spreads through the clan. Everyone is talking about MC, the so-called idiot who killed his teacher, then turned down the demon dragon's offer to join the white armored dragon cavalry. Some call it humble, others call it arrogance. Then the scene shifts to Camellia Palace, where a furious woman learns Rendon is dead and the whole plan has fallen apart. She's Amel Ragnar, lady of Camellia Palace. A man steps in and tells her not to worry. Rendon was weak anyway, and only got the role because Theo's skills were so poor. Amel brushes that aside and says his death isn't the real issue. The man talking to her is her brother Ed Trabayan, the sky dragon we saw earlier, the pub. She says the real problem is that Julius personally reached out to him, and now people think Evelyn set it up. Because of that, they can't step in and give him another master. If he keeps rising, taking over the Rose Palace will get much harder. Just then, Axion walks in and asks why they're so tense. He says the clan head won't care about this, so their plan can keep moving forward. Amel asks if he gets the whole point. If they want the Rose Palace without upsetting the clan leader, Theo has to stay weak. Axion says he knows. In his eyes, the protagonist is still powerless. No matter what happened, how much could someone like him have really changed? He figures Evelyn and the demon dragon are overreacting, so there's no need to fuss over it. Ed doesn't like that attitude at all, and warns him not to treat this lightly. Axion just pulls out a letter and smirks. If they're that worried, he'll go play with MC a bit and remind him of his place. Later, the scene shifts to the training grounds, where Evelyn praises Theo for his session. He thanks her and says training under a real master feels completely different from before. She then says joining the white armored dragon cavalry would have been the better path, and asks why he turned it down. He thinks it over. He'd be lying if he said he didn't regret refusing it. It had once been his dream. Still, he knows joining now would only hold him back. There's no reason to cap himself this early. If he rises after the awakening ceremony, the rewards at the top will far outshine a spot in the white armored dragon cavalry. So he simply says he didn't want special treatment, and doesn't think he's ready yet. For now, he's happy just training with her for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn reminds him that the commander is probably upset after being turned down like that. At that point, Theo uses his observation skill for the first time. He reads Evelyn's stats and confirms she's a high-ranked swordswoman. He also learns she respects his humility, feels alive teaching him for the first time in ages, and still misses the white armored dragon cavalry. The protagonist is amazed by how useful the observation skill really is. Then his eyes narrow at that last part. Evelyn missing the white armored dragon cavalry catches him off guard. Just then, a man steps in, introducing himself as Sybil Drea. He says he came from the Southern Inspection Post because he has something to discuss with Theo. MC finds him a little intimidating and has no idea where this is going, so he uses observation again and learns Sybil badly wants to spar with him. That makes him break into a nervous sweat. Fighting a guy with a face that scary is not comforting. Right then, a system message appears with the 4th tutorial quest. His goal is to throw away the title of Ragnar's imbecile, and he's already nearly 28% done. Sybil doesn't beat around the bush. He says he wants to follow young Master Theo. He even admits he used to be one of the many people who ignored the protagonist. Back then, he thought calling him Ragnar's imbecile fit perfectly. MC likes the honesty, but it still annoys him a bit. The guy is insulting him without even noticing. But Sybil changed his mind after hearing he trained every morning harder than anyone else. Then he saw the proof of that effort in Theo's fight with the fraud Rendon Harvey. Watching the instructor's head fly through the air left a huge impression on him, and he was stunned by the protagonist's growth. Seeing Julius Ragnar personally invite MC into the white armored dragon cavalry stayed burned into his memory. From that moment, Sybil says he became his idol. He had almost given up after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but he changed that. More than anything, he wants a chance to cross swords with the person he looks up to. His blunt honesty is pretty shocking. Normally, the protagonist would question someone's motives, but observation shows Sybil's feelings are real. He truly respects Theo and only wants a spar. Everything about him seems genuine. MC is pleasantly surprised. After killing Rendon and drawing Julius's attention, he expected insecure people to come challenge him. He didn't expect some would admire him and want to follow him. That means a few still carry Ragnar's pride in their blood. That could be useful. If he wants to become the next clan head, he'll need capable people he can trust around him. On top of that, this could help him clear the last tutorial quest and finally drop the imbecile title, the one he could never escape in his past life. With the system giving him a new chance, he's determined to get rid of it for good. Theo turns to Evelyn and asks for permission to spar. She gladly agrees and tells him to show what he can do. He raises his sword in salute and introduces himself as the protagonist Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, waiting for the awakening ceremony under Master Evelyn Nereville. The one-armed swordmaster smiles in approval. Sybil Drea awkwardly salutes back and introduces himself as an apprentice swordsman from the Southern Inspection Post, trained in Kurai clan swordsmanship with a focus on quicksword. The spar begins, and Sybil launches off the ground. He comes in like a maniac, attacking as if he means to kill from the very start. Theo blocks the opening strike and sparks burst from their blades. The so-called idiot of the Southern Inspection Post is unbelievably fast. Speed is the one thing he trusts the most. After just one clash, Sybil can already tell MC's skill is the real thing. He meanwhile wonders why this guy was branded an idiot at all. In his past life, he would have struggled to survive even a few blows, but he's far beyond that now. The protagonist attacks next and sends Sybil flying with one strike, knocking the sword from his hand. For the protagonist, this is easy. The hit to Sybil's solar plexus is so hard he almost throws up. He slams into the training area's stands. Luckily, he isn't badly hurt. Sybil forces himself up, praises MC's swordsmanship, and quickly admits defeat with thanks. He stays calm in victory, salutes him back, and says it was a good fight. As he holds up his sword, he catches his reflection in the shining blade. That gives him an idea. Maybe he can use observation on himself. It works. He sees talents like observation, player, Ragnar, and several more still locked away. He's a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats, plus a shocking 190 magic power. Now that he can finally see stat points, they'll be shown as numbers from here on. His talents are listed clearly, and with all those locked slots, it seems finishing quests could unlock at least 4 more. Being able to check his own stats whenever he wants is another huge find. Theo guesses his absurd magic power comes from the magic of his past life and the dragon heart in his chest. What he really hates is his negative 49 luck. He can't help wondering if he's actually cursed. Maybe all the misery from his last life came from that rotten luck stat. One thing is clear, he needs to raise it fast. While he's busy thinking over the spar and his status, he doesn't notice the group of young men gathering around the arena. They've formed a loose circle around him, and their purpose isn't clear yet. Theo figures this was bound to happen. No matter how pathetic his old instructor was, that man had still been a mid-rank swordsman. After the protagonist beheaded the fraud Rendon Harvey, and even gained a famous commander's approval, young swordsmen showing up was only natural. In Ragnar, where strength rules, people would either envy MC or admire him completely. As for the ones at the arena, Evelyn can tell right away which side they're on. They're the second type. The rumors about him were true and respect is written all over their faces. Every one of them imagines taking Sybil's place in that spar and wonders if they could even stop Theo's sword. That only makes them want to test themselves against him even more. One of the young swordsmen is Eod Nalan. The protagonist scans the crowd and likes what he sees. Then he picks out Eod Nalan, catching the young man by surprise. Theo calls him forward and asks for a spar. Eod Nalan gives a firm salute and introduces himself as the third son of Viscount Nalan, a user of double ascension swordsmanship. MC salutes back and casually wishes him a good fight. No more time is wasted on formalities. Both fighters take their stances and go at it. With every clash, his basic swordsmanship keeps improving. Eod isn't weak. He's quick and smart enough to slip in a slash that looks almost impossible to counter. In that instant, Theo feels the world slow down. He adjusts his grip and blocks at the perfect angle, knocking Utide's blade right out of his hand. That key defense boosts the protagonist's changing heart swordsmanship. Utide is left disarmed and completely beaten by the young master. He accepts the loss and gives the protagonist his full approval, and to the protagonist's surprise, that approval raises his luck too. Maybe luck is tied to reputation. If that was true, then MC had found a way to fix his terrible luck. Just keep fighting until the numbers turn around. The next one up was Bennett Ramiro, and he beat him without much trouble. With that approval, his luck went up by 1 again. Then came Eric Moran. He lasted a little longer, but he still lost. After that, Theo earned Manfred Nonnebert's approval too. Never slowing down for a second. He crushed Manuel Noir, and the rough-looking Vero Perink didn't even last a full minute. Before long, the protagonist was completely locked into the flow of battle, and kept his streak going against Daniel Remen. After beating most of the young swordsmen, he still wanted more. So he called for the next challenger, but nobody stepped forward. Even after fighting until he was nearly worn out, his quest to get rid of the imbecile title had only gone up by 1. Maybe that was because these guys already respected him. If he wanted real progress, he might need stronger opponents or people who still looked down on him. Either way, he needed something new. Then a man pushed through the crowd and told MC he looked tired. MC brushed it off, saying he'd rest when he had to, but for now he could still fight. Since he insisted he was ready, the armored warrior known as the Silver Lion, Remington Narcio, formally asked for a spar. He and the others were stunned. Remington was no ordinary guest. He was one of the four Hounds of the North. That group included Holkus Rank Lanka, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axion Ragnar of Camellia Palace. They were known as the strongest of their generation in the Ragnar clan. Remington said he had come early to watch Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. With a smile and a salute, he thanked the protagonist for accepting. The Silver Lion was a sword prodigy with sharp instincts and fierce discipline, and right now the protagonist was the unexpected rival who caught his attention. MC returned the salute proudly and introduced himself as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. He never thought he'd meet, much less spar with, Remington. In his past life he had admired him, so when Theo said he was honored to cross blades with the famous young deputy clan head of Narcio, he meant every word. Caught up in the thrill of non-stop combat, he wanted to show Remington what he could do. Both of them were eager for this fight. As Remington's aura burst out with frightening force, the protagonist had to wonder if he could really beat him as he was now. They rushed each other and their swords slammed together, throwing off sparks. Just how strong was one of the four Hounds of the North? Every clash shook the arena. Theo stayed focused while steel fragments scattered, and Remington met him with the same fierce grin. Then one of the swords finally gave out from all the damage. Evelyn kept watching without blinking. The young swordsman MC had beaten went silent. In that dead-quiet arena, the sound of the broken blade hitting the ground rang out. It was his sword. In one pure test of strength, Remington cut straight through it. His strike stopped just short of the protagonist's neck. To everyone watching, the outcome was obvious. The protagonist had lost. Sybil didn't want to believe his idol could go down that fast, but the result was right in front of him. In the end, everyone had to admit that no matter how much MC had improved, beating one of the four Hounds still wasn't possible. They held that title for a reason. Even so, Sybil argued that his fighting spirit alone was worth admiring. Then, to everyone's shock, the White Lion declared that the loss was his. He gave the protagonist a perfect salute and humbly thanked the young lord for the duel. Remington pointed out that MC's sword was already worn down before they even started, and after so many matches, MC was clearly tired too. He answered that a real battlefield wouldn't care about any of that. The moment he lost his blade, he had already accepted defeat. Remington only smiled in understanding. The White Lion and the imbecile shook hands and a deeper respect grew between them. Remington sincerely hoped they could have a real duel under better conditions next time, and Theo wanted that too. Everyone stared in surprise as one of the four Hounds acknowledged the protagonist. The young master really was built different. After the duel with Remington, his quest progress jumped to 35, a huge leap. From the side, Evelyn let out a relieved sigh. This could not have gone better. Now MC finally had a real sense of how strong the Hounds were, thanks to Remington's display of power. Quests had given Theo talent and secret manuals, making him far stronger than before. But the moment he crossed blades with the White Lion, he was reminded how much he still lacked. It was frustrating that the duel ended early because of his condition, but he still gained a lot from it. His luck rose by 10 and his reputation shot up. As for the quest, he was still far from finishing it all at once. That meant he needed other ways to earn approval. Then Remington admitted he hadn't come just for a duel. He had actually brought Theo an important letter. It was a formal invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society. Just hearing that name made every young swordsman tense with excitement. It was an elite group with a brutal selection process. And on top of that, the invitation came from Remington himself. For any rising star, being invited to the Scaled Dragon Society was a huge honor. Theo asked modestly if it was really okay for him to join the club. The White Lion quickly told him he was more than qualified and added that the group wasn't as serious as it sounded in the first place. Most of its top members treated it like a social circle for peers, waiting for the awakening ceremony. He couldn't tell whether Remington had some hidden reason for the invite. Still, he knew the Scaled Dragon Society currently revolved around his half-brother Axion. It was full of snakes who looked down on him and mocked him, which made it the perfect place to push his quest forward. It would also let him gather info on Axion and Camellia Palace. Seeing no reason to refuse, Theo accepted the invitation, thanked Remington, and promised to step into the den of his enemies. Pleased, Remington shook his hand and told the protagonist he could ask him anything. The meeting was in 2 weeks, so that was all the time the protagonist had to prepare. Off to the side, Evelyn took a drag from her cigarette, clearly worried about her new student. Not long after, word of MC's invitation reached Rose Palace. His mother Cecilia rushed in with a huge smile. He had been about to tell her himself, but there was no need. She had already brought the palace grooming team to his room. Since this was the first important event Theo had ever been invited to, Cecilia was thrilled. The club included Axion, Emil Ragnar's son, and gifted people like Remington. Even the council paid attention to those youths. Cecilia knew the protagonist's clothes and manners would be judged closely, so she pulled out a tape measure and started taking his sizes. She trusted his etiquette, but appearance and bearing were a different matter. Luckily, that was one part of high society Cecilia could handle herself. She was happy just to help her son. MC knew she had always carried the burden of being a commoner concubine with an illegitimate child. Cecilia felt guilty for the shame tied to that label, even though none of it was her fault. In the cold Ragnar clan, where only strength mattered, Theo could only imagine how hard it had been for her when he was weak in his past life. Cecilia acted bright and excited, but deep down she was just a mother worried about her son. She hugged him tight and told him she'd always believe in him, that he could do anything. Her warmth melted the coldness in Theo's heart, and he hugged his mother back with real love. This time, he was determined to work hard enough that she would never have to worry like that again. She was excited about him joining the Scaled Dragon Society, but the protagonist was thinking about crushing that whole nest of snakes. 2 weeks later, the night of the banquet arrived. Remington came to Rose Palace himself to pick MC up in a grand carriage. The moment he saw him, he almost thought MC was someone else. Gone were the training clothes, thanks to his mother and the palace staff. He looked like a proper noble. Remington praised the new look, and he thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He was honestly impressed. The protagonist had to admit his body had changed a lot too. He was taller, his muscles were well built, and all of it came from just 2 weeks of hard training. During that time, Remington had surprisingly visited every day to train with him, and the two had become pretty close. The protagonist had also picked up a loyal group of followers with Sybil and the others. Meanwhile, Evelyn ended up teaching a whole crowd of MC fans when she had only meant to train him for a short time. Those 2 weeks had been busy, to say the least. Even now, he was still recovering from dealing with so many overeager people. Today, he was on his way to his first formal banquet. Remington told him not to be nervous, but he did leave Theo with one warning. Remington warned him that Axion likes to play games. The invite actually came from Axion, who said he wanted to meet Ragnar's new rising star. This whole banquet was set up for the protagonist. Hearing that changed everything, and honestly, it made things better. MC was already looking forward to all the insults coming his way. Inside the hall, Axion was already drinking and getting excited to turn Ragnar's idiot into his new toy. When the carriage arrived, he and Remington stepped out. Theo quickly looked around. He was about to enter Camellia Palace, the base of the trash who pushed Rendon to block his growth. In his past life, they destroyed him, his mother, and everyone in Rose Palace without mercy. Remington cut through his thoughts and urged him inside. He had heard Axion plan to greet them himself, and should be waiting by the entrance. The protagonist knew exactly why Axion invited him. That bastard probably thought it was his job to crush the protagonist's rise. But Theo hadn't walked into this snake pit unprepared. He planned to show Axion exactly who he was messing with. As they neared the palace, MC suddenly stopped after catching something from the corner of his eye. A strange blue quest light was glowing from an upper floor of Camellia Palace. For a moment, the possible quest pulled his attention away. That distraction kept him from noticing something dropping fast toward him. Remington rushed to save him, but it burst first, blowing up into a cloud of white powder. Panicked, Remington called out to Theo. Luckily, he was fine. It was only a sack of flour tossed down at him from above. Remington was furious at the childish stunt. He knew his old self never could have dodged, and his mother's carefully made outfit would have been ruined. He had wondered if Remington was part of it, but that clearly wasn't the case. The white lion looked genuinely angry and confused. Throwing flour at him was apparently the best those idiots upstairs could come up with. Theo figured the fool behind something this lame had to be one of the smug nobles at the windows. Then a familiar voice cut in, brushing it off as a small greeting between friends. Just basic courtesy. Remington wasn't buying it. He was still furious. Then Axion appeared, grinning as he claimed it was only a playful welcome for his brother, the protagonist. He immediately read him with his skill. Axion had madness, psychopathy, and terrifying sword talent. Right now, he was excited over finding a new toy, so Theo smiled and thanked him, which threw his psycho brother off. He added that with such a warm welcome, of course he was grateful, and he was really looking forward to the party. Axion's confusion quickly turned into delight. This brother of his had gotten way more interesting since the last time they met. At last, Theo and Remington went inside the banquet hall, where all the young noble elites had gathered. It was a private event, with only a chosen few invited to eat, drink, and mingle with other talented nobles. Still, everyone's attention was on the special guest. They couldn't understand why Axion had invited a loser. Even if MC came from Ragnar's direct line, he was still known as the idiot. Most of them hated the idea of trash like him being part of the Scaled Dragon Society, though they had to admit he looked good. Most already assumed Axion was just toying with him. Since the nobles didn't even bother lowering their voices, Remington apologized and said these parties usually weren't this shameless. Theo let them say whatever they wanted. The more they looked down on him now, the sweeter it would be when he crushed them later. He also noticed the blue quest light was close by. It seemed important, but he had no natural way to check it yet. Then Axion came down the stairs and asked if his brother was enjoying the party. He forced himself to stay calm and stick to the plan he'd already made. Smiling, he thanked Axion again for the invitation. Axion mockingly apologized for the flower prank, saying he may have gone a bit too far. Then he moved in instantly, grabbing Theo's shoulders hard and pressing him to accept the apology in front of everyone. Remington was about to step in, but the protagonist cut him off and said Axion had nothing to apologize for. After all, by Axion's own words, it was just a greeting between brothers. For once, the psycho had nothing to say. MC was too calm to shake. Axion laughed and patted him on the back like a proud big brother. He hadn't realized the kid had this much nerve. He was nothing like he'd been when they were young. If anything, Axion liked him more now. The nobles watched Theo smile and play along, mocking him as Axion's lapdog. They sneered at his illegitimate birth and compared him to Axion's noble blood. Yes, they were half-brothers, but the nobles thought they were worlds apart. Axion came from the East's strongest sword clan, while the protagonist's mother was, to them, just some nobody from nowhere. MC kept smiling as the insults piled up. letting them feed the fire inside him. What confused the nobles most was how close Remington seemed to this so-called idiot. Soon they turned on Remington too, mocking him as Narcio's illegitimate son. He'd been tense since the moment they arrived, and he almost snapped when they crossed that line. Theo could tell that in a few more seconds Remington might steal his spotlight. He had planned to listen a little longer, but not anymore. Before Axion could lead him upstairs, he stopped. Since he had just arrived, he said he should greet his new friends first. Then he walked to the table where the laughing nobles had gathered. Drawing every eye in the room, quietly, Theo picked up a bottle of wine from the table. He approached the noble insulting Remington, and acted like he was about to pour him a drink. The man smirked and asked if he'd said something wrong. The protagonist changed his grip and smashed the bottle over the blonde bastard's head without hesitation. Even Remington and Axion froze in shock. Clutching his bleeding head, Blondie collapsed while MC stood over him with the jagged bottle still in hand. The bastard tried to sit up and curse him for humiliating him in front of everyone, but before he could keep yapping, Theo kicked him in the jaw and broke it. Now his real plan had begun. With cold, wild eyes, the protagonist said he was only offering Blondie a little greeting, yet somehow got a rude response back. The other nobles froze, scared and confused. At the same time, MC's quest progress climbed to 43. After 2 weeks training with him, Remington knew he wasn't some reckless thug. He started to think he might be doing this for his sake. As Blondie bled on the floor, he said this was simply his version of a welcome. Then he stepped on the noble's arm and pinned him against a raised platform. Since the greeting was done, the protagonist said it was time for goodbye. Blondie begged him to stop, but it was already too late. Theo stomped down on his arm and crushed it completely. The crack of breaking bone echoed through the hall. The same nobles who had been mocking him moments ago now stood speechless at the brutal display. That alone pushed MC's quest progress up to 58. Blondie passed out from pain and shock, drool staining the carpet. Theo tossed the limp body aside like garbage and asked if anyone else wanted to say hello. The threat in his voice drove the quest progress up to 66. The knights hidden in the shadows rushed in and surrounded him from every side. Their blades came out at once, locked on the threat before them. 4 swords boxed the protagonist in. Furious that their young master had been hurt, the knights declared that a crime like this deserved death. MC only smiled. His plan was working even better than expected. He asked who the man he'd just beaten actually was. The knights answered that Blondie was Ian Hanvi, the 3rd young master of the Hanvi clan. That answer amused Theo. Hanvi was one of the 6 snow clans under Ragnar. He already knew the bodyguards of spoiled nobles like this wouldn't stay quiet forever. They always looked down on Ragnar's idiot when he acted up, so he asked what exactly the problem was if he beat their young master. Then, with pride filling his voice, he asked if the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans really dared demand his death. Could they truly take responsibility for threatening Kyle Ragnar's bloodline? Theo wasn't the type to ignore that kind of insult. The knights' grips loosened at once. Their anger over their ruined young master gave way to the fear every bannerman felt toward Ragnar. On top of that, the pressure rolling off the protagonist was crushing. This was nothing like the idiot of Ragnar they used to mock, and now that they thought about it, MC was still a direct Ragnar with a claim to the throne. Ragnar ruled the north and stood above the 6 snow clans. No sane person should casually call for the death of dragon blood. Threatening Ragnar blood is such a grave crime that wiping out a minor snow clan would still be seen as fair. People forgot that protection long ago because he was treated like a worthless heir, but that ends now. The 4 knights instantly knew they had gone too far and needed to beg forgiveness. They never got the chance because Theo had already given a hidden figure the order to kill. A flash of steel cut through the hall before anyone could react. In the next moment, all 4 heads were in the air, their blood splashing across the floor. The protagonist stood completely still while blood spun around him. Then the person he called in landed lightly beside him, his master Evelyn. That was when the proud nobles finally understood this wasn't a game. Theo's quest to shake off the imbecile of Ragnar name hit 70%. Axion could only watch as his banquet turned into MC's display of power. Evelyn glanced at her student and asked when he figured out she was following him. For him, it was obvious, though he couldn't say exactly why she came. He didn't know what brought her all the way to Camellia Palace, but with her here, crushing these fools got much easier. While the hall stayed frozen, the protagonist's next move was already taking shape. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had secretly visited Evelyn to complain that she refused new students yet trained the protagonist every day. She barely reacted. By now, Evelyn was used to that brute barging into her room, mostly just to annoy her. Lately, Julius seemed to enjoy nothing more than bothering his old comrade and stealing her expensive wine while doing it. Tonight, he wanted to know what made Theo so special. Since getting the bottle back was hopeless, Evelyn simply answered that MC was far beyond what she expected. Between his talent and how seriously he trains, she said he's one of the best students she's ever had. That was a huge statement, especially since she once taught Axion too. Evelyn didn't soften it at all. In her eyes, Theo's potential had already surpassed even young Master Axion's, and she meant every word. Julius trusted her judgment. After all, she had 2 good eyes for talent, and he only had 1. Still, he couldn't believe someone changes that much overnight. The only answer that made sense was that he had been hiding his real ability all along. Even so, it was strange to think he'd keep it buried for years and suddenly reveal it now. As a teacher, Evelyn believed rushing ahead only makes people stumble. But the protagonist felt different. To her, it looked like he was being chased by something unseen, forcing himself forward out of fear. That's why his trip to this scaled dragon society worried her. After emptying the bottle, Julius agreed that the Axion brat was worth worrying about. He was the one who told Evelyn to follow Theo, just in case. Maybe not for the same reason she feared, but Julius was sure something would happen at the banquet. As a Ragnar, he knew how it goes. When bloodthirsty wolf cubs gather, they start fighting over rank. Then Julius set a uniform on the table like it was a battlefield map, and pushed Evelyn to try recruiting MC into his unit again. It wasn't just him he wanted. Julius also wanted Evelyn back with the white armored dragon cavalry, and he still hadn't given up. He refused to let her retire just because she could no longer ride a dragon. In his mind, she had to return and finish what she started. Julius left her room thanking her for the wine he'd stolen. She lost a costly bottle, but maybe found her purpose again. Back in the present, inside Camellia Palace, Evelyn started connecting the dots. She realized Theo must have known she was following him and set this all up on purpose. Maybe joining the Scaled Dragon Society was part of the plan from the start. It made her earlier worry feel pointless. Now she was only left wondering when exactly he noticed her on the way to the palace. In truth, the protagonist sensed her the moment he entered the carriage. Thanks to his dragon heart, he could read the energy around him like a sixth sense. More importantly, the board was finally set for his revenge. Theo then turned to Evelyn and said the nobles here had openly insulted a candidate to succeed the Ragnar clan. He asked what punishment such a crime deserved. The guilty nobles nearly collapsed because they already knew the answer. Strict as ever, Evelyn replied that by clan law, the offenders could be executed on the spot. Theo smiled. He had led her right where he wanted. Then he played the generous one, saying they were only children who hadn't even gone through their awakening yet. One arm from each of them would be enough to forgive the offense. Evelyn moved at once. She became a blur of blades, cutting through the panicked nobles of the Scaled Dragon Society. The Byron clan's second son tried to dodge and lost his right arm. The first son of the red and white mercenary corps screamed as blood burst from the stump. The fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild wasn't spared either. The third son of the Clark clan tried to run, but no one outruns Evelyn. When the first daughter of the Howard clan lost her arm too, MC's quest rose to 79%. One pathetic noble crawled to Axion, axe to his close circle begging for help. Axion just repeated his line. This was only another greeting. A blade flashed by, and the noble's arm came off, nearly splashing Axion's clothes. As the first son of the pairing family writhed in pain, Axion looked at Evelyn. She met his eyes without a care and gave a small nod. He never expected to face his old teacher in the middle of a bloodbath like this. Evelyn even saluted him with her blade. Looking over the hall, Axion realized she had only targeted the ones who openly mocked Theo's bloodline. The protagonist had arranged everything so perfectly that even Axion, another successor candidate, had no right to stop it. In just a few minutes, Evelyn cut off the right arms of 14 people on MC's command. As for their condition, a priest could still reattach the limbs if they moved fast. But their future as swordsmen was another story. Everything had gone exactly as planned. What interested Axion more was how he got both Remington and Evelyn on his side. The Theo Ragnar from Rose Palace had turned into something terrifying, and the monster inside Axion loved it. More than anything, he wanted to crush this brother himself. With his goal complete, the protagonist called for Evelyn and Remington and headed out. The remaining nobles could only stare in fear as he left. The brothers locked eyes, saying nothing, but right before departing, MC grabbed Axion's arm hard enough to wrinkle his suit. A second later, he let go, waved and told him he had a great time at this bloody banquet. At last, the final tutorial quest to escape the Imbecile of Ragnar title was done. Axion burned with rage. He wanted to act right there, but knew better. Instead, he stormed out of his own palace and screamed his name. With every tutorial quest cleared, no one would dare call him the family idiot again. The tutorial was over. His real revenge was just beginning. For changing how the public saw him, the protagonist earned an experience elixir, a tonic that instantly gives 5 levels to anyone under level 30. Word of the massacre spread fast to the other palaces. Anyone would be stunned to hear that Axion's famous Scaled Dragon Society had been torn apart in every sense. As for Theo, he was in the mood to celebrate after humiliating those nobles. His people took him to a pub to mark his brutal high society debut. All of his followers were there. Even Evelyn dropped by for drinks. MC couldn't help wondering how the Scaled Dragon Society felt after being crushed by the man they mocked as an imbecile. Back in Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar could hardly believe it. Not only had they handed Theo a perfect excuse, they let him cut off everyone's arms right in front of Axion. He confirmed it, and that only made her more frustrated. She had warned him not to take him lightly, yet they had gone beyond pressure, and basically given him full permission to run wild. Axion tried to explain that once the protagonist gained recognition, taking Rose Palace would become harder, so she shouldn't panic. But Emil shut him down and told him to think about what he'd done instead of making excuses. She pointed out that his mistakes had nearly ruined their whole plan. Axion chose to stay quiet and left. After he was gone, Emil wondered who made him so unbearable. Ed answered that Axion was a lot like her when she was young. She wasn't in the mood for jokes, so Ed apologized and said this incident might not be as bad as it looked. He explained that Rose Palace had long been part of the clan head's harem, which made taking ownership of it very difficult. Even if the clan leader no longer cared much for it, because all kinds of riffraff gathered there, the place still had his backing. Ed then laid out the real plan. They only needed justification. And now that Theo had caused chaos at the Scaled Dragon Society, he was slowly becoming the face of Rose Palace. That meant they could use this incident as legal grounds to move against him. Emil was left speechless. Emil realizes what scared her most. If MC kept growing and the clan leader started favoring the Rose Palace, his power would only spread. But now she sees another path: use MC's rise against him and crush him through the law. That would leave the Rose Palace with no choice but to submit to the Trojans. For the first time, she thinks the plan may really succeed, so she asks Ed how long the setup will take. Ed tells her everything is already ready, and by tomorrow morning she'll hear very good news. He tells Emil to relax, take a bath, and sleep peacefully, adding that he even prepared a scented candle from South Akron's volcanic region. Emil chooses to trust her older brother and quietly shows her thanks. At the tavern, Remington admits he's stunned. He never knew Theo cared that much about him. He has no idea what he's talking about and laughs at how emotional Remington is after drinking only orange juice. Remington says the protagonist took every insult aimed at himself, but the moment someone mocked him, the protagonist stepped in without hesitation. Now he feels ashamed that he did nothing. Looking at MC, Remington is amazed he survived all those years of being treated like dead weight and a talentless kid, yet still refused to give up and kept getting stronger. Even when facing people he had almost no chance against, Theo still fought back and dared challenge the Camellia Palace, something no one else would do. To Remington, that's real courage. He swings his sword without hesitating, and he did it all for him. Remington starts tearing up, and the protagonist realizes he's gotten the whole thing very wrong. Then Remington stands and says that even if his clan wants something else, he wants to follow the protagonist instead. The people around them erupt in cheers, calling both of them incredible. Theo tries to explain it isn't like that, but Evelyn speaks to him with telepathy and tells him to leave it alone. When he looks her way, she says this misunderstanding isn't really a bad thing, and most of them probably just want to stand with him. That makes MC smile, but deep down he knows he's not actually special. Everything he has comes from the status window. Checking his stats, he remembers that at first he thought it was born from his regrets, but with how detailed it is, he's sure the status window is something more. A faint feeling of déjà vu hits him, but he decides not to dwell on it, since it's helping him grow. After the Scaled Dragon Society mess, Theo sees that he leveled up. Each level gives him points he can spend to boost his stats. He knows he can shape his growth any way he wants, and that huge potential makes even him uneasy. Evelyn catches his dark grin and starts to worry. Still, he puts that aside. First, he needs to get ready for the Camellia Palace's counterattack. So he asks Remington if he's willing to help him with something. Remington says Theo can ask for anything. A little surprised to hear the protagonist call him Remy. So casually, he watches MC pull something out and hand it over. He says his fight for the throne against Axion will start soon, so he needs help getting ready before that day comes. Remy goes quiet, remembering that in his past life, Remington became Narcio's clan head and built a force strong enough to challenge the Ragnars. The protagonist knows this is a huge chance to bring Remy to his side. He hands Remington a sheet of paper, and Remington promises to do everything he can, now that he's pledged himself to MC. MC thanks him. Then the tavern doors burst open and someone screams MC's name as knights storm in. They declare that under the sword of law, Theo is under arrest for assault, threats, and intimidation. Evelyn calls it complete nonsense, but he tells her to calm down and steps forward to inspect the warrant. It's real, and the ink is still fresh. His enemies move fast. He chooses not to resist, and they quickly put him in cuffs. As they lead him away, he smiles at his friends, trusting them to handle things while he's gone. Remington and Evelyn are left completely stunned, and Remy turns his attention to the paper the protagonist gave him. Word of Theo's arrest soon reaches the Rose Palace, and Cecilia is shocked to hear her son is being taken before the tribunal. She drops to her knees, and her servant rushes to her in concern. Cecilia says she's fine and asks why MC was taken. The servant explains it's because of the Scaled Dragon Society. MC is accused of stirring up rebellion. Startled, she asks if her son will be put on trial. The servant says it won't be easy for him to escape punishment after destroying the Scaled Dragon Society. Cecilia never thought that invitation would turn into such a disaster, but she still believes Theo will make it through, because that's the kind of child he is. All she can do is pray that he returns safely. Meanwhile, in the carriage carrying him to the tribunal, the protagonist arrives and thinks it's been a long time since he last saw this place. Since he completely wrecked the Scaled Dragon Society, he knows this won't end with a light punishment. They'll likely put him on trial for his actions. And because he's a Ragnar successor, they'll also question whether he's fit to inherit. The knights tell him to get down, and as he walks, Theo realizes his enemies want to destroy him completely, which only makes him smile, because this is exactly what he wanted. The knights announce that the prisoner MC has been brought in and permission is given to escort him inside. Theo thinks that if he's going to unveil everything he's prepared, a stage this big is the perfect place. Then he faces a room full of powerful figures, and even he feels a little tense, seeing them all gathered there. Among them is Julius, the demon dragon captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, along with 4 of Ragnar's 9 dragons, including Sky Dragon Ed. He admits that in his past life, this alone would have crushed him. Then he notices Osa, the Sword Dragon Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, and Wolfgang the Elder Counselor are here too. When Wolfgang looks at him, Theo remembers it really has been a while. He didn't expect to meet Wolfgang here. The protagonist already knows Wolfgang cares deeply about bloodlines, so a half-blood illegitimate child like him must discuss the old man, and Wolfgang doesn't even try to hide it. He asks MC if he understands he was summoned to answer for his crimes. He goes on saying, the Byron clan, the series Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan are cutting ties with the main family because of Theo's reckless actions. Furious, Wolfgang calls him a bastard and demands to know if he can bear the damage he's caused. He will be held responsible for dragging Ragnar's honor through the mud. The protagonist calmly agrees and says he was too careless. What he should have done, he says, was cut off their heads, not just their arms. The whole room is stunned. But MC keeps going, saying those clans are Ragnar's subjects. The Lord gave them land and honor, so they owe loyalty and even their lives to Ragnar. That's the code of chivalry. And they broke it by defying their lord. Angry now, Theo says if he had known how insolent they were, he would have taken their heads and asks Wolfgang to punish them to restore the laws of chivalry. He couldn't just watch centuries of Ragnar honor be trampled. The room falls silent. Julius calls him impressive and figures that, with that reasoning, he will only get a normal punishment. Wolfgang thinks the protagonist is just twisting words, but OSA says she understands his point and admits the protagonist is right. Wolfgang is shocked that she sides with him. OSA explains that Ragnar may be strong but not truly great. They still have to hear their vassals and knights or the clan will eventually fall. Power alone can't rule the world. Theo takes her words seriously and decides to remember them. He also notices that the clan head's first wife, the strongest swordsman in the north, is luckily not against him. Her support surprises him and he can't figure out why she's doing it. OSA then says he should understand that the punishment he'll receive is fair. MC asks what the punishment is and Wolfgang says he'll be put on 3 months of probation. Theo then says he wants to join the ceremony. That irritates Wolfgang, who sees it as backtalk, but OSA considers the request and allows him to take part in next year's awakening ceremony. Ed knows it had already been decided that the children the protagonist hurt would join next year. Still, thanks to Julius stepping in, MC got off lighter than expected. Ed is pleased. The delay in the awakening ceremony will stain the Ragnar name, and since Theo now represents the Rose Palace, that stain will make it easier for the Camellia Palace to move in and seize it. Ed smiles, convinced his plan is working, and he won't be able to stop it. Soon he'll have no choice but to lose. Ed also knows that if the protagonist tries to appeal, he'll be killed, but he's sure the protagonist isn't that reckless. Then the protagonist says he wants to appeal, shocking Ed and everyone else in the room. Ed can barely hide his grin. To him, MC is a complete idiot whose pride knows no limits, and that only makes things easier for him. Julius asks if Theo really understands what it means to appeal. He answers that he does, and says it's not. The protagonist knows this goes far beyond 3 months of probation, so Julius clearly interfered. Still, he sticks to his plan and reminds them that for the strong and proud, Ragnar, an appeal means war. MC refuses to accept even a light punishment. He says that in the end, truth belongs to the strong, and he should be praised for what he did. That shuts everyone up. At a secret northern branch of the Siri Merchant Guild, Evelyn finishes off the last enemy while the place burns. Remington realizes this really was their hideout, just like Theo said. Back at the trial, Ed lights up with joy, thinking Camellia Palace's problem is finally over. Standing before the clan's top figures, he is asked by Wolfgang if he really wants to turn something that could end in 3 months into a war. Wolfgang calls it pure arrogance and asks if Theo thinks he can face 15 clans by himself. The protagonist answers that this is his burden to carry. Since the gap in power is so wide, he says a proxy battle makes perfect sense. He already knows an appeal is settled through combat, but when the power gap is too large, one side can send a representative, and the result is decided in a one-on-one sword match. That means MC would be fighting for himself, while the other side will most likely choose Axion. Julius can already tell Theo is likely to lose, and asks if he has some kind of plan. He also figures that if he expects someone to volunteer for him, he'll be disappointed. The protagonist then asks for the proxy battle to be held in 1 week, exactly as the rules allow. Ed thinks he sees through that move. He assumes Theo wants Julius or Evelyn to stand in for him, but since no one will agree, MC will have to fight on his own. So Ed decides to name Axion and crush him for good. Ed is about to announce his representative when a voice interrupts, leaving everyone stunned. Kyle Ragnar walks in, praising his clever move and noting how much he's changed since they last met. The moment he enters, everyone bows. Theo drops to one knee as well and greets the incarnation of the great dragon god. Then a system window appears with a new quest: take over Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. It's his first quest after the tutorial, and he wonders if it's tied to the blue light from earlier. He realizes he totally forgot about that with everything else going on, even though something had clearly been there. Theo stops dwelling on it and focuses on the moment. With his father here, everything just changed, and that could ruin his plan. He asks why Kyle came, and Kyle tells him to stand. He says he heard what happened and understands the protagonist wants to settle this with a proxy battle. MC confirms it, and Kyle admits it would be hard for his son to fight personally. Then he asks who Theo plans to choose as his representative. He quickly sees this as a test, so he says no one can take his place. If that's the case, he'll represent himself in the appeal. Kyle says he'll lose, but Theo refuses to accept that before he's even allowed to try. He steels himself, he'll face every challenge and bow to no one by choice. Hearing that, Kyle suddenly laughs and asks the others if they heard what his son just said. He's clearly impressed that the protagonist won't lower himself. To Kyle, that spirit is exactly what defines the Ragnars. He praises MC's attitude and MC smiles because this is going just as planned. The proxy battle was only bait, and since he may not even have to fight, it's easy to talk big now. He thinks back to the job he gave Remington and Evelyn and knows they'll soon bring proof of Camellia Palace's treason. Once that happens, his win is guaranteed without a battle. But Kyle decides to offer his son a different chance. As Ragnar's master, he wants to test Theo with a single strike. He is stunned when Kyle tells him to forget the trial. If the protagonist can endure one blow, every charge will be cleared with no punishment. Kyle calls MC forward, but Ed immediately starts yelling in protest. He knows a test like this means the clan head approves of Theo, and if he survives, he'll earn Kyle's personal recognition. Ed is sure he can't do it, but just in case, he still tries to block it. He doesn't want the protagonist gaining favor, so he starts arguing about vassals, bloodlines, and proxy battle rules. Kyle cuts him off and bluntly tells him to shut up. He makes it clear that if a vassal dares speak against the Ragnar line, he can be dealt with. Ed has no choice but to back down. Kyle then asks Julius if he has anything to say since he's been laughing this whole time. Julius says he's just surprised to see the king take interest after so long. Kyle moves on and asks Theo if he's willing to do it. MC knows this changed everything. Even though he didn't expect it, he smiles and accepts the challenge. He says the offer is a bit much. One strike from the clan head is nothing like a proxy war against vassals and bannermen. Kyle asks if he's trying to refuse, but Theo says no. He just wants the deal to be fair. Since the trial got harsher, the reward should grow too, he says with a sly smile. Kyle asks what he wants, and he turns toward Ed and says he wants something like Camellia Palace. Ed is left speechless. Ed burns with frustration, and Wolfgang calls the whole thing insane. He thinks the protagonist needs to be put in his place, since deals like this should only happen between equals. Wolfgang is sure the protagonist's arrogance will break him, but then Kyle agrees. Kyle says that if MC wants to be his successor, he needs this kind of nerve. He asks the Sky Dragon if he objects, but the man says everything belongs to Kyle, so he has no right to argue. Pleased, Kyle orders them to prepare a stage at once. He wants to test his son himself. Theo hesitates a little, then faces Kyle Ragnar. The other vassals gather to watch. Ed is furious. His trap for him has turned into a stage that helps him instead. Still, Ed tells himself not to panic. Even if Theo got stronger, he believes there's no way he can survive one strike from the clan head. Even top swordsmen would struggle with that. Ed is convinced the protagonist will die here, but the protagonist already sees through him and trusts the tutorial reward that kept him safe. Kyle notices his son has changed and wonders if he secretly took an elixir. Even so, he decides it doesn't matter how MC became this strong. He realizes Kyle saw through him right away, even though the 9 dragons never noticed the elixir. Kyle asks if he's warmed up. Theo says he has. Kyle says he normally uses a greatsword, but since the protagonist can't even use mana yet, he'll go easy and use a rusty steel sword instead. When Kyle asks if he objects, the protagonist says no. Then Kyle gets serious and starts the fight. The crushing aura spreads as the clan head steps forward, and MC feels the pressure instantly. Just his father's fighting spirit is overwhelming. Kyle is impressed. MC is still standing, but he stays calm because his strength nearly tripled after clearing the tutorial. The experience elixir gave him 5 levels, and he put every point into strength. With that boost, he feels like he's finally escaped weakness and stepped into a whole new league. The protagonist is sure he can survive at least one blow from his father, and when Kyle launches his attack, everyone freezes. Ed is certain Theo will die, but MC focuses everything on defense and manages to read the strike. A huge red beam crashes down and destroys the entire stage. When the dust clears, Kyle smiles. His son is still on his feet, and Kyle feels he's finally found a worthy heir. Theo's survival leaves everyone stunned. By standing firm, he proves his innocence. With that, the trial comes to an end. The system then announces that the sudden quest, Single Strike from Kyle Ragnar, has been completed. As a reward, he gets an inventory and a strange blue key. Sometime later, Theo wakes up and wonders where he is. Cecilia is overjoyed to see him awake and tells him he passed out while still standing. Cecilia grabs the protagonist's hand and starts crying. She says she was terrified when she heard the clan leader challenged him, then quickly asks if he's still hurt and offers to call a doctor right away if anything is broken or out of place. MC tells her he's okay, but he has no idea where he is. Then Julius walks in and reports that by the clan leader's order, the Lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the Director of Intelligence have all been removed. That makes him realize he's in Camellia Palace, and he's thrilled. Right after that, the system gives him an update. It says his next step is to uncover the secret. Out in the garden, Emil Ragnar throws a fit, unable to accept being kicked out of her own place. The servants rush to calm her down, begging her not to make a bigger scene. While this is happening, Ed quietly orders Axion to kill Theo Ragnar. Axion brings up his plan for the awakening ceremony, but Ed cuts him off and says the protagonist needs to be headed for good. Axion notices the revenge burning in Ed's eyes. Once things calm down in Camellia Palace, Theo sees that even though his plan went off track, the result was better than he hoped. He got Camellia Palace without even using his last resort, and he also gained another authority. He opens his inventory skill and takes an item out. While eating the apple, MC wonders how any of this works, but he can't deny how useful it is. Next, he pulls out the blue key he got earlier. He's sure it connects to something important. When he looks toward a door, the keyhole suddenly starts glowing. Theo decides to unlock it, and when the door opens, he finds a deep tunnel beyond it. The system announces that he's discovered a dungeon for the first time, and as a reward, all experience earned inside will be doubled. Finding a cave hidden in Camellia Palace, Theo guesses this is tied to another quest, and decides to clear it so he doesn't lose out on free experience. Before going in, he remembers charging into a dungeon unprepared is a bad idea, so he leaves to get ready. A little later, he returns with his inventory packed with weapons. Then he heads inside. As he moves deeper, he spots a giant wolf watching him. One look tells him it's big enough to count as a demonic beast. The wolf leaps at him, but Theo blocks it with a shield. It's stronger than he expected, yet he forces it back, refusing to lose in raw power. The beast roars and charges again. He slashes at it with his sword, but the blow barely works. Its hide is too tough, and it's too fast for lazy attacks to do anything. He realizes this thing isn't just some normal wolf. It may really be at demonic beast level. Beating it won't be easy, and the monster comes at him again with its claws. At that moment, Theo wishes he could copy the light slash he saw from his father's single strike. Calling that move incredible, he tries to recreate that white arc against the wolf, but he can't copy his father's technique. So he accepts that it won't happen that simply. A single strike isn't just a name, it's a blow meant to kill in one hit. The protagonist finally grasps the core of it, pouring all his power into one sword swing. He puts the shield away and starts thinking about sharpening his swordsmanship, along with the speed-based secret arts Evelyn taught him. Then he rushes in and drives his blade into the wolf's eye. The beast howls and stumbles back. Realizing the plan is working, Theo attacks again, convinced he can win. 2 months later at the training ground, Eode notices more and more people gathering. Sybil agrees and says they may need a bigger place. A rumor has been going around that the clan leader taught MC Ragnar a single strike. Because of that, tons of people now want to spar with him. As Sybil talks about Theo, someone walks up behind him and mocks him as a lackey. It's Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace. He asks when their amazing young master is finally showing up, since it's already been 2 months. Morris says he thought he never skipped training. Then he calls the protagonist a coward, saying he probably hid once that fake rumor spread too far. Sybil gets mad, but Henry keeps going. Since no one saw it happen, he says the whole story could be a lie and that MC probably made it sound bigger than it was. Henry even claims the story about the scared dragon society being wiped out must be fake too. That's enough for Sybil. He punches Henry full force and wrecks his face. Another guy from Plum Palace snaps back and calls Sybil a dropout, but everyone at the training ground glares at him. Sybil curses him out and says none of them are fit to stand beside their young master. Eode can't believe his friend is mocking someone's looks with a face like that. Sybil says he was already sick of the Plum Palace fools coming here to stir up trouble, and he won't let anyone insult Theo. Sybil and the others draw their swords and declare war on Plum Palace. The other side answers in kind, ready to kill the so-called dropout losers. But right as the clash is about to start, someone steps in and freezes every weapon on the spot. Everyone is stunned. Sybil quickly realizes it's Ray Ragnar of the Four Hounds. Then another man joins in laughing. It's Hulkus Ranky, also from the Four Hounds. Sybil can't believe 2 of them showed up at once, and Hulkus immediately notices someone's missing. He asks one of the Plum Palace men where the Luster Tiger is, leaving the guy confused. Hulkus gets fired up and asks if they're all deaf because he wants the master of the training ground. Then he declares he came to challenge him. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, he reaches his limit, and even his sword breaks. The system tells him he leveled up. Then several windows pop up at once. His stats rise and it shows he's killed 170 demonic beasts. The protagonist sits on the pile of monsters he's beaten, and the system says only 1 enemy is left. He drinks a healing potion to recover his strength. Thinking back, he knows he would have died many times already if those potions hadn't saved him. Early on, it was hard for him to beat the monsters, but leveling up made the fights easier. He's shocked by how quickly time passed. He's already spent 2 months in the dungeon. The system reminds him there's only 1 demonic beast left. Spotting a staircase, he figures it has to be the boss. Theo walks ahead and enters the 5th floor. He checks his broken sword, and knows it's useless now, so he opens his inventory and takes out another blade. There's only 1 sword left, and he realizes it's the one his mother gave him for his birthday. That brings back memories of his past life. Before the awakening ceremony, he was always clashing with his mother, so he threw the sword aside in his room and left it there. Looking at it now, he realizes it's actually a fine ceremonial weapon made from white snow steel. Theo falls quiet, thinking about his old life. His mother had burst into his room at midnight to wish him happy birthday, and told him she stayed up just to give him presents. Back then, he got angry and said he didn't have time for birthday gifts with the ceremony so close. He expected more from her and said no weapon could change his bloodline. He remembers telling her to leave, but this time he swears he won't repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Reaching the boss room, MC gets a warning from the system that a powerful demonic beast is about to appear. Inside, he finds a dragon asleep and feels relieved when he sees it's only a lesser drake. Still, Theo wonders why the final boss is draconic. The Ragnars are supposed to be descendants of dragons. Maybe it's just chance, but he puts that aside. He has to beat the boss if he wants to leave the dungeon. The system shows the quest details and the monster count. It even asks if he can really win against a creature related to dragons. He focuses and decides to use a single flash. He's practiced it over and over against the wolves, and even if it's nowhere near his father's dragon flash, he still charges at the drake, believing that if he pushes his dragon heart to the limit, he can land a real blow. He drives the sword into the monster's eye and successfully hurts it, making the beast scream in pain. A second later, it lashes out with its tail, but the protagonist dodges. He's frustrated that the strike wasn't strong enough to reach its brain. The drake roars and prepares to kill him, but But the protagonist sees an opening and rushes in, sure he still has a chance. He lands several hits and switches to normal attacks to distract it, while searching for a weak point. Then the lesser drake screams again and fear spreads through the whole area. MC's body locks up in terror. Even though he sees the next attack coming, he can't move out of the way and barely blocks with his sword. The force sends him flying into the rock wall, and he finally understands how strong the boss really is. He knows he can't keep this up much longer, but still gets back up to face the monster charging at him, hoping for a fast win if he can strike the right spot. Theo remembers that a dragon's weak point is its reverse scales, so he jumps onto the lesser drake while dodging its attacks. He drives his sword into the reverse scales, and blood bursts out. Then he keeps stabbing the same spot while the monster screams in pain. He thinks his plan worked, but the lesser drake still doesn't go down, catching him off guard. At the training grounds, Holkus gets mad at Ray and says he wants to face the young master first. She just calls him a loser and tells him to back off. Holkus argues back, saying he lost 3 years ago and has trained every day since then. In his eyes, that was more than enough time to catch up. Ray ignores all of it and calls him a loser again, making him even madder. So Holkus challenges her to a duel, saying the winner gets to fight Theo Ragnar. He swings his huge weapon at her, but Ray stops it easily without even flinching. Sybil and Henry have no idea what's going on, but seeing the four hounds start fighting scares them. Just as they move in, Remington steps between them and orders them to leave, saying this ground belongs to young master, the protagonist. He won't let anyone make trouble here. Holkus lights up at the sight of him and says he wants to fight him too, but Remington tells him to listen. Then a crushing pressure fills the area. Remington asks where that terrifying killing intent is coming from, and everyone turns toward the entrance as Theo walks in. Even Remington is stunned by the pressure and wonders what happened during MC's training. Ray and Holkus, though, are thrilled to see him. MC has taken over the whole field with Lesser Drake's fear. Earlier, back in the dungeon, after he pierced the reverse scale, the Lesser Drake finally died, and the system congratulated him for the kill. The moment he struck that reverse scale, the monster went wild. The protagonist really thought he was about to die, but after a few minutes, it burned itself out. That proved the scale really was its weak point. The system then told him he got the Lesser Drake's tooth and claw. The tooth could be used to strengthen weapons, while the claw could raise a weapon's sharpness. He chose to use both rewards on his sword because he didn't want to lose the gift his mother gave him. Theo also got a new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, which caught him off guard. After checking it, he learned it can frighten anyone weaker than him. That shocked him, since he thought only a few special people could use something like that. Still, he was glad he'd get to test it soon, and as he put everything back into his inventory, he wondered if the skill would really help him in Ragnar, where strong people are everywhere. The Camellia Palace dungeon was finally cleared, and Theo made it out after finishing the quest to uncover the palace's secrets. For clearing Scenario Quest 1, he received a Nest Compass. He had no idea what it was and wondered if it would matter in the next quest. MC stored it away and decided to head to his room and rest, completely worn out. But before he could, a maid rushed over and said there was an urgent problem. She noticed his injuries, but he brushed them aside and asked what happened. The maid told him a fight had broken out at Training Ground 4. After hearing that, Theo headed straight there. The moment he stepped into the training ground, he unleashed Lesser Drake's Fear and coldly told everyone to get out because he needed sleep. The pressure was so strong some people dropped unconscious. Holkus, though, got excited by that brutal killing intent and rushed at him right away, wanting to see which of them was stronger. Holkus came in with his sword, but Theo crushed the attack with a single swing, leaving everyone stunned. Holkus was thrown back and couldn't believe his blow had been brushed aside so easily. The protagonist himself is surprised by how much stronger he got from the dungeon. Even so, Holkus refuses to stop. People always call him the weakest of the four hounds because he's dumb and doesn't have much variety in battle. But he charges again and dares MC to block this one too. Even if he's the weakest overall, Holkus has always had insane raw strength. Now he is shocked to find he can actually match Holkus, and with one slash, he turns the attack around on him and beats him. Theo feels incredible after leveling up so much, while Holkus coughs up blood, blacks out, and collapses. The protagonist realizes he got careless and should have held back, but he's relieved it was Holkus, since everyone knows how tough he is. After checking, he sees Holkus only passed out. Sybil is stunned and the whole training ground erupts, cheering for the young master who dropped the black bear of the four hounds in one hit. MC tells them Holkus is still alive. Then his own sword snaps, which hits him hard since it was his mother's gift. The crowd keeps cheering anyway, praising him for breaking even his sword with that single strike. He has no clue why they're so happy. Meanwhile, Ray drifts into an old memory. Back when she was a little girl, Theo found her wandering in the freezing cold with barely any clothes on. He wrapped his own scarf around Ray and seeing she was still freezing, took her to his home. He told her he'd bring her back once the snow stopped. After remembering all that, she smiles and leaves the training ground. Remington is surprised to see that smile. A little later, back at Camellia Palace, Theo looks embarrassed as the maids congratulate him on earning a new title, Luster Tiger. One maid is thrilled that his hard work is finally showing and tells him to keep pushing until the awakening ceremony. She says she knows he can do it. Then Cecilia shows up and starts forcing him to eat a new abalone dish. He tries to stop her, but she keeps stuffing more food into his mouth while he begs her to quit. As he eats, the protagonist thinks about his past life and feels thankful. He says the food tastes great, and then Cecilia notices the broken sword. She freezes in shock, and Theo starts sweating. He explains it broke during training and apologizes because it was her birthday gift to him. Cecilia gets mad at whoever promised it wouldn't break since it was made from white snow steel and ebony steel wood. MC asks if she means the steel wood from the southern jungle, and she says yes. It's rare and valuable, which makes her even more upset. If the maker told the truth, she says the sword shouldn't have broken that easily. MC is stunned to learn the materials were that precious. He wonders how she even got a sword like that. Cecilia says she'll go demand an explanation from the maker and make them forge a better one for her precious son. He tells her another sword is fine, but she refuses. Now that people are finally seeing his real talent, he has to be more careful. With the awakening ceremony so close, she says she won't let him show up carrying some worn-out sword. The protagonist is touched by how much she cares, and Cecilia says they're leaving now. That only confuses him. Then she reveals they're going to the best workshop in Winterra, the Basque workshop. It's one of Winterra's top 3 workshops, famous for being huge, almost like a factory. But what really makes it special is its master, a special rank figure in the intelligence agency and a blacksmith called Master Craftsman, a title only 2 other Ragnar artisans have. Theo is shocked to meet the so-called elf of capitalism, the demon craftsman Kirsten. He never imagined he'd meet someone that powerful and wonders how Cecilia knows her. Cecilia snaps, asking why her mother is still smoking. Hearing that leaves MC speechless. Kirsten tells Cecilia not to call her mother, saying they aren't really parent and child. MC had always been told Cecilia was an orphan after she ran away, so he's stunned to learn she's actually the daughter of the high elf Kirsten. He suddenly realizes part of why he's so handsome is that he's 1/4 elf. Kirsten asks why Cecilia came without warning, and Theo's mother tosses her the sword, calling it a defective product. Kirsten gets offended at once, furious that Cecilia would call a sword she forged herself defective. Then she draws it out and sees that it's really broken. Cecilia asks if that doesn't prove it's defective, and Kirsten goes quiet. The high elf asks who used it, and Cecilia says he was the wielder of the sword. Kirsten asks if it's the boy behind her, and Cecilia tells her to watch her mouth. The protagonist is a genius who'll rule Ragnar someday. MC politely introduces himself and says he's honored to meet the famous master of the Basque workshop. Kirsten recognizes him and praises Cecilia for raising him well. She asks if he's the only one who used the sword, and Theo says yes. Cecilia still insists the blade was defective, but Kirsten looks surprised and realizes this will take a while to explain. So she invites them inside. As they head in, he asks if Cecilia is really related to the demon craftsman. She says he guessed right. That makes him ask if Kirsten is her real mother. Cecilia says he wouldn't know because she rarely talked about it, but for a short time Kirsten raised her as a foster mother. Cecilia explains that Kirsten loves anything she sees as beautiful. Music, jewels, theater, even people. That's why she took Cecilia in as a foster child. Kirsten cuts them off and says talking about the past is pointless. Cecilia thinks she's bluffing, and Theo asks how she ended up leaving this place. Kirsten says Cecilia left because she wanted to marry the head of the Ragnar clan. She never thought her daughter would choose such a miserable place and is amazed she survived there this long. Cecilia says she fell for the clan leader because he was handsome, manly, and truly loved her. Kirsten clicks her tongue, saying Cecilia ran off, then came back last year begging for a sword for the protagonist. To her, that's just shameless. Cecilia gets mad hearing that in front of her son, and the two start bickering right away. MC just smiles. He's never seen his mother act like this before, and it reminds him how little he cared to know about her in his past life. Back then, he really was an ungrateful son. He wonders if he was so focused on the clan that he missed everything else. Kirsten clearly cares a lot about Cecilia too, which makes him question why she never stepped in during his previous life. Before long, they arrive. Kirsten says this is where she stays, and Cecilia asks why she dragged them all the way here. Cecilia then demands the best sword for him to make up for everything, but Kirsten cuts her off, tells her to wait outside and grabs him. She shuts the door fast, leaving Cecilia outside. In her room, Kirsten ignores Cecilia calling from outside and gets right to it. She asks Theo if he has a relic of the primordial dragon. That catches him off guard, so he asks if she means the ancestor of the guardian dragon protecting the clan. He says he's heard the story that its treasures were scattered across Winterra for Ragnar descendants. Kirsten bluntly says it's no story, and asks again if he really doesn't have one. Then her eyes well up in frustration. She can't understand how he broke her sword when she put everything into making it. As far as she's concerned, only a relic should be able to damage something that precious. Theo tries to apologize and recalls that the blade cracked during his fight with a lesser drake. He doesn't know anything about relics, so Kirsten decides it'll be quicker to show him. She brings out a casket wrapped tight in chains and asks if he notices anything. The protagonist spots a blue glow and wonders if it's a quest. It looks just like the light he saw at the palace dungeon door. Kirsten says she can't see anything, but from his reaction she knows he can. As she drags the casket over, she explains that she's tried many times to break the seal and claim what's inside, but always failed. Setting it down, Kirsten explains that this is tied to a relic of the primordial dragon. She tells him about a blade forged from one of the dragon's own fangs, the monster sword, White Moonlight Blade. If Theo can break the seal, she'll give him that sword. He looks confused, so Kirsten adds one more thing. If he fails, he could die. Then she asks if he still wants to try. MC just grins, thrilled by the risk, and says the sword is already his. A new system scenario appears, saying the next step will be decided by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. This weapon belongs to the leader of Black Snow, one of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon. Almost no one knows about it because anyone who saw it or even spoke of it either vanished or died. He remembers the mysterious man who noticed him and seemed shocked that he could see him. By pure chance, he witnessed the sword's true form back then, and he still doesn't know why the black dragon spared him. Now he's stunned to learn that sword is here, and that it's a real relic of the primordial dragon. He remembers meeting the black dragon 4 years ago, and realizes Kirsten had this sword even then. Kirsten asks if he wants to open it, and the protagonist smiles, fully set on claiming it, no matter what. He tells her again it's his now. As he studies the casket, he notices it's a lot like the Camellia Palace, so he tries using the blue key to open the casket. Kirsten stares in confusion as he unlocks the seal, and a strange light starts to pour out. Then her face changes. Black fog suddenly wraps around Theo and starts pulling him in. He struggles to break free, but it's no use, and the fog drags him into a strange place. When he opens his eyes, he has no idea where he is. Then he recognizes the Rose Palace. It's all burning, and he can't understand why he's seeing this again. Watching those old memories, Theo realizes he'd forgotten how weak he once was. That's why he needs more power, enough to beat Rendon Harvey and destroy the Camellia Palace. Just then, a griffon invades his mind and lunges to devour him whole. But MC snaps awake and grabs its beak, catching it by surprise. He quickly realizes the creature is using his hunger for power to take over his mind. That's when it hits him. This is why it's called a monster sword. The strange griffon calls him insolent and struggles to get loose, but he coolly says he already beat the despair it's trying to show him long ago. He asks if the monster really thought cheap power would tempt him after everything he's seen through so many quests. The griffon looks confused, and Theo notices it's not like the one in his memory. That monster was at least 10 meters tall, but this one is about his size. Even as it fights to get free, he keeps his grip. He wonders if it shrank after being sealed so long, then decides it doesn't matter. What matters is that the moonlight sword is his now, and he pulls back a fist with a vicious glare. The monster hurriedly tries to reason with him. Back in Kirsten's room, Cecilia panics when she sees Theo collapsed. She shakes him, but he won't wake up. Tears start pouring as she demands to know why her son is like this. Kirsten has no answer while Cecilia sobs that she never asked for any of this. She only wanted a sword for her son. Looking closer, Kirsten senses monster energy tied into the protagonist's bloodstream, something she's never seen or even heard of. She says she hoped he'd be fine because he already carried a relic. Cecilia warns her mother that if anything happens to her son, she'll never forgive her. All at once, Theo grabs the moonlight sword and a strange light forms around his chest. Cecilia leans over him in fear, trying again to wake him. Then MC finally opens his eyes. She hugs him tight and breaks down crying. Cecilia says she was terrified, but Theo tells her he's fine and not to worry. The system then congratulates him for hunting a griffon and clearing the quest. His reward is ownership of the white moonlight sword. He realizes he survived mostly because he got lucky. The griffin was easy to beat only because it had just been unsealed, and its mental attacks didn't work on him. The system adds that after observing the sword's monster energy, his magic power has risen sharply. It passes 200, and his body starts to glow. He learns his magic has begun to gain divinity, and has reached the level of a high-ranking swordsman. Still, he's frustrated that he can't use it freely yet. He has to keep it hidden until the awakening ceremony. Kirsten admits she's amazed and congratulates him. Theo asks if she'll keep her word, and she says elves do not lie. He notices the sword is resisting him and asks if it still hasn't accepted him. That makes him uneasy, but Kirsten says the blade was sealed for 400 years. Now that it's free, it just wants to vent all that built-up rage. She suggests he swing it at the wall with everything he has. The protagonist asks if that's really okay, but she mocks him, saying he's worried over nothing. Even if it's a legendary sword, a kid like him, unawakened and inexperienced, could never damage the Basque workshop. That clearly gets under his skin, so he decides to try. Since he can hide his dragon heart whenever he wants, this is the perfect time to test his new legendary weapon. He steps up to the wall and pours in all his magic. After a quick apology, he uncovers the moonlight sword and prepares to strike. Kirsten watches him and suddenly starts to worry. She tries to stop him, but Theo unleashes single flash and blows apart the workshop's wall. Cecilia is stunned, while Kirsten's eyes fill with tears at the damage. Instead of a harmless test, MC splits the wall clean in two with one swing, and he wasn't even trying to destroy it. Kirsten sinks into despair over another huge loss, right after he already broke one sword. Even Theo thinks that was way too much, and the attack drains him dry. At once, Kirsten starts feeding him mana and rushes over so fast he barely notices her move. She's shocked by how little control he has over his magic, but after seeing what he did to that thick wall, she becomes certain he's a true genius. Then a new kind of pride shows up, along with a very greedy spark in her eyes. She's already thinking about how to profit from a grandson like this. Putting a hand on him, Kirsten says she'll become his patron from now on. All he has to do is spread his wings and show the world his talent. Theo sees right through that look in her eyes and flatly says he can already tell what she's thinking. Late that night, he and his mother get ready to leave Basque's workshop. They say their goodbyes, and the fangs he handed over are basically payment for the wall he destroyed. Kirsten is thrilled to get Drake fangs and figures the protagonist picked them up while finding the relic. She also feels proud of her daughter for raising such an amazing son. Then someone shows up and greets her as the demon craftsman. Kirsten freezes when she recognizes the voice. Turning around, she asks why he's here, but Robert Ragnar's crow just stares at her with glowing red eyes and says nothing, leaving the moment hanging. 5 days later, the awakening ceremony finally begins. Like always, Theo and Evelyn are sparring. After trading blows, she can tell his sword skills are sharper and faster now, and MC grins, happy to hear praise from someone like her. The others watching can only sweat because Theo has changed so much in just half a year. Even Evelyn is surprised he's strong enough to push her back. If he awakens magic today, he'll be a monster. After the match, Evelyn praises his work and says he might even take first place at the ceremony. She's rooting for him too. He smiles and thanks her, then jokes that if he wins, he'll say her name in his speech in front of everyone. Evelyn just gives him a tired look, like that really isn't needed. Then the others rush over, asking him to mention them too. Theo enjoys the attention a little too much, while Evelyn looks creeped out by how full of himself he's getting. Soon after, he heads to the central headquarters. There, the protagonist introduces himself to the guards as the protagonist Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Once he enters, he sees the place packed with people. The awakening ceremony is Ragnar's biggest event of the year. For these young swordsmen, it's their first real shot at earning recognition. With the whole clan watching, including the head, Kyle Ragnar, the pressure is huge. Big names are there too, like the Nine Dragons and Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations back. The more Theo looks at Hilda, the less she seems like someone who's 150 years old. Still, he's glad she came. Then the conductor beats the drum to get everyone's attention. This judge is Vana Ragnar, a Dragon Gate swordsman. He calls everyone to focus and explains the first test. Pick up a sword and leave a mark on the steel wall on the platform. The wall is mixed with white snow steel, so a normal blade can't even scratch it. But if they pour mana into their strike, they can damage it. To help, he hands out Soma to everyone. 1 pill gives the power of 10 years worth of magic and helps open the mana hall. He tells them to take it and focus on opening the mana hall in the Dantian. Only then can they cut the wall, and the depth of the cut will decide their score. Vanna shouts that when their names are called, they are to step forward, take a Soma pill, and climb onto the platform. The first name called is Theo Ragnar. He steps up at once. As he takes the pill, he remembers that in his past life, Axion was the valedictorian. Grabbing a sword, MC faces the wall, determined to change that this time. Right then, a system window appears. Scenario Quest 3, become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Then Hilda asks Kyle if this is the boy he told her about, and Kyle says yes, asking if he's caught her eye too. Hilda says he definitely has. She's heard plenty about him already. Now she wants to see how capable this descendant really is. Theo rolls his shoulders, trying to calm his nerves, when Vana reminds him to swallow the Soma. He puts the pill in his mouth and remembers what happened in his past life. He took Soma, lost control of the mana, and badly injured his Dantian. This time, he won't let that happen. The moment he swallows it, a huge surge of power hits, and mana starts spreading everywhere. Vana is stunned by how big the mana wave is, and worries Theo can't control it. Soma has to be handled carefully. To settle the mana hall in the Dantian, talented Ragnars with lots of mana need even more control. If they fail, they can end up crippled, and Vana thinks he is finished. But to everyone's shock, the protagonist quickly stabilizes it. He feels a burst of joy when he realizes he now has both a dragon heart and a mana hall. It's almost frustrating how easy it feels compared to his last life. Now he can finally use mana for real, without holding back the power in his dragon heart. He braces himself, jumps, and releases it all. A dragon forms from his mana and races toward the wall. In one flash, it slams into it and leaves a huge crack. Vanna is completely stunned, but he quickly declares that Theo Ragnar has passed. The crowd is just as shocked by that kind of power. Then a system window appears before MC, telling him the bad luck curse has ended, and his fame is starting to spread through the world. A real smile spreads across his face. He's finally reached the same starting line as everyone else. The system also says many people are now interested in him. Ose Ragnar Planus wants to take him as a disciple, while Julius Ragnar is unhappy with how much attention Theo is getting. At the same time, Robert Ragnar stays wary of him, and Hilda Ragnar is interested too. He is thrilled. The Black Dragon and Sword Dragon noticed him, and Hilda's attention makes him even happier, since she carries Garuda's heart. If he could get that, it would be incredible. After that, the other contestants take their turns at the wall. One barely manages a hair-thin scratch, and cries out that he's still nowhere near Master Theo. Then Ray Ragnar steps up for his turn, followed by Holkus Rankalanka and Remington Necreo. They all perform well, but none of them get close to the giant mark the protagonist left behind. People are crushed to see that even these 4 Hounds of the North put up monstrous results, yet not one surpassed young Master MC's mark. Then it's finally Axion Ragnar's turn. As he steps forward, people start whispering. Some say the contest is now between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, while others wonder if even Axion can match Theo. Hearing him praised like that only makes Axion angrier. He walks up with sword in hand, swallows the Soma, and flares with power. Mana crackles around him as a huge red dragon appears and slashes at the wall. The force of it leaves Vanna speechless. He's never been shocked this many times in one day. The wall splits with another massive crack, and Vanna announces that Axion Ragnar has passed as well. The crowd erupts because Axion's cut looks just as big as Theo's. Now everything comes down to the detailed grading. By dusk, Vanna declares the first stage of the awakening ceremony complete. He's especially pleased this year because so many contestants improved their scores by a lot. He tells all those who passed to get ready for the second stage in 4 days. At last, the rankings everyone has been waiting for are announced, including the first stage valedictorian. The whole arena holds its breath as Axion and Theo wait to hear the result. In the end, the protagonist Ragnar takes the win. He's stunned, and the arena bursts into cheers. Vana says MC earned a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. His technique, power, control, and speed were flawless. While his supporters celebrate, most of the other candidates can hardly believe the Flash Tiger beat Axion. The reason is that the protagonist's sword mark nearly matched the record set by young Master Thorkel. That sends the crowd into an even bigger frenzy. Thorkel Ragnar is a mystery, and one of Ragnar's 5 top candidates, with many thinking he's closest to inheriting the clan. Axion Ragnar takes Salutorian, and he's clearly not happy, even though he also scored a perfect 10. He drops to second because his sword mark was slightly shorter than Theo's, and that only makes him angrier. Remington Narcio gets third, Ray Ragnar takes fourth, and Holkus Rain Kalanka lands fifth. The Hounds of the North dominate the top ranks. Meanwhile, the fool from the Southern Inspection Post and MC's first follower, Sybil Drea, barely grabs the final spot in 87th place. The second stage begins in 4 days at the dangerous Winter Mountains, and all 87 who passed are told to prepare as best they can. Everyone was dismissed, and the first day ended with a surprise. That night, Theo's group headed straight to a tavern to celebrate, with loud cheers for the first and second place winners. The whole crew felt proud. Training ground number 4 had finally shown everyone what it could do, and people kept cheering for him and Remington. As drinks kept coming, the protagonist thanked them for standing by him. Still, he knew this wasn't over. His real goal was for all of them to clear the second stage together. Pulling Remington close, MC boldly told everyone they were going for the final valedictorian and salutarian spots. Evelyn was celebrating too, and she truly believed the two of them could make it happen. Remington personally praised him for the incredible power he showed earlier. Seeing Theo's hard work pay off made everyone proud, but Remington also felt ashamed that he'd fallen so far behind his friend. The protagonist just smiled and told Remy he only got a bit lucky. Besides, ranking shouldn't matter between friends. That was enough to ease Remington's worries. They clinked their orange juice glasses and promised to give everything they had in the second stage. Later on, Theo wandered into the snowy mountains nearby. Away from the noise, he finally thought about what taking first place in the awakening ceremony really meant. In his past life, he never would have dared dream of this. It may not have been a real battle, but he still beat Axion fair and square. Even MC could hardly believe how far he'd come so fast. He clenched his fists and told himself this was only the start. Killing the traitor Rendon Harvey wasn't nearly enough. That man was just a pawn. His real targets were Axion and the Sky Dragon behind him, and when the time came, he'd use everything he had to get his revenge. For now, though, he had something else important to deal with. The Nest Compass he received as a reward. The strange item was pointing straight toward the Winter Mountains, where the next trial would be held. During the second stage, he might finally learn what it was leading him to. Then, while thinking it over, he sensed something off nearby. His body reacted at once, ready for whoever was hiding. Someone had been following him, and the protagonist hated being watched. The hooded spy was startled when the protagonist suddenly vanished. A moment later, a cold blade was pressed to his neck from behind. MC demanded his name, and the man quickly tried to prove he wasn't some shady creep. He introduced himself as Gatsby Yotan from the Gale Sword Platoon, and said his captain sent him after seeing his amazing showing in the first test. Theo stared at him without giving anything away, so the scouting offers were coming earlier than expected. Gatsby explained that their captain was offering the protagonist a chance to take an admittance qualification test. That only annoyed MC. Instead of inviting him outright, the Gale Sword Platoon wanted him to take a test, and Gatsby kept bragging that even getting that chance was rare. Before he could keep talking, a sharp voice cut in and called the Gale Platoon idiots. A woman with a great sword on her back addressed him as young master and offered him a much better deal. She was Ayan Sosoli, the Fire Goblin and Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, and she came in person to give the protagonist a direct invitation. Gatsby instantly stumbled over his words when he saw her. Anyone who knew the Fire Goblin knew not to mess with her. But before Ayan could reach Theo, more scouts rushed out from hiding, afraid she'd recruit him first. They all started yelling offers. The Black Sword Platoon promised to make him squad leader within 3 years, and both the Swords of Law and the Security Bureau jumped in too. Fed up with the mess, Ayan snapped. They were supposed to win MC over with promises for his future, not stand there arguing like fools. He watched the whole thing from the side, then figured it'd be best to slip away before they bothered him anymore. But he didn't get the chance. Pink plum petals began drifting through the air, and one alluring voice shut everyone up at once. The newcomer admitted people would call her greedy, but she didn't care if it meant getting someone this talented on her side. It was Osa Ragnar Planus, the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the Sword Dragon herself, and her arrival stunned everyone into silence. Only Ayan dared ask why the clan head's first wife was here. Osa calmly said she wanted the same thing as the others. She had come all the way out here just to meet Theo Ragnar in person. While the protagonist dealt with that chaos, the Salutarian was blowing off steam by chopping people down. Calling Axion a sore loser didn't even begin to cover it. To keep himself from exploding, Axion was slaughtering his own men. He moved through young swordsmen like they were training dummies, cutting them down one after another. Axion wanted blood, and he was getting it. With every strike, he remembered MC's face from the Scaled Dragon Society banquet, when MC left him bleeding and one-armed. He also couldn't forget the draconic aura MC released during the trial. Losing by just a few inches made it even worse. Only one thought filled his head: kill him and tear him apart. Until then, murdering his own men would do. By the end, he had even thrown aside his sword and started venting his rage with his bare hands. When he finally calmed down, the training ground was covered with corpses, young swordsmen who thought they were only there to spar with their young master. Then someone else stepped into the area. Axion's eyes shifted, and without even checking who it was, he grabbed his sword again and attacked. He hurled the blade with perfect aim straight at the intruder's head. But for the Sky Dragon, stopping that kind of tantrum was easy. He caught the sword by the tip in midair. Ed Troyven then cursed his nephew for being pathetic. Killing random people wouldn't change anything. Once Axion realized it was his uncle, he settled down a little. Ed told him to cool off and make a real plan. He'd already started preparing things, and Axion only needed to follow along. This twisted uncle and nephew pair were set on turning the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's funeral. Back in the snowy woods, the scouts backed away for Lady Plumblossom, knowing anything they offered would mean little if she was involved. Just as they were about to complain, the space around the protagonist and OSA was cut off from the outside world, sealing them inside her personal domain. The scouts figured that could only mean one thing. She might be planning to teach the young Ragnar herself inside that swirling mass of energy. Inside, the isolated space was far larger than it looked from outside, stretching farther than the eye could see. Theo recognized it right away as one of OSA's trademark techniques, a perfect space cut off from the world outside. He'd heard stories about it before, and now he was seeing it for himself. His rising fame was clearly catching up to him. Olasé laughed at his reaction. She knew the demon dragon would be furious when he learned what she was doing, but that wouldn't stop her from giving MC a gift, and he knew exactly what kind of gift she meant. OSA slowly drew her sword and began speaking about the clan head's swordsmanship. She described it as dragon fire falling from the sky, destroying and burning everything in its path. Her own style, she said, was completely different. She embraced endless changes in her sword. Theo looked around and saw the snowy trail was gone, replaced by a field of plum trees. Each step she took sent soft ripples across the water beneath her feet. This was the form of dragon she pursued, one built on endless change. As OSA moved forward, her sword danced, plum blossoms opening, while petals drifted down. Her movements flowed in a way that almost looked impossible. She cut, stabbed, and chopped in a strange rhythm. When the demonstration ended, she lowered her sword, and the petals spiraled down around it. Theo was completely absorbed. The crazy part was that she had done all of it in a single breath. What she showed him was the first full bloom technique, Celestial Flower Rain. The protagonist couldn't speak, and his heart pounded hard. What he had just seen was beyond amazing. In that one flowing motion, he counted 120 circles and variations. It made the rumors easy to believe that in pure swordsmanship, she might even surpass the clan head. Theo understood right away that if he could take even a small part of what he'd just seen and add it to his single flash, his strength would soar. So he humbly asked if he was really worthy of such a gift. OSA gave a light laugh and told him it was fine as long as he enjoyed watching. At last, Lady Plum Blossom dropped the isolation zone and the plum grove faded away. The snowy forest came back. She told MC that if he wanted to see what came after the first technique, he could visit her anytime after the awakening ceremony. That bold invitation stunned the scouts. The First Lady just wants Theo to become a fresh wind in this dead place. Then she scattered into drifting plum petals and vanished. More than anyone, he knows he just received something huge. Even he couldn't shamelessly walk away without feeling grateful to the First Lady. That left him in a tough spot. Becoming Lady Plum Blossom's disciple while also joining the white-armored dragon cavalry felt way too greedy. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial finally began. All 87 qualified candidates gathered in the Winter Mountains near the northern Great Wall. It was the perfect place for a brutal test. These mountains run an enormous distance from winter all the way to the Demon Sea. For over 1,000 years, the Ragnars have defended humanity here. Beyond the Great Wall lies the Demon Sea, a cursed land full of fiends. Jackie Ragnar, a high-ranking swordsman and overseer of the second exam, warned them that this duty would fall to their generation someday. That made Winter Mountain the right testing ground. Still, as apprentice swordsmen, they were forbidden from crossing into the Demon Sea, so the exam stayed on the inner side of the wall. The rules were simple. They had 15 days to kill demonic monsters in the Winter Mountains and take the bells tied around their necks. There were 7 bell colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Their points rose in that order, and so did the danger. Jackie especially warned them about violet bell fiends. Those monsters were far beyond what any apprentice swordsman could handle, but they were worth a massive number of points. How the examinees hunted was up to them. In the end, all that mattered was bringing back bells before time ran out. Everyone understood what that meant. If any method was allowed, then stealing someone else's kill or bells was fair game, maybe even expected. The clan was clearly pushing them into conflict. That was just the Ragnar way, survival of the strongest. Before starting, Jackie also explained the totems spread across the mountains. They kept fiends away, and supplies were buried near those safe zones for anyone smart enough to use them. With that, Jackie officially started the second trial. The moment he dismissed them, many candidates rushed off. Most thought like Sybil. With 15 days ahead, supplies came first, then they could move on to their own plans. The test had barely begun, and Holkus already loved it. This was his kind of battlefield. Axion, driven by revenge, had entered the exam with a cruel goal. His uncle, the Sky Dragon, had drilled one thing into him: follow the plan and Theo would fall. Axion raced ahead without looking back, never noticing someone was following him. It was Ray Ragnar. Once the others started moving, the protagonist headed for the woods to begin too. But before he got far, a familiar voice stopped him. Remington ran over and asked if Theo remembered when he said they were friends. Over the last 3 days, the Silver Lion had thought hard about that. In the end, he decided MC was both a friend and a rival, and that led to one clear wish. He wanted to truly surpass him. The young dragon was surprised at first, then smiled. Clearly happy, he understood that feeling perfectly. From the moment they crossed swords on the training ground, respect had grown between them. Theo felt the same. Remington was both a close friend and a rival. Remington laughed in relief. He'd been worried the feeling might be one-sided. Now sure of himself, he declared that he'd beat the protagonist in the second stage. The protagonist sincerely wished him luck. Then Remington burst forward and sped deep into the Winter Mountain. MC paused to take it in. Someone as amazing as Remington had chosen him as the one to beat. That gave him a thrill he'd never known before. He was finally becoming truly strong, and he loved it. Then he pushed those feelings aside and opened his inventory. Taking out the nest compass, he finally began searching for the dragon's nest. The needle gave him a direction. Soon the system's blue light led him to a hidden cave near a deadly cliff. The compass had brought him to the dangerous edge of the Winter Mountain. But when he reached the spot, he was confused. Nothing there looked special. The needle pointed straight at the ground, so that had to mean something. Maybe he was supposed to dig. If so, he really should have brought a shovel. Using white moonlight blade to dig through snow and dirt would be a terrible waste. While he was thinking it over, Theo's instincts suddenly flared. He calmly drew his sword, spun around, and attacked the hidden presence at once. His sweeping slash tore through everything in its path. Trees fell in a line, and the ground was carved up. Letting some killing intent leak out, the protagonist coldly told them to show themselves. 3 shady figures stepped from the woods, shocked that he had sensed them. The second Theo saw their faces, he froze. In his past life, he knew them as the 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain: Hyde, Cow, and Rune. They were human trash, infamous for slaughtering civilians during missions and calling it accidents. They were one of the ugliest results of Ragnar's rule of the strong. MC could never forget the massacre at Vuk Village. Back when he worked in Black Snow, he had been sent to clean up their mess. No one knew better than him how much horror these 3 would bring. Official records said 761 people died in that one incident, with 220 more missing. The worst part was that none of the bodies could be identified, because these monsters crushed their victims' heads for fun. Theo had already planned to deal with them someday, but never this soon. Since they'd been tailing him so well, he asked if Axion had sent them to kill him. One of them laughed that off. Kids like Axion couldn't order them around. Their employer was someone so high above the protagonist that he wouldn't even think of the name. But MC quickly narrowed it down to one person, the head counselor. The scoundrel's reaction confirmed it. It wasn't a hard guess, especially with how much they talked about blood and heritage. No proctor was anywhere nearby, which meant the overseers were likely part of the plot too. Theo's quick mind made him dangerous, but the scoundrels still believed they could finish the job no matter what. Their leader sneered that smashing a handsome face like his was what he enjoyed most. The protagonist didn't flinch. He kept all 3 in sight and cut off the trash talk by striking first, calling forth an ancient dragon avatar with his force. They hadn't even closed the gap before death was on them. Theo swung 3 times in rapid, perfect sequence and used his new move, Triple Dragon's Claw, 1 strike for each scoundrel. MC wasn't afraid of killing, but he refused to sink to their level. He was taking revenge for a crime they hadn't committed yet, and unlike them, he left only their heads behind. Dragon's Claw was so destructive it crushed the body to pulp while sparing the head. The criminals got exactly what they deserved. Even he was surprised by how quickly they died, maybe because they were still younger at this point in time. He owed that new skill to the brief lesson from Lady Plum Blossom. Over the past 3 days, he'd studied and rebuilt what she showed him, creating a way to fire off 3 single flashes in a row. Using circles and arcs to make curved slashes was difficult, but it opened the door to all kinds of new uses. Of course, repeating those changes 120 times in one breath, like the First Lady, was still far beyond him. Theo grabbed the severed heads, their shocked and pained faces still frozen in place, and tossed them off the cliff for beasts to eat. Then he went back to figuring out how to get underground, until he heard a dull thud only a few meters below. Looking closer, he realized there was an invisible staircase winding down the cliff, now marked with the scoundrel's blood. The hidden quest to find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave had begun. The protagonist jumped down the cliff, eager to claim the treasure below, not knowing a strange bird was watching from far away. Back at the palace, the first update from the exam came in. Axiom was leading with 41 demon bells, tearing through the test with 20 men behind him. In second place was Ray. But everyone cared about one thing. How was MC doing? The messenger had to go all the way to the last page to find his report. Theo had collected 0 demon bells and he was moving alone with no team. The best guess was that he was staying hidden or waiting to strike, but without proctors nearby, nobody could confirm that. Everyone at the table could hear Lady Plum Blossom growing impatient. The head counselor pushed back. He said doing well in the first round did not mean he would shine in the second. In his eyes, the boy might not be ready for a real fight. He leaned even harder on the protagonist being a so-called natural child, not a pure Ragnar. Deep down, he figured his men had already handled the problem faster than planned. Then the old councilman got a telepathic call from Ed, asking if he had moved on his own behind the scenes. The head counselor barely tried to hide it. He only sounded annoyed that he hadn't shared it earlier, but since things seemed settled, he called it a good result. Even Ed was taken aback by how openly the old man treated Theo like he didn't belong. That only made Ed angrier. Some obsessed old fool had acted without permission and might have ruined his plans. After Camellia was taken from his family, Ed had pushed hard for a chance to seize Rose Palace, but he never found the primordial dragon's relic. So he came to a new guess. Theo must know something about that relic. Ed could feel the boy was tied to it somehow. Seeing MC as a growing threat, Ed used telepathy again and sent a guard to tell Axion to hurry. Lady Plum Blossom could tell the head counselor and the intelligence director were plotting, and they were not nearly as subtle as they thought. His side would need its own precautions. That made sense, but Julius strongly rejected the idea of stepping in. He truly believed the protagonist would not break from a test like this. Julius trusted that the boy was safe and simply caught in some unknown situation. He was also still bothered that Lady Plum Blossom had secretly met Theo. She just played dumb and laughed. Meanwhile, back on Winter Mountain, MC finally figured out where the hidden stairs led. Inside was a plain cave, with skeletons wandering near the outer area. They kept attacking, and the place was rigged with a strong mental trap that could break most people. But after surviving White Moonlight Blade's brutal test, Theo could brush off something this weak. More importantly, he followed the compass and found a lead. To be safe, he spread out his senses, and with that special divinity skill, he could even tell what was waiting behind corners. Putting all that aside, the protagonist was the first one to reach the trial point. At last, he found the hatchling's lair. 3 years from now, things would go very differently. In that future, Black Snow would kill the hatchling and uncover a priceless legendary item. As he went deeper, Theo quietly apologized to Black Snow in advance. He was about to take one of their biggest finds. Behind the gate waited the Amon Grimoire, a one-of-a-kind treasure that could change everything. The moment MC stepped through, he froze. Gold was piled everywhere, mixed with legendary weapons, gems, and treasures. One thing was clear, this was not a hatchling's nest. At the center of the chamber slept a massive ancient dragon on top of its mountain of gold. A closer look told Theo it was in a deep, careless sleep. He wasn't fooling himself. If that dragon woke up and attacked, he could forget the relic, forget the treasure, he would die. So were Black Snow's records wrong? Why was a full-grown dragon here instead of a hatchling? Maybe the information was bad, or maybe he had arrived 3 years too early. Either way, he had to rethink everything. For a second, he seriously thought about leaving empty-handed. It was a shame, but he could always come back before Black Snow arrived in the future. Then the choice was gone. The dragon opened its eyes. When Theo turned, he found himself staring straight at one of the oldest beings in the world. To his shock, the ancient dragon Lodbrok spoke in a human voice and called him the first selector to arrive in a very long time. Even stranger, the giant dragon was calm and introduced herself without any hostility. Lodbrok said the Ragnar called her the Guardian Dragon and the Master of Winter Mountain. Anyone raised in the clan knew the name Lodbrok. Not wanting to show disrespect, Theo dropped to his knees and bowed to his ancestor. That caught Lodbrok's interest. He had always been taught that Lodbrok was Sigurd's companion and the mother of Friedreich. Lodbrok snorted and said Friedreich must have spread that nonsense. Yes, she and Sigurd were companions for a time, but only out of respect for a contractor who sold his soul to dragons. There was never any real romance between them. Humans and dragons cannot mate in the first place. That made Theo ask if the Ragnar really carried dragon blood, or if the whole story was just propaganda to raise the clan's name. Lodbrok said the claim was still true. Through her long contract with Sigurd, her dragon blood was passed on. The protagonist was about to ask more about his family's past, but Lodbrok cut him off. Small talk was over. Now she would perform her duty as guardian dragon to the selectors. From here on, she would honor the covenant made at the clan's beginning, and let any selector who passed her test ask 3 questions. That was a huge relief. This was not turning into a fight. Since Theo wanted to stand at the top of the clan one day, he knew those 3 questions had to pull out as much hidden truth as possible. Outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony was still raging on. Axon kept crushing beasts and holding first place, and his 1,000 dragons roar was already strong enough to one-shot most enemies. After a white tiger dropped dead in the snow, Axon stepped forward and reached for the green bell on its neck. That made 57 confirmed kills. His score was climbing fast. Still, hunting monsters was only his side job. What Axon really wanted was MC, but every scout kept giving the same answer. MC was nowhere to be found. One follower, Orion, smirked and said he was probably scared now that real monsters and real danger were involved. Orion was desperate to stay close to Axion's group, no matter what. He feared the man, but he also believed in his power. Still, he pushed too far when he admitted the protagonist had grown stronger, but had spent too long living like an idiot. In the next second, Orion was choking and clawing for air, as Axion crushed his throat with one hand. Axion figured the fool only spoke like that because he had never truly been strong. To Axion, real power meant never needing to fear anything. Orion was close to breaking, and Axion looked as cruel and unstable as ever. He tried to force out an apology between gasps, but the scene only stopped when another messenger arrived with word from Ed. The message was simple: hurry up and finish the plan. Axion tossed Orion aside like trash and told the messenger to reply that his uncle should stop nagging him. He didn't need a reminder. No one in the world wanted Theo dead more than Axion did. Meanwhile, MC was still in the dragon's den, thinking hard about what question would give him the most useful answer. After a while, he finally chose the first one. Lodbrok yawned, almost bored back to sleep, and seemed glad he had finally decided. Theo kept it simple. Why was the guardian dragon still here? Lodbrok instantly saw through his plan. start with a basic question and pull out deeper truths, and she praised him for it. Her answer was simple. At the edge of the world there is a monster whose body stretches across the seas. It is called the Nameless Monarch. For around 1,000 years, Lodbrok had remained in her lair for one reason. She was tasked with protecting the world. Winter Mountain and this den were only an outpost. He went silent, trying to process that massive revelation. He was sure he hadn't imagined it. For just a moment, he saw what looked like fear in Lodbrok's eyes. That was the real shock. An ancient dragon, almost godlike in power, could still feel terror. Somewhere out there was a being that could frighten a deity who had ruled for over 1,000 years. The Nameless Monarch had to be something truly terrible. Theo wants to keep digging for answers, but there are bigger things he needs to know first. For his second question, he asks what these ancient dragon relics really are. Lodbrok says there are about 3 relics she knows of. She doesn't know every detail, but she can tell the protagonist has been very lucky. The 3 she knows are the Dungeon Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Blade. The last one, though, is more complicated. She calls it Ancient Dragon Papnir's Relic. It came from a great dragon whose soul split into 31 pieces. Those pieces were given to humans to help protect mankind and fight the Nameless Monarch. These relics don't all look the same. Some are objects, some are experiences, and a few become strange invisible phenomena. That last part makes Theo's mind race. He finally understands that the last relic may have been inside him all along. His whole life after going back in time flashes through his head. Living 20 years, then returning to the moment before death, is about as strange as it gets for anyone. His regression has to be another kind of ancient dragon relic. That means the relic is inside MC himself. He carries a piece of Papnir's soul. But one thing still doesn't fit. Every relic is supposed to have a dragon guarding it, yet his regression had no dragon at all. That thought leads him to his third and final question. He meets Lodbrok's sharp gaze and asks why he was chosen. Why would the hand of fate pick someone as untalented as Ragnar's fool to fight a monster like the Nameless Monarch? Lodbrok glares back, then answers his question with one of her own. Why does he think he's the only chosen one out there? That simple answer makes Theo realize he's been thinking too small. He may not be the only person chosen by these relics. Ed Kierson and even the Black Dragon know relics exist. They've all been searching for them on purpose. So there's a good chance they were chosen by pieces of Papnir's soul too. If that's true, are they seeing the same messages he sees? Did they also go back in time? Those questions bring Theo closer to the truth, but they also make everything messier. In short, a nameless monarch waits at the edge of the world, and even an ancient dragon fears it, and the protagonist might not be the only regressor. With all 3 questions answered, the quest is done and MC can claim his reward. He was so caught up in what he learned that he almost forgot he came here for Amon's grimoire, but now he's changed his mind. He wants something far greater, something no treasure here can match. As his reward, he's allowed to choose anything from the ancient dragon's treasury. Lodbrok proudly talks about the huge range of treasures she has gathered from around the world. Gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, weapons, anything he can imagine. Whatever he picks will be worth a fortune, and she tells him to choose carefully. She'll hand it over. Theo slowly smiles, then boldly says he wants Lodbrok herself. That catches her off guard. She takes it as a joke and tells him to stop playing around and name his real choice. Still firm, he says that already is what he wants. She pauses, asks if he's serious, and when he confirms it, her killing pressure shakes the ground under the protagonist's feet. Using dragon fear, Lodbrok calls his words disrespectful and tears into him for crossing the line. Theo struggles to stay standing under the pressure. Her roar is so strong that blood spills from his face, but he still answers with his own weaker drake's fear. It's useless, of course. Even Lodbrok thinks he's a fool for trying to oppose an ancient dragon with such a weak roar. Even so, MC keeps shouting. She told him to take any treasure in the nest, and by her own words, nothing said he couldn't choose the guardian dragon herself. He sounds confident, but he knows this is a huge gamble, one worth risking his life for. Lodbrok helped Sigurd build the Ragnar clan. If he can become her partner, it would prove he truly stands as a warrior of that clan. To stop the horrors of the past, he's willing to throw his life away for this chance. Theo demands that the guardian dragon honor her own words. With a strained voice, he begs for her help. In that moment, Lodbrok sees a shadow of Sigurd in him. After seeing that image behind the protagonist, she stops her roar and accepts his request to MC's shock. A few seconds later, the dragon shrinks into a smaller, more human-like form and looks him over. Lodbrok admits she's impressed and is willing to give him a chance. Theo is left speechless for a few seconds. Lodbrok quickly reminds him she's over 2,000 years old, so he shouldn't get any ideas. Then he addresses the guardian dragon and points to her chest to the hole there. It came from a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her heart then, and since that day she's been waiting to die. She only has about 3 years left before that happens. That's also why she can't leave the nest, so she won't be able to help him directly. Because of that, she asks again if he still wants to choose her as his reward. Theo just smiles and says he hasn't changed his mind, he still chooses her. The system confirms that the guardian dragon is now his reward. Lodbrok calls it a foolish pick, but figures that's just part of what makes him the chosen one. The system grants Theo the title of the guardian dragon's significant other, along with descendant of the clan's progenitor. The protagonist vows to grow stronger and gather the rest of primordial dragon Fafnir's relics. A soul link forms between the guardian dragon and the warrior as MC promises to find something that can replace Lodbrok's heart. Among Fafnir's relics, he's sure there must be something miraculous enough to save her. He also levels up from the experience points he gained as a result, To Theo, that's the least he should do after taking that title. Lodbrok gives him a smirk and says she hopes her new partner will take good care of her. Then she reminds him she still can't leave this place, so he'll have to manage on his own until she goes back into hibernation for the time being. She also has something for him, an ancient book. Lodbrok explains that to fully sync his soul with hers, he needs to read it and awaken his mind gate. She thinks it should take about a month, and tells him not to rush while reading through it. The system then tells him about the bonus reward he just got. It's a grimoire called Amen. When Theo checks it, he's stunned to find knowledge and magic principles dating back to the beginning of time. It's an incredible book, packed with the secrets of the universe, and he's thrilled to have it. But one thing bothers him. The month she mentioned. He asks what she means, and Lodbrok says that's the usual time needed to open a mind gate. Then she asks if he has something more important to do. He has to admit that he does. The second stage of the awakening ceremony is happening right now. The exam only lasts 15 days, so he has less than half a month left. That's why he wants to wait until it ends before starting this. Lodbrok looks at him and says that may be possible, but she won't allow it. She doesn't plan to let him leave so soon. He has to open his mind gate before the second stage ends, and until then, she's keeping him here. The exam ends in 13 days, or a little over 300 hours. That's all the time Theo has. Now let's rewind a bit. There were 3 days left before the second stage began when Axion's uncle explained how totems create anti-fiend safe zones. The reason is a fiend summoning marble hidden inside the totem. It's a small sphere filled with boosted fiend energy, which keeps other fiends away from it. To show what happens, he crushes the marble. The moment it breaks, a fiend appears. That means they can summon fiends anytime and almost any place. Several fiends surround him, proving how useful those summoning marbles are. He wipes them out with his dragon spirit and says the goal of the second exam is to kill fiends and earn points. So Theo's only choice is to hunt fiends for his score. Axion starts to understand his uncle's bigger plan, using those marbles to lure the protagonist into a trap. But his uncle says bait alone won't be enough. They still need clues about the Rose Palace relics. Since Axion hates MC so much, he wants to break him and force the answers out. Still, his uncle quickly knocks that idea down with one sharp reminder. Axion and Theo aren't that far apart in strength, so this won't go the way Axion imagines. On top of that, he's shown he cares about people, and that gives them a weakness to use. His uncle tells him to target the dropouts gathered at the 4th training ground. Using them as hostages should make it easier to squeeze the protagonist for information about the artifact. Axion hates relying on a trick like that, but he agrees. Back in the present, the Dark Leopard thinks about how Theo shocked everyone by staying hidden until the very end of the exam. There are only 12 hours left in the second stage. The Ragnar Genius is sitting in first with a huge 860 points. Even so, the Dark Leopard is annoyed. Their plan failed. One of his men guesses the council got to MC first, since that's the only thing that explains why he vanished. Felix Ragnar, now in 7th place, says he noticed the same thing. Axion snaps back, calling that comment almost stupid. Then he twists the knife, asking why Lady Plumblossom took interest in Theo instead of him. Felix gets angry. He was only trying to help track him down, and Axion answered with an insult. But Axion couldn't care less how he feels. He stands with a dark smile and says that if the protagonist won't show himself, he'll drag him out. He has both the Scaled Dragon Society and Plumblossom Palace under his command. Now he plans to lead them himself and slaughter the failures from the 4th training ground until Theo is forced to appear. Listening in from hiding is Ray Ragnar, who's in 3rd place. Then the focus shifts to a frost lizard fiend being killed, and the fighters cheer like beating a yellow bell fiend is some huge victory. But these guys barely have any points, and only 12 hours remain. They're worried about MC, especially after gathering all those supplies. One of them guesses he must be handling something more important. Surviving is all that really matters in the exam, since rankings supposedly don't matter. Even so, they still hope Theo would end up on top again. Their careless talk ends when one attacker suddenly runs them through with a spear. Orion Gardner has just killed Sybil in cold blood. The others panic as the Scaled Dragon Society makes it clear they're today's targets, all to lure out him. They're being punished just for being connected to him. At the same time, we return to Lodbrok's nest, where she's amazed Theo opened his mind gate in less than half a month. The system confirms he's begun to understand the magical principles, helped by knowledge from his past life before he regressed. The key to learning the Ammon Grimoire is the amount and quality of magic power. Since the protagonist has both a mana haul and the dragon heart, it comes easily to him, letting him learn twice as fast as most people. That leads to a new low-rank skill, Hatchling Synchro. It lets him read the memories of objects through psychokinesis. Lodbrok says he's shown he deserves to be her partner. He has the basics now, and the rest can come through training. She adds that once he reaches a higher level, he'll start hearing her voice. In the end, she'll get her biggest boost yet, and he'll be able to use Lodbrok's power, the same gift held by the clan's founder. But first, the Guardian Dragon needs time to recover, since she only has 3 years left. Theo stays confident, and says he'll prove himself. Satisfied, she announces that the Primordial Covenant is complete. Lodbrok warmly says goodbye and hopes they meet again soon. MC finally steps outside, but even with the pact done, he still has 0 points and only 12 hours left. Even he knows the odds are awful. If he hunts fiends the normal way, there's no chance he reaches first place in time. So he picks the only real option, take bells from other candidates. Since Axion took first in his past life, he figures that's probably still true now. So if he beats his Ragnar rival, he can take the top spot. Of course, that's easier said than done. Then someone staggers out of the woods. The figure is badly hurt and immediately grabs Theo's attention. It's Ray Ragnar, and she looks terrible. The protagonist first wonders if a strong fiend attacked her, but that explanation doesn't fit for long. He spots a sword wound and realizes a person did this. Worried, he asks what happened, but Ray can barely talk. All she manages is a warning, go west. Right after that, she collapses into Theo's arms. Using his new ability, he reads the memories left on the sword. He sees Ray spying on the group hunting MC's allies. The failures from the 4th training ground had been tied up and beaten, while Axion's people argued over whether to kill them. Someone asked Orion why he brought 9 hostages when 2 or 3 would have been enough. Before they could finish the captives off, Ray stepped in and revealed herself to Axion. The Dark Leopard told her this was personal and warned her not to interfere. Ray refused to stand by and got ready to fight. Axion, annoyed that he had won her over, moved to bring her down. Their fight started with a fierce clash, and it ended with Ray taking a brutal slash. After that, the memories cut off because his skill level is still too low. Theo is furious and confused that Axion went this far just to seize his allies, while Ray is stunned that he learned all that without hearing a word from her. He presses her for the rest, and through the pain she explains that Axion planned to capture the protagonist from the start. When the protagonist stayed hidden, Axion grabbed his friends instead. That hits MC hard and his anger spikes. He realizes the enemies from his first life haven't changed, but this time he's strong enough to face them. He demands to know where Axion is and what he's planning. Meanwhile, one of Axion's men reports that Theo is near the northern cliffside. The news catches Axion off guard, but his men are sure he met Ray Ragnar, which means he'll head their way soon. Excited at the chance to cut the protagonist down, Axion waits with a cruel grin. Still, he's reminded there's no reason to fight MC one-on-one. His real goal is getting clues about the relics. His men can handle Theo instead, and they want him to set off the summoning marbles to stir up chaos nearby. Axion likes the idea and says he'll go through with it. Back with Ray, she begs him not to go. Even the Central Intelligence proctors are involved in the plot against him. It's more than he can handle right now. She warns that the exam has turned into a killing ground, a trap built just for him. Going alone would be suicide, so she urges him to get help from the proctors. But Theo says there's no time, and while he's thankful for what she did, he can't ignore what might be happening to his friends. So he's ready to move the second she gives him Axion's location. Ray can only stare, convinced he's lost his mind. The risk is too high, and if he goes, he'll die. She begs him to be careful for once. Theo fires back that he refuses to lose the people he cares about a second time. They promised they'd survive the second stage together after all. Ray quietly says sacrifices are part of being a Ragnar, but the protagonist throws her own choice back at her. She stepped in because even she couldn't watch Axion's cruelty continue. That moment drags up memories of his first life, when everything around him was destroyed. It all happened because he was weak in a clan that worships strength. MC is done losing people and being used. He refuses to repeat his past, and with that anger burning in him, he demands Axion's location. The scene then shifts to Remington's side of things. He finds the supplies Sybil and the others left behind, along with blood that proves something went wrong. Then he turns toward 2 fighters in the distance. They're Holkis in 5th place, and Erica in 4th. Remington, meanwhile, is right behind Axion in 2nd. Back with Theo, he's fighting a snow fiend. He slips past its first attacks, then ends the fight in a single strike, focused on more urgent things. He races toward Axion, hoping some of his friends are still alive. He knows Ed is playing into Axion's feelings and pushing for him to be eliminated without causing too much backlash from the sect. The proof is obvious: the Intelligence Bureau proctors are backing Axion. As the protagonist cuts through the monsters with Triple Dragon's Claw, he realizes the proctors sent to kill him will also keep Axion in check. They'll stop Axion if he gets too reckless. Even so, MC keeps moving fast. He knows Axion is easy to bait and quick to act without thinking. He leaps in for an attack from above. While striking the fiend, Theo figures he can turn Axion's temper against him. His blade drives through the monster's head, spilling blood. Meanwhile, Ray steadies herself and thinks about how he hasn't changed since he was little. Even hurt, she still wants to help him. At the same time, Axion's hostages are being beaten badly, and he's ready to kill them for making even a sound. The proctors warn him again not to make trouble on his own, so Axion lowers his blade and waits. He knows 4 top swordsmen from the proctors are on their way to quietly kill Theo. His uncle thinks Axion isn't strong enough to beat the protagonist himself, and that stings, especially since Axion sees the protagonist as nothing more than a bug. Then, just as no one expected, MC shows up. Axion sees him covered in blood, like a man who fought his way through everything. His eyes are locked in with pure resolve. He takes in his injured friends, looks at the scum behind it, then faces Axion, who has been waiting for him. Then his gaze falls on his dead friends. His grip tightens around his weapon. Axion draws his sword, ready to fight, but once again he's told not to move. So Axion lets the weapon drop and goes back to the negotiation. He tells the protagonist to hand over the artifact info if he wants his friends to live. Instead, the protagonist asks if Axion is scared of him. The question is no accident. MC is playing straight into Axion's weakness. He mocks him as a coward, using dirty tricks to avoid getting crushed. Axion starts boiling over, but he keeps going. He says Axion only hides behind his men to protect his own reputation. And the hostage act? To Theo, it's just more proof that Axion is terrified of losing and doesn't deserve the name of one of the four hounds. Now Axion is furious, which is exactly what the protagonist wanted. MC keeps pushing, calling him to fight one-on-one like a real Ragnar, unless of course he wants to run like the coward he says he is. That breaks Axion's last bit of control. Theo sets the terms. If he loses, Axion gets the information and his life. If he wins, he leaves with his friends. The Black Leopard snaps, laughing in the protagonist's face. He mocks him, puts him in his place, and glares at him with pure killing intent. The CBI tries to cut in, fully aware MC is provoking Axion on purpose. They tell him to stick to the plan, but Axion is done listening. He accepts the duel and steps forward, just like he wanted. The proctors realize this is going completely wrong. If Axion starts losing badly, they're ready to step in. But Axion orders his side not to interfere, saying a Ragnar duel must keep its honor. He also tells them not to harm the hostages for now. The fight starts with Theo striking first and catching Axion off guard. After that, both get serious and clash as equals. Axion looks down on him and starts swinging harder, then unleashes a Heaven Dragon shout to show the gap between them. The roaring attack is dangerous enough to make the protagonist worry, but he answers with a charged triple Dragon's Claw, slicing through it and shocking Axion. Axion now has to face a man who can stand up to his best moves. Theo fires back with his own taunt, asking if Axion is really strong enough to lecture him. Watching this, Orion breaks into a sweat after MC's last attack. He doubted him before, but now even he can see the MC's real power, and Axion might actually lose. Worried for himself, Orion wonders if he should switch sides while he still can. He also knows Axion badly underestimated him. In the end, Orion stays put. The Intelligence Bureau proctors are watching too closely, and he figures they'll kill the protagonist no matter what. So Orion orders his men scatter and find the remaining proctors. They don't want to get dragged into this fight. Then the story turns to Axion's past. From a young age, he was expected to take the clan throne. His mother and uncle pushed him hard because his success meant their gain too. The Ragnar name was only a mask. Under that, they saw the boy as a Troivin. Even Axion can't help admitting Theo is performing well. He charges in to bring MC down, but he blocks it with a confident smile. Axion is reacting exactly the way the protagonist hoped. Far away, the council discusses the protagonist's return and news that he's met Axion. Those on Theo's side are thrilled he made it out alive. While his enemies are stunned, the scoundrels didn't finish him off. Axion's uncle is glad MC survived too. No one knows his full plan, but he believes they can use him by forcing the truth out of MC. Once they get the information, he'll send in the high-ranking swordsman to kill him. Then fresh news arrives. The protagonist and Axion are in the middle of a fight. That terrifies him because this is the exact opposite of what he planned. Back in the duel, Theo uses his secret technique, Jester's footwork, giving him better speed, dodging, and movement. Axion swings again and again, but can't land a hit. During the exchange, he finally realizes how much stronger MC has become. Axion narrows his eyes and says Theo isn't as fast as he first seemed. Now he's starting to read his movement. He suddenly hurls his sword straight at his head. The move catches him off guard because he remembers that same sword-throwing style from before. In his past life, that kind of attack struck him from the side. Axion says the protagonist's secret technique still follows a pattern, making his next position easy to predict. Blood runs down the blade, but the protagonist survives by catching the sword with his bare hand. That confirms it for him. Axion was one of the traitors who helped bring down the Ragnar clan. Burning with hatred, MC is almost glad to finally know this is the bastard who struck him down before. On the day he died, he never even learned who destroyed the Rose Palace. Back then, he was too weak and could only run blindly. He only started to understand after Rendon took off his mask. Evelyn's investigation linked Rendon to the Camellia Palace, and the rest was easy to figure out. The attack was led by members of the Ed Troivon clan. And among all of them, only one person used that strange sword-throwing style, Axion Ragnar, the sly traitor. He was so full of himself that he even risked losing his weapon. At first, Theo only suspected them. Now the truth is right in front of him. Enraged, he squeezes the sword so hard that it shatters in his hand. He wants to know why they're so desperate to kill him that they'd go this far. Seeing that raw strength, Axion is speechless. Too bad for his enemies. Theo isn't the same man he was in his last life. This time, he's determined to protect himself and his comrades. The protagonist flings the broken blade back at Axion, and Axion dodges easily, mocking his aim and his weak copy of the technique. Then Axion feels it. A surge of rage and killing intent so huge that MC's mana explodes outward. His eyes go wide. He had been hiding this much power the whole time. In a blink, he vanishes and appears right under him with a crushing strike. The blow sends Axion flying backward. Now he's the one forced onto defense. The protagonist keeps pressing and even cuts his face. With a smirk, he asks when Axion plans to stop holding back. Then Axion catches the protagonist's arm and slices his face too. They're still trading blows evenly. MC disappears from sight again and launches a slash strong enough to knock Axion's sword away. That leaves Axion wide open. He questions him one last time as he lines up a stab for his stomach, a killing blow too close to dodge. Elsewhere, Remington studies the blood trail and realizes an injured body was dragged through here. The only name that fits is Axion, though it makes no sense for him to be this reckless with first place already in hand. From that, Remington figures out the plan. They use the second stage of the exam to hunt Theo down. Holkis is angry they stooped so low and fought like cowards. But Erica Rank isn't surprised. She says this kind of thing should be expected during the clan's awakening ceremony. Remington already knows that, and says it's exactly why he hates the Ragnar way. They worship strength and go too far. Erica Rank, now annoyed, tells him to watch his mouth. Remington doesn't care. Like Theo would, he's focused on saving his friends. He asks for their help, and Holkus is all Erica Rank doesn't care, and turns away. She came to see the protagonist, and since he isn't here, she has no reason to help the weak. That makes her brother ask if she's really that heartless. Remington gets why she wants to meet Theo and tells her helping now would pay off later. The three of them move out to find where the hostages are. Remington hopes they get there before anything happens, but a group suddenly blocks their path. They're warriors from the Scaled Dragon Society, and their appearance makes the betrayal obvious. Orion is annoyed that the white-haired brat ran off to MC's side and now hangs around a bunch of meatheads. Holkus takes that personally, and Remington warns Orion to make this easy and step aside. But Orion clearly wants a fight, so Remington draws his sword. All three charge the Scaled Dragon Society at once. The story cuts back to the hostages, where one of them reaches the broken blade Theo threw. He never meant to hit Axion with it. He aimed it beside the hostage. It was their one chance to break free. The man twists his knees trying to saw through the rope. Back at the battle, Axion survives only because a senior swordsman steps in at the last second. The proctors finally act after seeing how serious things are. The man is Liam Trivaw, and he's ready to take the punishment for interfering. He breaks them apart and tells his men to pull Axion back. Then Liam goes straight at Theo, while the other proctors praise the young master's performance. They even hand Axion his sword back. He doesn't look enraged, just let down that Liam stepped in. Even so, the protagonist keeps up with Liam surprisingly well. Liam thrusts forward, and MC blocks it cleanly. From that brief clash, the senior swordsman can tell his defense is impressive, especially after fighting both Axion and now him. Still, he clearly can't match Liam's skill with the sword. With no proctors nearby to watch, Liam sees this as the perfect chance to kill the protagonist. So for the sake of the Trovian, he leaps in for a finishing strike. But the one who gets pierced is Liam. The one who stabs him is Axion. Axion reminds his men of the warning he gave at the start. No one was to interfere. Just like that, he turns on his own side. The other swordsmen call him out for attacking so recklessly. Axion snaps back, furious they thought he would lose. To him, that insults the heir's pride. Theo can only see that Axion has completely lost it. As for Axion, he finally admits MC has real skill as a Ragnar. His uncle filled his head from childhood, pushing him to rise up and claim the Ragnar throne. Axion admits he may be strong, but still says he is beneath him. He declares that he's the one destined to become the strongest warrior and take the throne, so there's no way he can lose here. Anyone who gets in the way of that dream will be cut down. With that, Axion charges in with another slash, but Theo slips past it. Using his speed, he shoots up into the air and lands a hit that even shocks Axion. Liam is still alive, just badly wounded. He orders his men to help Axion no matter what. They have to kill Theo while they still can. But the senior swordsmen hesitate, seeing where that kind of interference already led. Liam doesn't care. He tells them to move because if Axion dies here, they're all finished. Meanwhile, Axion is getting pushed back hard, stunned that the protagonist is beating him. He remembers his uncle saying the Ragnar clan is full of surprises, and that even impossible odds can flip in an instant. Now Axion is on the edge of defeat, and he can't accept it. He always treated Theo like a worm, an insect, a fool who didn't know his place. But his uncle was right. The gap between them is real. Even so, Axion still clings to his fantasy of being stronger. So he throws himself forward again, even with his body torn up. Blindly attacking, he rambles about destiny and fate. Theo doesn't care about any of that. To him, those ambitions only got people he cared about killed. So if Axion won't give up, MC will put him down by force. With that, he gathers his power and forms a blue dragon. One last time, he unleashes Triple Dragon's Claw, vowing to grow strong enough to kill anyone in his way. The attack tears straight through Axion. When the smoke clears, a body falls. Its head is gone. Axion's severed head drops from the air. It slams into the ground, and there's nothing anyone can do now. After that long battle, the winner is Theo Ragnar, standing tall after taking his revenge. Liam is left staring in shock at the young master's headless body. A grim end for a man that arrogant. The protagonist's bloody sword still hangs in the air for a moment, while Axion's corpse lies motionless. The battlefield falls silent, broken only by the rough breathing of the survivors. Liam's men stare in fear and disbelief, muttering Axion's name. Even badly hurt, Liam forces himself up and keeps his eyes on the body. Then he gives a weak order to kill MC. Covered in blood, MC stands still with his lowered sword dripping from the fight. Even wounded and exhausted, he quickly realizes he's still in danger. From here on, it's a gamble. Even at full strength, fighting 4 senior proctors would be hard. Right now, it's impossible. His stamina is shot, and that last attack nearly emptied his mana. Theo tightens his grip and steadies himself. He thinks the person he's waiting for should appear any second now. But before that happens, 2 cloaked figures rush in with swords drawn. More cloaked fighters move in fast. Then someone cries out, followed by a body hitting the ground. Before the others can react, more people join the fight. Remington, Holkus, and Erica Ranke, cutting into the attackers with total focus. The protagonist didn't expect them at all, and he calls out in surprise and relief, asking why they came. Remington gives a faint smile and says it should be obvious they weren't about to leave a comrade behind, especially young Master Theo. For a moment, MC can only stare at them. Erica Ranky grins, clearly impressed, and says he looks even better in person. It's her first time meeting someone this strong, and she already likes him. Hulkus laughs and agrees. He is amazing. Sybil, bruised but still determined, steps in too. He says they're here to help the protagonist, and can't just ignore the mess they helped create. They all know this breaks the rules, since supervisors are forbidden from stepping in, but they choose to fight beside him anyway. Remington even shouts over the noise that supervisors aren't supposed to interfere, and helping an examinee is a serious offense. Still, they stand their ground, and the battle starts to turn. The remaining Central Intelligence Bureau agents, now outnumbered, are forced onto defense. Liam watches in pain and frustration as his whole plan falls apart. One of his men, shaking, asks what they should do. Should they kill everyone here? Another urgently begs Liam to decide, saying the situation is already out of control. Liam's thoughts race as the full failure hits him. They learn nothing about the Rose Palace artifacts, failed to kill Theo, lost Axion, and got caught red-handed. Even with defeat closing in, Liam smiles darkly. He says there's still a way to cover it up, kill everyone. Looking over the bodies, he explains they can make it look like an internal clash or an outbreak among the examinees. Then he pulls out several dark orbs, 5th-grade monster summoning stones, to create enough chaos to pass it off as an accident. His men hesitate, but one hard look from Liam makes them nod. As he gets ready to release the monsters, his plan starts taking shape. Then a voice suddenly cuts through the tension and stops him cold. A sharp blow hits Liam, and 3 supervisors arrive. They represent the White Dragon Clan and Plum Blossom Palace, and one look at the scene tells them something is very wrong. Selfrid Gardner and Sally Gardner step forward at once, demanding answers. Natasha from Plum Blossom Palace studies the wreckage with a grim face. The remaining Central Intelligence Bureau members are immediately confronted. One supervisor orders the 3 to stop and says if they want to live, they'd better follow. Otherwise, they'll end up like Liam. For a moment, no one moves. Theo stays silent and watches it all. He survived impossible odds, but the weight of that victory is still heavy. MC quietly said it was a good thing the supervisors showed up when they did. The supervisor looked both worried and annoyed, then scolded him for taking such a huge risk and turned to the others. Remington, Rendon, Wolfgang, Hilda, Ragnar, and Ed with the same sharp look. While that was happening back at Central Intelligence Bureau headquarters, Ed heard a report from one of his men. The moment he learned what had happened, his face lost all color. Axion was dead. Ed could only whisper his name in shock. The news hit everyone hard. Wolfgang, OSA, and Julius sat there in complete silence. Years of schemes had fallen apart in one night. Then a formal announcement rang out declaring the second round of the blooming ceremony over. At the snowy test site, the candidates looked up as the announcement spread through the area, and murmurs rose at once. 2 of them traded stunned looks, both clearly worn out from everything they had been through. An examiner stepped forward and a firm voice called everyone to attention. It was Pharaoh Ragnar, the Ascendant Dragon. In a calm but commanding tone, he announced that the second round of the blooming ceremony had officially ended. The crowd buzzed in surprise, wondering why someone as important and rarely seen as the Ascendant Dragon had come in person. Ignoring the noise, Pharaoh Ragnar said that 45 of the 87 candidates had passed. He added that this year's group might be the strongest yet, and even the top score was unbelievable. Then he moved on with the results. He said everyone who passed would rise from apprentice to entry-level inspector of Ragnar, and told them to take pride in that. Standing beside Sybil, Remington quietly noted that everyone here had made it, and Pharaoh Ragnar began reading the scores. Tension filled the air. Then Pharaoh announced that Theo Ragnar had taken first place with 1,121 points, and the crowd instantly erupted. People could hardly believe the protagonist had broken 1,000, especially since he had nothing until the very end. Someone blurted out that it was because of Axion, but the rest was drowned out by the noise. Pharaoh Ragnar went on. Second was Remington Narcio with 926 points, third Erica Ranky with 843, fourth Ray Ragnar with 789, and fifth was Hulkus. He added that Ayla Lawman had barely claimed the last passing spot, 45th place with 28 points. After letting that sink in, Pharaoh Ragnar praised their effort, but reminded them the blooming ceremony was not over yet. A third round still remained. That confused a lot of candidates. One asked if they had made it, and another answered bitterly that they hadn't gathered enough bells. Faramir Ragnar then told everyone qualified for the third round to raise their hands. Remington raised his first, then Erica, Hulkus, and Ray. Theo lifted his hand too. Faramir Ragnar explained that the hidden part of round 2 was the equality breathing method uncovered through the bells and ancient words. Only those who learned it during the exam could use its essence in their magic and move on. MC remembered his past life, when he couldn't understand those words at all. He recalled the bell carved with strange symbols. Then the system message had appeared, saying hatchling synchronization was active and he could read the thoughts of objects. That memory led into the battle, full of light and violent power. Theo realized the meaning of the words had come to him as images, and this time he understood all of it. Ready for what came next, he even found it funny that 4 people had qualified for the third round. In his past life, Ray and Remington had failed to grasp the equality breathing method. He wondered if this change was the butterfly effect from his own actions. Then Faramir Wright, looking serious, told the qualifiers to step up one by one and show what they had learned. He called him Ragnar first. As the protagonist stepped out, he told himself the future had to be better now that Axion was gone. A faint blue aura wrapped around his foot as he announced what he had gained. A system window appeared with the next steps: grant, express, control, expand, and solidify. Keeping calm, Theo gave his mana the thunder attribute and prepared to express it. The ground shook, and lightning burst out around him. The crowd cried out in shock. They couldn't believe Nisi had already reached expression. Even Sybil praised him, saying that was exactly what you'd expect from young Master MC. His power left everyone stunned. Wanting to go further, he focused even more energy inside himself. Then he released a massive surge of lightning that ripped through the ground and sent bolts crashing down. Erica Rank quietly admitted she liked him, while Hulkus yelled about how incredible the protagonist was. Faramir Ragnar broke the silence with a faint smile, saying he was impressed and hadn't expected such fine control from MC. MC stayed silent as the energy kept moving around him. With another burst of lightning, he stunned the whole crowd again. His red eyes flashed as he launched a spell called Thunder Dragon. Some onlookers panicked, thinking Theo was attacking the supervisor, but Faramir Ragnar only looked entertained and said with a chuckle that he had already reached the level of expansion. He blocked the lightning with swirling water and declared that the protagonist had earned the right to test him. The protagonist didn't look away, and the crowd gasped at the clash. Faramir Ragnar praised Theo and awarded him 1,000 extra points. MC simply thanked him. The crowd whispered in awe, talking about him and how Faramir Ragnar rewarded people who could rise to the challenge. The updated scores appeared. The protagonist Ragnar stayed in first, with 2,121 points. Remington Narcio moved to second, with 1,426. Erica Ranko Lank to third, with 1,143. And Ray Ragnar to fourth, with 1,089. Hulkus shouted that MC having over 2,000 points was insane. Someone else cried out that he was almost on the level of Lord Thorkel, and Faramir Ragnar laughed softly at that. Then the others took their turns. Remington Narcio went first and gained 500 points. Ray Ragnar followed with 300. Erica Rankane came last and also earned 300. Holding a scroll, Faramir Ragnar proudly said this class was exceptional. Usually anyone over 1,000 points would be the clear winner, but now there were 4 of them. The ranking still showed Theo Ragnar in first, with 2,121. Remington Narcio in second, with 1,426, and Erica ranking Lank in third, with 1,143, while Ray Ragnar held fourth with 1,089. Faramir Ragnar praised everyone's hard work and told those who hadn't reached round 3 to leave and get ready for the nomination ceremony. A week later, as the others departed, the 4 remaining candidates stayed before him. Then a dark, dangerous force burst from the top of the mountain. A red aura spread as the ground trembled. The candidates nearly lost their footing, and Pharaoh's voice turned cold as he asked if they were ready to begin the 3rd round. Theo's eyes widened when a strange energy rushed into him. His vision blurred, and he thought he saw the outline of a dragon. Lodbrok. Faramir Ragnar explained that the 3rd stage had begun. Their test was to meet the clan head, and that meeting would decide whether they would be nominated to serve in the clan head's manor. Serving there was seen as proof of a strong heir, since the last 5 clan heads had all once held that role. He figured the clan head must be waiting at the top of the mountain, but he couldn't understand why he was sensing Lodbrok's energy. Then the thought struck him. Maybe the person who took Lodbrok's heart was his own father. Farah ordered them to endure the dragon's fear and climb up to meet the clan head. The pressure became so crushing that all of them dropped to their knees. They could barely move, and Erica Rank asked how they were supposed to climb like this. Theo told her brute force wouldn't work. They had to match the manor's wavelength. Erica Rank just stared at him, confused. Remington stepped in and explained that the protagonist meant creating an antiphase wave to cancel the pressure. MC gave him credit for understanding that so fast. Erica Rank was still totally lost. Remington explained that Theo's point was simple. Only people who could truly control their magic deserved to meet the clan head. He got it right away, but Erica still asked if they were speaking another language. With a sigh, Remington made it simpler. Magic power worked like a wave, he said, and the clan head's aura was also a wave. To move through it, they needed to create the opposite wave with their own magic and cancel it out. Even then, Erica Ramke still looked stunned. Frustrated, she boiled it down herself. They just had to make magic power opposite to the pressure. The others agreed that was basically it. Annoyed, Erica Ranke called Remington a goody two-shoes and asked why he hadn't just said it like that from the start. While they argued, Ray quietly tried to understand it. Erica teased Remington for sounding like an old man even though he was only 17, while he stayed focused. Then a strong blue aura burst around the protagonist, stunning everyone nearby. He lined up his mana just right and canceled the pressure. In a cold voice, he said, "Of course I can. I'm the next clan head." That left Remington stunned, the old man frozen, and Erica suddenly serious. Theo turned and strode ahead like victory was already his. "I'll go first." Behind him, the others yelled in frustration and panic. The Zenith Dragon watched the 3 left behind with clear amusement. In a strangely cheerful voice, it called out, "Don't waste time, little ones. Your score depends on who arrives first." That changed everything. The 3 exchanged shocked looks, and Erica's annoyance turned into pure resolve. A second later, all 3 forced their way through the crushing aura and ran for the next stage. As they rushed off, the Zenith Dragon quietly laughed. It never expected to want a disciple at this age. The story then moves to Camellia Palace. A voice suddenly shouted, "My precious daughter, where are you?" The staff instantly knew who it was. One maid groaned that the demon craftsman was at it again, and another laughed, saying Kirsten had been non-stop ever since Theo became famous. Elsewhere in the palace, Cecilia was talking with a guest. Then the door slammed open and Kirsten walked in with a huge grin. "So this is where you are, my dear Cecilia." Cecilia looked at her mother and calmly told her to act properly in the palace. Kirsten ignored that and pulled her into a big hug. She excitedly said she was about to get insanely rich, and Cecilia dryly asked if she wasn't rich already. Kirsten pulled back, eyes shining. She said not this rich. Since Theo became a star, orders had flooded her workshop for weapons, armor, and more. Cecilia smiled as she watched her mother celebrate. Deep down, she had always believed MC would do well, but seeing him prove himself only made her worry more. Her smile faded as one thought hit her. What if he got hurt? What if the pressure broke him and she could do nothing but wait here helplessly? While Cecilia was lost in thought, Kirsten kept going at full speed. She said she was done making only weapons and wanted to move into bracelets, necklaces, maybe even a whole jewelry line. That gave Cecilia an idea. Her expression sharpened as she asked, "Mother, have you ever made a prosthetic arm?" The scene shifts to a quiet field filled with swords, where Kyle sat laughing to himself. A crow rested on his shoulder, giving him news about Theo's progress. As he listened, Kyle smiled wider and said he knew what it was worried about. But a parent, he said, has no right to block a child's dream. Then he reached for his old but solid sword. Looking around, Kyle reflected that no one can put out the fire of youth. He said they had once been the same, and this graveyard of swords proved it. Each blade marked a dream, a challenge, a legacy. The crow gave a sharp, doubtful cry like it didn't buy that. Kyle just chuckled and said not to worry. He only cared about the Ragnar clan's future, and he would deal with anything that threatened it. When the crow still seemed unsure, his smile vanished. With a hard look, Kyle added that this was true even if his own son was a regressor. The novel also explains a few things the manhwa skipped. There are 6 main elemental attributes in this world, starting with Thrima, the thunder element, Vatin, the water element, and Fror, the frost element. Then there's Eldur for fire, Fire for wood, and Svik for poison. Right after that, the clan head greeted Theo in a deep rumble. "You're finally here, my son." It sounded less like a welcome and more like a judgment. For him, this was where everything truly began, and the air itself felt like a challenge. He could barely breathe. The climb had worn him down, and the red energy pressing on him made every breath harder. Theo had expected the climb to take 1 hour, but it took 4. His legs shook under the crushing force as he muttered about the suffocating pressure. Then Kyle broke the silence by asking if he knew what this place was. The protagonist had heard of it before, but seeing it in person was different. He said this was the graveyard of broken swords, the blades of those Kyle had defeated, and even his steady voice shook a little. Kyle answered sharply. That, he said, is what it means to be clan head. Standing alone against endless threats, never truly able to rely on anyone. His great sword gave off a dangerous light as he continued. The clan head lives by the law of the strong. Kyle asked if MC really had the right to claim that seat. Theo answered with a quiet but firm yes, and Kyle clearly didn't like it. Don't answer so lightly. Kyle snapped that he had killed thousands to stand there. Then he asked if he could do the same, if he could carry all that hatred. Before the protagonist could reply, ghostly blue figures appeared and screamed curses at Kyle, raging over his crimes. These were the spirits of the people he had killed, and their hatred felt real. They swore to destroy him, but MC didn't waver. Even in that storm of rage, he stood firm and said his resolve hadn't changed. Kyle demanded to know why. Theo said he would avenge his past life, become clan head, and end the cursed fight for the throne. His hands tightened around his sword. No matter what stood in his way, he would see it through. Still, part of him knew that wasn't the answer Kyle wanted, so he raised his sword and said he'd give his answer with the blade. Kyle's mouth curled into a cruel smile, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Fine. From that point on, he said the protagonist was no longer his son, but a challenger. He wanted to see what the protagonist had learned from her teachings. That last word caught Theo off guard, but he had no time to think it through. Did Kyle just say her? MC drew his blade as the thought hit him, but there was barely time to react. The next instant, everything exploded into chaos. He gasped, his vision blurring as he wondered if he had died. He couldn't even feel like his body was his anymore. Then Kyle's attack hit with terrifying force. Kyle's amused look disappeared, replaced by plain indifference. A crow appeared beside him, and Kyle asked if it was worried their little prodigy might die. The crow chirped twice, staring at Theo. Kyle nodded, his own expression turning serious. He said only someone with absolute will could break free from the heart sword. Then he admitted this was a brutal test for someone so inexperienced, especially during the awakening ceremony. But if the protagonist's resolve wasn't enough, Kyle said it was better for him to die there as a drifting soul. He didn't need a regressor who would ruin the clan. Darkness swallowed Theo's world. As his mind slipped away, he thought he was dead. That seemed only natural after being struck down by his own father. Strangely calm, MC told himself he had no regrets. A strange calm settled over him. He started replaying his life in broken pieces. He remembered things he had done before, like taking Camellia Palace and killing Rendon and Axion. The weight of those sins pressed on him. In the end, he felt like everything had only worked out because of luck. Then another thought hit him. This life had actually been happier than the last. A soft smile formed, as he quietly accepted that his time was over. His thoughts blurred and faded while a distant hollow voice echoed somewhere in the dark. Then, a rough, guttural voice suddenly tore through the silence. A rough voice suddenly rang out, loud and clear. It wasn't talking to Theo. Something was coming from the dark. Then a huge beast stepped out, made of both light and shadow. It barked at him to stand up. If he was just going to give up, he should have let it eat him. A tiny spark appeared, weak at first but full of force, and quickly started growing. Fire spread along the edge of the void, and Theo realized the voice was right. He silently thanked it as fresh strength rushed back into him. Life returned to his body, pushing death away. His will flared back up, and he swore this wasn't where he'd end. As his mind woke up, he remembered the promise he made. He raised his head, his eyes burning with resolve. His thoughts cleared. When he drew his sword, power surged through him. Even if his body broke under the strain, he refused to give in. With a roar, he challenged the darkness. His body moved on its own, fast and exact. His blade flashed like light and tore through the darkness with one crushing strike, breaking it into countless pieces. When it was over, Theo stood there in a daze as his sight returned and the shattered space fixed itself. He had made it through. Kyle looked down at him, his face impossible to read. Then he announced that the protagonist had passed. It was nothing like the cold cruelty from before, though his voice still carried a hint of pride. MC had been driven to the edge and still won. A week later, clan headquarters was packed. It was finally the day of the nomination ceremony, and everyone could feel the tension. Holkus stood next to Erica, clearly uncomfortable. There were way too many people, he muttered, and it was making him nervous. Erica rolled her eyes and teased him. How could someone that big be so scared? Holkus snapped back that he wasn't scared, she was just way too bold. With a smug grin, Erica pointed out all the big names there. Every unit commander, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current one. Each name made Holkus more uneasy as he glanced around the hall. That was exactly why he was worried. There were too many important people. Erica called him a baby and mocked him, saying nobody would care about someone who still couldn't use elemental breathing. Holkus stared at her, shocked and annoyed. Then he demanded to know what she got from the clan head in the 3rd stage. Erica coolly said it was a secret. Outraged, he shouted that she was too stingy. His Theo would have shared it already. Raising a brow, Erica asked about this him again. Holkus looked away and said a Lank's duty was to become the Sword of Ragnar, ready to risk everything for one Ragnar. So if he had to choose, he wanted someone strong, cool, and driven. To him that was Theo, and he'd already decided to devote himself to him. He said it with total conviction. Erica quickly asked if the protagonist had actually agreed to that. Holkus froze, then frowned. Did MC need to agree? All he'd really planned was to join the same unit. His expression darkened as he admitted the clan head wasn't taking him into the manor. Still, he clenched his fists and decided he'd follow him anyway. Then footsteps echoed through the hall, followed by the sharp strike of a staff against stone. The noise instantly silenced the crowd. Vana Ragnar called for everyone's attention and announced the start of the nomination ceremony. First, he named the protagonist Ragnar the overall valedictorian. Cheers exploded through the hall as the crowd shouted MC's name. MC stepped forward, calm and steady. The crowd's eyes stayed locked on young Master Him. Someone in the crowd quietly wondered where he would go. Off to the side, Evelyn watched with a faint hope in her eyes. She wanted him in the white armored dragon cavalry, even if she knew it probably wouldn't happen. Theo stood alone at the center of the courtyard. Vana congratulated the protagonist Ragnar for taking 1st place overall and praised how well he had done in every category. A sudden sound cut him off. Vana's eyes widened in shock. The director of the Central Intelligence Bureau stepped forward with a hard-to-read expression. Sky Dragon, someone whispered, and the murmur spread through the crowd as people started guessing why he was there. Some even wondered if he'd come to get revenge for Axion. Vana, tense now, told Ed to sit back down. Ed ignored him and spoke in a calm, cutting voice. Theo Ragnar. MC recognized him at once as the Sky Dragon and narrowed his eyes. Ed might still be angry over Axion's death, but crashing a nomination ceremony was still unexpected. With a smooth smile, Ed held out his hand and offered him the post of deputy director. The protagonist's face stayed cold. He didn't trust Ed at all. Becoming valedictorian was a huge moment. It proved how far Theo had climbed as a Ragnar, even though he started with nothing. He had begun like a broken dark egg in a nest of twigs, and now he was like a dragon rising into the sky. The crowd buzzed in shock. One person whispered that they knew MC had grown stronger, but never expected him to beat Axion. Another added that he had nearly killed a proctor too. His rise from a joke to a legend lit a fire in young swordsmen everywhere. People no longer looked down on him. The Fool of Ragnar had become someone they truly respected. Right then, a message appeared before Theo. He had become the overall valedictorian of the Awakening Ceremony. Another notice followed, saying he had cleared Scenario Quest 3, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony, and earned an Aether Core. The item went into his inventory. The protagonist frowned at the name Aether Core. Since the quest had been so hard, the reward had to matter. His gaze shifted to Ed of the Central Intelligence Bureau. Still smiling, Ed once again reached out and offered him the deputy director position. MC said nothing. Instead, he used his skill to read Ed's information. Age 46, title Sky Dragon, talent Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, status trying to recruit MC Ragnar as a pawn to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon relics. A smirk touched his face. So that was Ed's game. He must know he already had one relic, but he had no plan to let him win. He'd crush Ed himself, his hand tightening into a fist. What is the meaning of this? Julius Ragnar demanded. The central director glared at Ed, but Ed stayed calm and claimed he was only following procedure by trying to recruit talent. Julius fired back that it was obviously revenge for his nephew. Ed gave a quiet laugh and said he understood why Julius thought that, but he was wrong. Personal feelings aside, as central director, he only wanted the best people. Julius thought Ed was a snake still focused on his goal even after his nephew's death. Before things got worse, Vanna stepped in and said he understood the need for talented people. But the official selection hadn't even begun. He told everyone not to rush, then asked the protagonist if he'd made his choice. The protagonist said not yet. That was why he wanted to hear the offers first. MC scanned the hall. After a moment, Osa Ragnar stepped forward and boldly offered to take him as her disciple and name him Junior Lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. The crowd broke into whispers. Had she really said Junior Lord? Others sounded stunned. Lady Plum Blossom didn't have any children. That meant she was almost accepting him as an adopted son. Theo watched Osa calmly, fully aware of how huge the offer was. People stared at him in awe, pointing out that 2 of the 9 dragons had already tried to claim him. Remington excitedly said he was incredible. Hulkus blurted out that even most commanders and directors couldn't top offers like these, and Erica agreed. Then another figure appeared through the clouds with a bird nearby. A powerful voice announced one more offer, and a crushing force slammed down hard enough to shake the hall. A man landed in dark energy and stepped forward, finally revealing himself. He had long white hair and a dark mask over part of his face. The hall gasped. Black Dragon Robert Ragnar had shown up, and now his eyes were fixed on the protagonist. Robert said he had watched MC through the whole awakening ceremony. The MC met his stare without flinching and realized Robert really had been observing him all along. Then Robert told him to come to Black Snow, and promised him the rank of Null Snow. Null Snow was the top rank in the Black Snow Intelligence Agency, letting its agents live openly while gaining fame and honor. In his past life, Theo had never reached it, so getting that offer now was shocking. Then Pharaoh I. Ragnar cleared his throat and drew the room's attention. With a warm smile, Pharaoh said he had left a strong impression in the 3rd stage and hoped he wouldn't forget Zenith Academy. Dante, the Zenith dragon who had once saved the protagonist, could hardly believe it. 4 of the 9 dragons had made offers already. Evelyn added that there was still one more left, the demon dragon. Aaron mutters as Julius steps forward. Julius states that the white armored dragon cavalry won't give Theo any special favors. Aaron is surprised, but Evelyn proudly says that's just like their commander. Julius keeps a stern look and says honor has to be earned. He wants MC badly, but giving him special treatment would be unfair to everyone else. What he can offer, he says, is full support for his growth and the pride of becoming a dragon. His steady eyes stay on him in the middle of the hall. He draws a deep breath and shuts his eyes for a second. When he opens them, his resolve is clear. With a small grin, he starts to announce his choice. Then a sharp, strange voice cuts in. You're a regressor, aren't you? The protagonist freezes and spins toward the speaker. He finds Hilda, the clan's former leader, seated like a queen on her throne. MC swallows hard but keeps his voice even. He says he has no idea what she means. Hilda just smiles, like she already knows. She says she doesn't know what kind of life he lived before, but his act is perfect. Truly impressive. Theo's thoughts spiral. Before what? Is there some limit to regression? Vanna asks if he's alright since he looks pale. Tense, he asks for a little time to think. Vanna nods and says that's fine, but not to take too long. This choice matters. Hilda leans back, still smiling, and tells him there's no point hiding it. She's a regressor too, though her cycles have ended. The protagonist's mind reels. She said it again, so she's gone through regression more than once. MC narrows his eyes as a new question hits him. Are there others too? He decides to ask her directly. Theo asks if cycles means a person can regress more than once. Hilda lets out an amused chuckle. She's surprised he doesn't know. Kyle must have told him nothing. Then she adds that she isn't shocked. Kyle hates regressors. Confused, he asks if that's why Kyle gave him such a brutal trial. Hilda softly laughs and says he has plenty of questions, but no time right now. If he wants to learn the world's secrets and the truth about their clan, he should come find her later. The protagonist stares at her, his thoughts tangled. During the 3rd stage, his father gave him no answers, only the heart sword. Looking down, the protagonist thinks that if his father hates regressors, then what was that energy he felt? It was Lodbrok's essence. A thought slams into him. Was Kyle the one who stole Lodbrok's heart? And did he do it because the ancient dragon supports regressors? A human beating an ancient dragon should be impossible, but maybe not for his father, the man called a demigod. Theo looks toward Kyle, who sits in silence on his throne, watching it all. If MC wants the truth about regression in the clan, there's only one path left. Then Vanna's voice cuts through his thoughts. He asks if he has made his choice. He takes a breath, steadies himself, and answers yes. Remington picks Zenith Academy. He also becomes the Zenith Dragon's disciple. Theo figures that makes sense. In his past life, both of them used the water current breathing technique, and Remington returned to the Narcio clan to get stronger. Later, Remington led a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. This time, though, he stayed. The protagonist sees that as another chance created by his own actions. The two shake hands and the protagonist tells him to give it his all until they meet again, stronger than before. Remington smiles and says he's looking forward to that day. After they part, MC sees that just as expected, Ray returns to Daffodil Palace, where the ice dragon, her mother, lives. For Ray, that's the best place to grow stronger. A few of Theo's followers wanted to join him, but their scores weren't high enough. He hates being split up from his friends like this. Once the ceremony ends, he looks up and hopes they all push forward and reach their goals. Then someone calls out to him. It's Hulkus. He says he didn't expect them to end up in the same unit, and Erica is with him. As they come over, the protagonist smiles, glad to see them, and thanks them for helping him in the second stage. Blushing a little, Erica tells Theo he owes her one. Deep down, she's clearly got a thing for strong guys. Holkus, acting like a goofy sibling, agrees that strong guys are the best too, and the two start bickering. Watching them, MC wonders why they're suddenly so interested in him. A supervisor cuts in and tells everyone to pay attention. The commander is coming. Even so, he feels satisfied. He reached his goal and entered the clan's most honorable unit, the perfect first step toward becoming clan leader. They are now members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and the commander arrives to welcome them. While listening, Theo plans to visit Hilda later and clear up his doubts. The commander then tells each recruit to state their goal. Holkus loudly says he wants to become an awesome dragon. Another recruit yells that he wants his name known everywhere. Erica boldly declares that she'll be the strongest of her generation. One after another, the recruits share their dreams. Soon, all eyes turn to Theo. Before speaking, he thinks about what's coming. In 5 years, the Great War will begin. With that in mind, the protagonist declares that he'll become commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. The supervisor is stunned by how bold that is. But the commander bursts out laughing and says big goals are exactly what they need. MC came to the right place. Then he addresses them all. No matter why they join this cavalry, he says they must remember one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat they give here will be written into history. The struggles of today will become tomorrow's pride. Their shields must not break, their swords must not shake, and their comrades will always stand beside them. In return, they must protect those comrades the same way. With a grin, he says that after the hard road of blood and sweat, glory is waiting. He welcomes them as the newest members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Then a huge dragon lands behind him and wrecks the field. This is the commander's partner, a flying dragon named Gullah. He introduces the beast by name, Gullah. Then he explains that Gullah is a flying dragon and a symbol of all dragons. A moment later, dragons begin dropping from the sky all around them. An old man orders everyone to mount the senior dragons. He climbs onto one himself and announces that the admission test is starting. Now it's time for each recruit to find a dragon partner. Theo already has Ludbrock. Still, as he watches the flying dragons, he can't help being amazed and wonders if one will choose him too. Then a voice surprises him. It's Evelyn. She's happy he joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and he asks if she's back on duty. Smiling, Evelyn says it just worked out that way. The protagonist is still stunned, and she proudly shows him her new arm. A flashback starts. Theo's mother and grandmother visit Evelyn to thank her. When Evelyn sees MC's mother, she's startled, but greets her politely. His mother says that even without help, he would still have grown into someone gifted. Still, she knows Evelyn believes in him and truly cares about him. She says Evelyn is the kind of person who helps without asking for anything back. Then the protagonist's mother tells her something even bigger. She says Evelyn is one of the most important people in MC's life. Shocked, Evelyn calls herself nothing more than a one-armed trainer. But MC's mother explains that light guides people through darkness, even when it doesn't know how bright it is. She tells Evelyn that she is that kind of light for others. Those words hit Evelyn hard. Back in the present, Evelyn rides a dragon with new resolve. She thanks his mother and him too. Then she reveals he wrote down everything his mother said and sent it to her in a letter. That helped her regain confidence, take command again, and return to her unit. The protagonist quietly thinks he should have done that himself sooner, but his mother handled it for him. In his heart, he thanks her. Evelyn thanks him once more and swears loyalty to him as his sword. As they fly on, MC laughs and enjoys the ride until they reach their destination. Evelyn says this place is the White Dragon's Nest, home of the flying wyverns. She explains that the White Dragon unit uses wyverns on missions, and this is where the joining ceremony happens. Theo needs to find a partner here, or he can't enter the unit. He asks if joining without one is possible, and Evelyn says yes, but it's rare. He wonders if his friends will be alright, though he doubts wyverns would suit them anyway. Evelyn tells him to look around. Usually, she says, people can tell right away which wyvern is meant to be their partner. The first kind is the Opterex, a giant predator that can grow up to 15 meters. These brown-scaled wyverns are known for being brutal hunters. Next is the poison dragon aviary. Its long snake-like body can release purple poison mist, and the stinger at its tail is deadly. Then there's the blade dragon Sigia. They're usually calm plant eaters that burrow underground, but when danger comes, they strike from below. Last is the speed dragon Velociraptor. Small, smart, and fast, they hunt in packs and can breathe fire. Evelyn sums it up by saying the White Dragon Corps mainly manages 4 kinds of wyverns. She asks if Theo feels drawn to any of them. He knows he's good at judging people, but right now, he still can't find what he's looking for. Then the protagonist remembers something. 6 years after the Great War, a single wyvern attacked the White Dragon unit and wiped out more than 100 carefully raised wyverns by itself. Because of that, it was called the Shadow Evil Dragon. It went on to burn 8 villages and killed dozens of inspectors. In the end, it took both the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon to bring it down. That monster was called the Evil Shadow Dragon because it could vanish into shadows. Theo thinks a beast like that would suit him perfectly, then starts looking for the one tied to his past life. That's when he spots it, surrounded by the other wyverns. The scene cuts to a powerful warrior taking a break. Then someone speaks up saying he looks pleased. He brushes it off, saying it would be dumb to get excited over one dragon joining his group. She says that's still a big deal, then asks if he's planning to make Theo the next captain. She notes how carefully he speaks like a real leader. He answers that trouble usually begins with words. She starts to think he's aiming for something bigger than she guessed, but he looks puzzled and reminds her that MC already joined his unit, so he can't just give him away. She says she came with a proposal. She wants him to be enrolled in 2 units at once. That leaves him completely stunned. Back with Theo, he nervously asks Evelyn about the blue and white wyvern. Evelyn says it's been bullied for a long time and nothing they've tried has fixed it. She thinks the others reject it because it may not really be a wyvern. The protagonist asks what she means, and Evelyn explains it was born from a male wyvern, making it a viper. That only confuses the protagonist more, since vipers are powerful monsters from deep in the forest. Evelyn says that's exactly why it's so strange. It shouldn't have been possible. Vipers are first-class monsters, basically walking disasters that can even break through the Great Wall. Among them, the viper is one of the strongest and lives in the deepest forest. Theo wonders if that's where its strength comes from. While he grins at the idea, Evelyn explains that its birth caused major trouble in the unit. She watched the nest at first, then realized the other wyverns never accepted it. That worried her, because keeping it alone forever wasn't a real answer. To MC, that just gives him one more reason to choose it. The creature reminds him of himself. He tells Evelyn this one will be his partner, then jumps off before she can answer. He's fully set on making it his. All of a sudden, thunder explodes across the area. Theo rockets into the air at amazing speed, catching Evelyn completely off guard. She cries out as he shoots through the sky, looking thrilled and determined. A blue system window appears in front of him, showing he's using his new telekinetic power. With a thought, he calls several swords to his side. They shine with blue light, just like his eyes. Young vipers can also use telekinesis on nearby objects. Theo lands lightly with the swords floating around him like a shield. Then, using short bursts of energy, he launches himself up again with sharp, careful control. Watching in disbelief, Evelyn whispers, when did he learn telekinesis, and how is he already this good with it? She's shocked by how fast he's growing. The wyverns in the nest grow uneasy at his power, crying out in fear. One of them, Umbra, roars, his eyes glowing white. Theo doesn't flinch. He keeps rising, staring straight at Umbra and remembering how people treated him before. People used to mock him, question his blood, and call him useless, even as a bastard. Anger tightens the protagonist's gaze as blue sparks crackle around him. He unleashes his thunder dragon breathing technique. The air starts buzzing with electricity, and a glowing dragon mark appears on his skin, wrapped in blue lightning. Feeling his overwhelming power, the wyverns recoil in terror. Their cries get louder, and some try to run the second they sense how strong he is. Bullies are just cowards in disguise, Theo says as the others flee. Then he notices Umbra still looks uneasy and calls out, asking if he's okay. Umbra growls low, torn between fear and defiance, then starts to fly off. Sensing that hesitation, MC shouts after him that he'll wait. Evelyn warns him not to push it. Umbra is nervous, and getting close now won't be easy. She tells him to wait and try again later, but he refuses. That's exactly why he has to be there now. Looking after Umbra, he asks why the creature still stays near the nest after being rejected. Then he sighs and says heart wounds are harder to heal than body wounds. Turning to Evelyn, he adds with concern that Umbra is hurt and couldn't have gone far, so he asks her to help find him. Out in the mountains, they finally spot Umbra, worn out and on edge. Theo walks toward a glowing rock as it suddenly shines even brighter. A lot of people had tried to tame Umbra before, but every one of them failed. The commander speaks in a serious tone and says Umbra is extremely wary of humans. In his current state, it will be even harder. He then asks Evelyn to bring something Umbra can eat. The protagonist says he'll try to understand him. This is his entrance test, after all. He activates Wyvern Fear, and Umbra answers with Drake Fear. Umbra lets out a fierce roar. Theo steps forward and Umbra matches him. MC moves closer again, and Umbra does the same. Then MC starts healing him. He pours a healing potion onto Umbra and gently asks if the pain is easing now. Umbra looks confused. He realizes that maybe because of the dragon heart, he can feel Umbra's emotions, anger at the herd that cast him out, sadness, the wish to still belong, and the loneliness he's carried for so long. And to Theo, that feels painfully familiar. Umbra seems both wary and hopeful, as if he's wondering whether the protagonist will leave him too. MC reaches out and touches Umbra's face, promising softly that he won't abandon him. Then he opens his inventory. He already knows what Umbra likes, and a gem appears in his hand. Umbra's eyes light up at once. Smiling, he asks if he wants it. Clearly interested, Umbra reaches for the gem and Theo gives it to him. He calls it a gift, then adds with a grin that there are plenty more if Umbra comes with him. The protagonist holds out his hand and asks what he says. Umbra is left speechless. Meanwhile, MC mutters to himself that he'll probably have to steal more from Grandma Curson. Far away, Curson suddenly shivers. For no reason she can name, it feels like she's about to lose a huge amount of money. Back with Theo and Umbra, the wyvern roars and nods hard. He's made his choice. A blue system message appears before him. New skill acquired, Wyvern Taming. Rank C, Mastery 1. Higher mastery boosts a dragon's trust while mounted, and gives both rider and mount 10% more power. Right after that, the protagonist takes to the sky on Umbra's back. Evelyn stares in shock, still holding the food she brought. She asks how he did it, since Umbra never let anyone ride him before. Theo just smirks while Umbra looks pleased as they return. Evelyn watches Umbra eat the food and says it's nice seeing him eat so well. MC thanks her for the meal, but Evelyn is still curious and presses him again. So he casually explains that he healed the wound in Umbra's heart. Once Umbra's feelings started to shift, the gift finished the job. Evelyn is speechless. The protagonist laughs and teases her for thinking the food was what won him over. Still stunned, she thinks that young master the protagonist really is something. He doesn't just win people over but even a wyvern. Then amazed, she congratulates him. She explains that a wyvern showing its neck and back is a sign of trust. But her face suddenly changes in panic when she sees what MC is about to do. She shouts as he gets ready to ride Umbra again. He stays calm and says it's fine. He can handle it. Evelyn tries to stop him, warning that trust isn't the same as training. He's never learned to fly, and riding a dragon without reins or a saddle is far too dangerous. Growing frantic, she yells that taking off like this is a disaster waiting to happen. Theo only grins and says he has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Then another system message appears. Wyvern taming is activating to make up for his lack of riding skill. With that, the protagonist and Umbra take off, and Evelyn can only stand there, frozen with shock as they fly smoothly away. Smiling to himself, MC says he gets it. Umbra wants to show him something, so they'll go together. As they glide through the air, Theo starts thinking, something isn't right. How did a pure-hearted dragon like Umbra become a feared monster known as the evil shadow dragon? Then the scene shifts to a waterfall where black liquid leaks into the water below. Riding Umbra, he flies on and leaves Evelyn's worried cries behind. He guides Umbra down toward a hidden grotto, moving with smooth, careful control. The protagonist thought he knew the winter mountains well from his time with the black snow, but then he notices something he never knew existed, a crystal-like cave hidden behind a waterfall. After landing, he realizes he's never seen this secret place before. MC turns to Umbra, amused that he really does love shiny things, but then he pauses. Something feels strange. He notices footprints and moves closer to a patch of odd purple flowers. Then it hits him. Umbra became the evil shadow dragon because he's been eating these flowers. He kneels and studies them closely. He can't believe there are so many ghost spirit flowers here. A blue system window appears with more info. These flowers usually grow only in the deepest parts of the demon sea, feeding on pure demonic energy and moonlight. They're extremely valuable to demonic fiends, demonic dragons, and demons, but they also have the opposite effect on others. The protagonist thinks about how he absorbed that energy before, and a sudden surge of power runs through him. Either way, these flowers are too dangerous, so he decides he'll burn them all later. Umbra hisses beside him, and the protagonist assures him he won't touch the crystals. Then he senses something is wrong. MC glanced into a dark corner and spotted a skeleton chained to the wall. A painful groan came from it, and he carefully stepped closer. This can't be a fresh body. It's been dead for at least 10 years. Still, something felt wrong. It hadn't rotted much. Maybe the cold preserved it. But there was more to it. Whoever this was had immense magic. Theo studied the remains, puzzled that someone so strong died here in chains. He decided to look into it later. First, the ghost spirit flowers had to go. Then the corpse suddenly jerked to life and lunged at the protagonist. Its bony hand grabbed for him as it let out a harsh, twisted scream. MC jumped back, stunned. Did it just say Kyle? Umbra roared and rushed in. Theo instantly got ready to fight the walking corpse. Umbra, he shouted as the corpse glared with glowing red eyes. Kyle. His heart started pounding. Seeing Umbra in danger, the protagonist moved without thinking. He threw himself between Umbra and the corpse. One thought hit him fast. Robert would never forgive this if Kyle got hurt. Both MC and the corpse reacted at once. MC stared in shock. He wasn't hearing things. The monster really was saying his father's name, and the black dragons. So who was this corpse? Right then, Evelyn arrived. She used a technique from the white armored dragon cavalry. Blade barrage. A storm of strikes slammed into the corpse and knocked it down. But Evelyn dropped to the floor right after. Clutching his chest, Theo groaned that the pain was unbearable. He quickly realized the poison on the corpse was packed with demonic energy. Evelyn felt his strength fading. If they didn't get an antidote soon, he'd die. She tried to carry him back to headquarters and told him to endure the pain. Then Umbra suddenly roared. Evelyn flinched. She insisted she was trying to save the protagonist, but Umbra kept nudging her like he wanted her to listen. Even then, she warned she couldn't just trust him. MC weakly stopped her. Umbra had a way to save him. Umbra gave a small whimper and he managed a faint smile. Okay, I'll trust Umbra. Evelyn still protested. If they didn't leave now, Theo would be in real danger. The poison in him wasn't normal. It was corpse toxin mixed with demonic energy. Even with treatment, the chance of surviving was under 30%. Even so, the protagonist chose to believe Umbra. Umbra had evolved into a Class 2 demon fiend by eating ghost spirit flowers. That meant he might know this kind of corpse. If he did, he might also know how to counter demonic poison and corpse toxins. Theo, barely holding on, begged Evelyn to trust Umbra and follow his lead. Umbra answered with a loud roar. Then he ripped up the ghost spirit flowers and dropped the pieces in front of MC, clearly wanting him to eat them. Evelyn hesitated, realizing Umbra wanted her to mash them up and feed him. Umbra nodded. She looked to him for one last answer. His eyes were wet from pain, but he agreed. At last, Evelyn gave in. She quickly prepared the flowers and fed the mix to the protagonist. Before long, MC started waking up. Umbra stayed close, watching as MC's breathing steadied, and his dragon heart began to glow. Evelyn and Umbra could hardly believe how fast he recovered. Then he suddenly let out a dragon-like roar that shook the cave. Evelyn gasped. His magic had turned black, something she'd never seen before. She stared, both curious and alarmed. What was happening to him? A blue system message appeared, commencing body cleansing purification. Then another followed. obtaining the trait of the evil shadow dragon. Elsewhere, Julius sat in his office, his expression heavy with worry. He demanded to know if Black Snow had confirmed the report. The answer came back at once. They had checked everything and were 89% sure it was true. Julius clenched his fists. Damn it, he had expected trouble during the celebration, but not this. Shaken, he admitted it was worse than he imagined. Then the report revealed the disaster. Trainer Isvan Edtroven, captain of Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and 15 of his men had all been killed in battle. A surge of bright energy spread out as the old ritual began. It was a cleansing rite, one that removed harmful power and reshaped the body so it could hold more magic. But this ancient method needed many skilled mages and left the target in agony for days. Back with Theo. Light poured from his body. Even more shocking, this ritual had only ever worked on children younger than 5. Dark magic from the Phantom Dragon now swirled around the protagonist. The cleansing happened only because several rare conditions came together at once. First was the powerful poison from the corpse that entered MC. Second was the dense demonic energy built up over years from the ghost spirit flowers. And Umbra had found a way to stop the poison from simply killing him. Those things balanced each other in a strange way. So instead of being destroyed by the toxin or purging it outright, Theo's body absorbed the strongest part of that poison. That was the moment his transformation began. His eyes snapped open in pain. He gasped as the power rushed through him. Evelyn, worried but relieved, asked if he was okay. She moved close beside him. Clearly anxious. Evelyn, the protagonist whispered. A tear slid down his cheek, but he still gave her a small smile and apologized for making her worry. Then he explained that the crystals in the cave were packed with pure energy. That power had weakened the ghost spirit poison and even helped him survive. Looking at Umbra, Theo said he was glad he had trusted him. Umbra had already been strong, but now he had gone through purification and rebirth, and gained phantom dragon power too. MC clenched his fist. From here on, he said, Umbra's growth would be unbelievable. As Evelyn quietly took that in, another blue system window appeared before him. It listed his new status. Theo Ragnar, 17, male. Titles included Flash Tiger and the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. His traits now showed purification, rebirth, and phantom dragon, along with several locked entries. Below that was a warning. He had taken in the demonic poison that created the first phantom dragon, and if he failed to control it, he could become the second. The protagonist studied the screen. Phantom dragon power. Another window appeared, showing more details, including synchronization, wyvern taming, more locked sections, and 85 bonus points to distribute. That's insane, MC muttered, but one question mattered more. He turned back to the skeleton hanging in chains and wondered who the old man really was. He and Evelyn moved toward the wall behind the body. Words were carved faintly into the stone. The protagonist noticed the writing and asked about it. Evelyn realized it was like a journal, and whoever carved such detailed lines into solid rock must have been incredibly powerful. They began reading. The message told the story of someone who lived only for revenge. Defeated by Kyle and Robert, he had hidden here to prepare for payback. Both of them froze at those names. Evelyn silently repeated them in shock, and Theo was too stunned to speak. The carving went on. The writer said his body was failing fast, maybe because Robert had damaged his monocore. The ghost spirit flowers he consumed to stay alive were instead killing him. As the demonic power took over, and his mind kept fading, he gave up hope. In the end, he chose to melt his treasured jade serpent blade and use it to bind himself. He begged whoever found this place to carry on his revenge and inherit his legacy. MC and Evelyn looked at each other, stunned. Then Evelyn noticed the next section and blurted out that it described the Phantom Sword Art and Storm Thunder God. That could mean only one thing. The man before them had to be the legendary hero from 40 years ago, the one who fought the current ruler for the throne to the very end. Theo finally understood. Wind Lord Hector Ragnar, I thought he died. He was here the whole time. Evelyn's face fell. In shock, she dropped to her knees. He asked what she was doing, worried by her reaction. Evelyn, voice shaking, said that even if the family had defeated and cast him out, Windlord was still part of the Ragnar bloodline, and if someone serving the Ragnar family harmed a true member of that line, it was a grave crime punishable by death on the spot. Theo immediately shut that down and told her to stop talking nonsense. The man you killed wasn't a Ragnar, he was a madman. I did it to stay alive. What else was I supposed to do? Evelyn still tried to protest about the rules. The protagonist cut her off. What happened here stays between us. That left Evelyn staring at him in confusion. He held out a hand and told her that if this still weighed on her, she should inherit Windlord's techniques. Evelyn was stunned. Those arts were said to rival even the Nine Dragons' skills, so why give them to her? MC told her to become Windlord's successor, grow stronger, and carry on his name. Still frozen in shock, she listened as he added that this way, Windlord could finally rest. Now that you're his disciple, no one can call this a crime. Evelyn was still trying to make sense of it, then brought up his earlier promise to be her protector. That was when she understood. Kneeling formally, Evelyn Narval pledged herself to Lord him Ragnar as his servant, and asked him to accept her loyalty. He smiled, amused by how seriously she followed tradition. He offered his hand and answered in kind. He, the protagonist Ragnar, accepted Evelyn Narval's oath, and would keep it in both heart and soul. For the road ahead, he promised to make her his finest sword. MC smiled at Evelyn and Umbra. A strong gust of wind roared through the air. The story then moved to the White Armored Dragon Corps' main training ground, where everyone drilled under harsh rules. Holkus laughed in his usual booming voice. Theo still wasn't back, so maybe that made him the most gifted one in the White Armored Dragon Corps. He even flexed while bragging. Then he froze, eyes going wide. Someone he knew was approaching, and beside him was an even more familiar, terrifying dragon. Holkus tried to speak, but the courage left him. As he got closer, Holkus stammered out his name and asked what exactly he had brought back. Evelyn was right there beside him. The other recruits were just as stunned. They whispered that it had to be Umbra, wondered how the protagonist had tamed such a beast, and muttered that his reputation as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent might actually be true. Then the supervisor called out, addressing senior swordsman Holkus Narval and junior swordsman Theo Ragnar. MC said they had finished the test and returned, then asked where the captain was. One nervous recruit explained that the captain had received an urgent message and gone back to his office. Evelyn's expression tightened. An important message, she repeated under her breath, already sensing trouble. A sudden rush of air and crackling energy cut through the area. Julius arrived and began to speak. He apologized for dropping this on them right after they joined, but every one of them would be sent to Fort Blanky. The news left Theo, Evelyn, and the others stunned. Real battle? He muttered, tense as he realized it was finally beginning. The matter tied to the Sarah's Merchant Guild captives. His mind jumped to Balmung, the dragon-slaying sword. Someone had tried to steal it to spark conflict with the government, a scheme led by Ed. Julius continued in a hard voice. Everyone present would be deployed to Fort Blanky. Uneasy murmurs spread through the recruits. One of them finally asked what kind of mission was so serious that even trainees who hadn't finished basic training were being sent out. Julius clenched his fist, barely keeping his emotions in check. Platoon 5's captain, trainer Isvin, and the 14 soldiers under him were missing. Theo's eyes widened as dread hit him. Isvin was the oldest knight in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Even Julius asked him for advice, so there was no way he would fall easily. The protagonist couldn't help wondering if this was another change caused by his actions in the past. Sweat ran down his face as Julius grimly reported that the Black Snow Group believed there was an 89% chance the missing unit was dead. Even if any survived, they likely couldn't continue the mission. He looked over the recruits. The soldiers here would form a temporary new Platoon 5 and take over the mission. After a pause, Julius gave the key order. Evelyn Narval would lead them. They were to leave in 3 days and finish all basic training before then. Julius's fist tightened again. He said he still didn't believe they were dead, but if they were, someone would pay for it. With that, he turned and left the training ground. At first, the case looked simple. The Black Skull Bandits had kidnapped members of the Sarah's Merchant Guild. Most people believed that was the whole story, thanks to the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's efforts, but it wasn't. The kidnapping's real purpose was to steal Balmung and move it elsewhere. A cloaked, masked figure set the chaos in motion, and Ed later used the smuggled sword to begin his takeover. Theo could tell things were already shifting from what he remembered. Sweat slid down his face as he thought that if he'd caused this change, then he had to see the outcome for himself. A blue system window suddenly appeared before him with a new hidden task. The Dragon Slayer's sword, Balmung. 3 days later, the recruits arrived at Fort Blanky bundled up against the brutal cold. The soldiers complained about the freezing weather, and one even noticed the moon looked strangely bent. Then shouting broke out. A guard on the wall recognized the White Armored Dragon Cavalry and tried to sound the alarm, but dark magic slammed into the tower and blew it apart before he could finish. Evelyn immediately gave the order, everyone throw the bombs. The recruits hurled explosives as dragons roared overhead. Blasts shook the ground one after another, turning the battlefield into chaos. Someone shouted for the others to get inside the castle and not die for nothing. Swords clashed in every direction as the real battle began, blood staining the snow. Theo and the others pushed forward, cutting down enemy soldiers as they went. Evelyn yelled for them to wipe out every last enemy and show them what happened when they crossed the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Her rage only made her attacks stronger. As the fortress burned and its defenses crumbled, one soldier quietly grinned to himself. He thought he would have died if he'd stayed even a minute longer. Wiping away sweat, he told himself that as long as he delivered the item, his job was done, and now he could relax. Before he could finish, a cloaked figure appeared in front of him, eyes glowing red. In a low, threatening voice, the figure asked for the item. Shaken, the soldier handed over a long, wrapped package. The figure confirmed it was correct, said they had the person they wanted, and ordered everyone to prepare for the next step. Voices all around answered at once. The cloaked figure looked over the battlefield with cruel satisfaction. Now only one thing remained. Nearby, a group using strange wheeled machines moved in careful formation. Theo said they had completely taken control. He even laughed that it had been easy, but Evelyn answered in a way that matched his own doubt. She agreed it had been far too easy. MC felt the same. He found it hard to believe the original Platoon 5 had been wiped out this badly. Using his hatchling synchro ability, he checked the memories of enemies he had killed. From one of them, he learned they knew Balmung had been stolen, but they hadn't actually seen it. Theo grew more uneasy. It made sense if common soldiers didn't know, but how could even their leaders be clueless? As he tried to figure it out, Erin walked over. She asked what was wrong and whether there was a problem. The protagonist brushed it off, saying he was only thinking. Then Safford called out, teasing that even if MC had some flashy nickname, a rookie was still a rookie, so he could just admit he got nervous on his first mission. Erin said they had rescued the captives and should regroup. MC sighed and went along with it, saying he just wanted to go home. Safford walked past him and he caught a strong smell of gunpowder. His face twisted in disgust for a split second, then he moved. In one smooth motion, he sprang forward and drew his shining sword. Safford asked what the protagonist's problem was, and Erin joked that maybe he just hated the smell. The protagonist ignored them, leaping again and throwing his attacks with perfect aim. Under his breath, MC said he knew it, sounding more alarmed by the second. Eren immediately asked what he meant. She looked around and gasped at the sight of barrel after barrel of explosives. He snapped that the enemy must have planned to blow them up, and there was no time, they had to get out now. The others agreed at once. Then a dark spinning sphere appeared. The protagonist was warned to look out. The black orb was coming straight at them. MC cried out in anger and despair as a massive blast hit the fort, shaking the whole ground. "Reload," someone ordered coldly, already preparing the next shot. Then he reached into the swirling dark and vanished. More explosions tore into the fort, and the non-stop attack kept the ground trembling. "Kill them all. Don't let a single one live," the figure ordered without mercy. The scene shifted to a rich room with a crib, where Emil Ragnar held a baby. Her face was pale with exhaustion, but she still gently soothed him. There, Axion, my sweet baby. Did it hurt that much? Mommy will bring you that filthy creature's head," she promised, her eyes filled with grief and madness. Hatred dripped from her voice as shadowy figures dropped onto the fort, moving fast and silent. Evelyn drew her sword and took her stand. "Don't let anyone escape," she shouted, and the others rushed into battle. But when she saw the attackers, she froze in disbelief. Their entire 5th team, led by Trainer, had been wiped out by these people. No, that can't be. Suspicion flashed across her face, then fear, right before flaming shots rained down and exploded around them. "Leader," someone yelled in panic. Evelyn moved at once, knocking the incoming attacks aside. She cursed under her breath, scanned the field, and shouted, "It's a trap. Everyone get down." One soldier was caught in the blast and thrown through the air, burning as he screamed. Evelyn reached toward him in horror, but his cries ended the moment he hit the ground. While that happened, Theo and the others ran for cover. "Leader," the soldier shouted. "Everyone's here. It's a trap. We need to leave now." Evelyn agreed, and he quickly decided, "Then we go the opposite way from the attack." A blue window appeared before the protagonist as Thundergate opened. His mind sharpened, his sight cleared, and his glowing eye picked out the best path. His eye returned to normal, and Evelyn snapped at him. "Theo, why are you standing there? Get out of here and focus." Instead, MC grabbed her hand. Startled, Evelyn snapped, "What are you doing? We don't have time." But he cut in. "No, we have to go inside the fort." Evelyn stared at him. The protagonist, he kept pulling her along as the fort started breaking apart. "I can't believe we're going back into the place that almost burned us," Safford shouted. "The lives of 21 people are on you, MC." Theo didn't stop. "If we run outside, we'll just get bombed or cut down. That's what they want." Using his ability, he read the fort's layout. As he guided them, he explained that the enemy likely thought no one could survive inside. But with this ability, he said, eyes shining, "We can." Theo scanned deeper through the inside of the fort. Gunpowder's buried on the left, and heavy metal shells are on the right, so we go up the stairs ahead. The group rushed up the stairs. Then Evelyn noticed the problem. "It's a dead end." The soldiers looked betrayed. "You told us to trust you, him. What's the plan? We can't even go back now." At that moment, the fort began to collapse. The whole group panicked as the floor gave way beneath them. They dropped with the crumbling ruins. The protagonist Holkus and the others watched the rubble crash down. Even with debris falling everywhere, the protagonist landed safely. Outside, a soldier reported that the fire was spreading and the cannonballs were gone. Then came the order. "This is revenge for young Master Axion. I don't care if he's crushed. Bring back his head." Lying on the ground after the collapse, MC let out a breath. "I really thought we were dead." The others, exhausted, gave him a tired answer. "That's just like you, him. You already had a plan. You figured out how to break the floor in a split second." While they were talking, enemies suddenly appeared behind them. "What? Why are you here? How did they get in?" Theo frowned. "Black Skull? Why are they?" Then he explained, "I only brought us here because the ground was stronger than anywhere else." Looking through holes in the walls, the protagonist spotted soldiers outside. Then he looked down and saw a man chained up. 5th team leader Trainer Isvin. Evelyn let out a relieved breath. "Thank goodness you're alive, Isvin." Then she added in shock, "But this is unbelievable. The one behind this was Ragnar's intelligence bureau." Isvin's chains came loose, and he dropped to the ground. "I knew an ambush like this couldn't happen without help from the inside. But how can someone aim a sword at their own family?" Another person said, "This is betrayal. We have to get revenge." Isvin stopped him. "Don't rush in. They set this up from the start to trap us. With so few left, we can't fight them head on. We should get outside and inform the Black Pillar." Theo lowered his gaze. "That's not possible. If the Black Pillar still hasn't sent help, then the members waiting to support us were probably caught too. That's why I brought everyone into the castle. But we still have a way to win. They even buried their own soldiers underground. That means they're trying to cover this up, so they'll definitely come check whether we're really dead. And once they're sure they've won and come in close, we can strike from the ruins and turn it around." Isven looked at MC in surprise. "MC, opening Thundergate at your age? I've gotten old. I already gave up in a moment like this. I think they picked the new recruits well this time," said Aizen. He jumped up and declared, "You're right. The White Dragon Squad won't lose. You heard the plan. White Dragon Squad, prepare for battle." Dawn began to break over the wreckage of Fort Blanky, where bodies lay among the ruins. A lone figure stayed hidden in the shadows of the fallen fort. He moved through the wreckage, stepping over broken stone and corpses. Soon he stopped beside a soldier who was barely still alive. The man weakly begged for help, but the cloaked leader only looked down with cold red eyes, turning those final words into a cruel joke. Then another cloaked figure stepped from the dark, Did you find it? He asked. No, the first leader said, annoyed. We searched the west, and now we're checking the east, and we still haven't heard anything unusual from the attack group. He glanced over the bodies. But then why isn't there a single White Dragon Squad body here? Wait, the cloaked leader barked. Has anyone seen the White Dragon Squad? Before anyone answered, something shot out from the shadows. The White Dragon Squad. They hit fast, their swords full of fury. The cloaked figure made a startled sound as a blade came at him. It cut a silver streak through the dim morning air. Evelyn was right behind it, her sword sharp and deadly. The battle exploded at once. She stepped on an enemy's chest, kicked off, and came down ready to kill. It's a trap, the leader yelled. The enemy is the White Dragon Squad. Fight back. He and Evelyn moved together like one force, their blades flashing. Powered by Thundergate, he sent out glowing blue-white slashes that carried death with them. I hoped it wasn't the Intelligence Bureau, Evelyn said grimly. But under Ragnar law, traitors die on the spot. She and the leader clashed hard, swords ringing again and again. How did they survive those explosions? He shouted in disbelief, while others cried out in fear. Evelyn kept cutting through them without slowing. Clue, the leader groaned as he barely blocked a desperate strike. Evelyn answered with a storm of fast, exact blows. Her sword flashed silver in the growing light. Intelligence Bureau. There's no point fighting anymore. Evelyn shouted once their ambush worked. You've already lost, but if you surrender, we'll spare you. Everyone use the secret power, their leader shouted in desperation. The cloaked fighters stiffened, then steeled themselves. They poured in everything they had left, preparing to use a forbidden technique. Secret powers? What are those? Theo asked. Then a blinding flash cut him off. A huge boom followed right after. The air filled with wild energy. Sparks burst as the protagonist's sword hit theirs, and he stumbled back. What is this? A backflow explosion. The forbidden power that burns up your own energy. Theo said it in horror as a violent wave tore across the battlefield, hurling bodies and debris aside. One enemy screamed as the blast hit. Their bodies glowed with a wicked red light, and they charged like men ready to die, living bombs driven by forbidden magic. Their blood-stained swords rose, ready to drag everyone down with them. Our new guy, run. A comrade said it with his last breath. MC stared at the enemies with wide eyes, shocked and thrilled at the same time. Then a cruel, knowing grin spread across his face. You bastards, how dare you? Theo roared. Burning with rage and grief, he poured everything he had into his strongest move, Dragon's Third Claw. A chain of brutal strikes ripped across the battlefield, leaving bright trails of force behind them. A message flashed before him. Thundergate. At first it hardly seemed important, but Theo's body sparked with raw power, and he moved so fast he looked like a blur beyond normal human limits. He unleashed Dragon's Third Claw again, every blow hitting with the force of thunder. Each strike landed exactly where it had to. Erica Ranke could only yell in shock as his attack connected. Even Evelyn jumped back, staring at him in disbelief. The enemies dropped one after another. Their bodies gave out under his quick, precise blows, and the protagonist finished off the last of them. One dying soldier could only wonder how he had stopped the backflow explosion so easily. I can't let that boy live, the enemy muttered. Even while dying, his voice full of hate and disbelief. In a blink, the leader shot forward. Selford and Aaron could only stare, stunned by what they'd just seen from MC. Clenching his teeth, MC thought back on it. He had forced the Thundergate open to boost his power, but it was still more than his body could handle. Him, Ragnar, I'll drag you to hell with me. With madness in his eyes, the enemy lunged. His power center is wrecked. No way he's going to explode, Evelyn shouted. She reacted at once, calling on wind and thunder magic as force gathered around her. Wind thunder magic, vortex. A spinning ring of green light and wind burst into shape. The enemy's power center explosion was cut off. Theo shouted in relief. Then Evelyn struck with one last burst, putting all her skill and desperate strength into it. The soldier collapsed, broken and dead. The protagonist, barely hanging on, dropped to the ground and gasped for air. Good work, the protagonist, Evelyn said, relief and respect in her voice. Holka, Selford, Aaron and Ray could only stare, amazed and grateful. Just as I thought. This man I picked out, the spot of Lord MC's first sword should be mine. We survived because of you. Thank you so much. Too worn out to speak, he just gave a weak nod. He drew a shaky breath, his lungs whistling, then slowly reached out a hand. Evelyn grabbed it and pulled him up with a steady grip. Full of wonder, Evelyn asked if even the captain had survived, and when Theo had learned skills like that, relief washed over the survivors as they gathered together. For a brief moment, they shared a tired sense of friendship. Evelyn's eyes, though, stayed thoughtful and sharp as night finally gave way to dawn. Amid the wreckage, one gleaming sword remained, a quiet sign that more battles were still ahead. Far from Fort Blanky, inside the Rose Palace, a woman thrashed as if bound, tears and spit covering her face. Above her stood Ed Triven, the sky dragon, cold and unmoved. He demanded answers, then slapped her hard enough to make her cry out. Ed Triven pressed her to explain what she'd done, especially taking his aide, likely the main agent Evelyn had killed. In his hand was a crumpled order stamped with an official seal. It was her order, kill that wretch Ragnar and the White Dragon Squad. He asked if she understood how serious it was to give a command like that without approval. Crawling on the floor, the woman shouted back that she had done it for Ed Trovan. She claimed it was all to protect his plan, then screamed that she had ruined everything and demanded he cut off the head of the one who killed her Axion. Was that so hard for you? She yelled, her grief twisted into pure hatred, all of it aimed at Theo Ragnar. In her mind, they had to be torn apart. Everyone tied to the protagonist had to die. Only then, she raved, would her heart and Axion's spirit rest. At Axion's name, something shifted in Ed Trovon. Without changing expression, he bent down, grabbed her by the hair, and coldly reminded the foolish woman what her role had been. Had she forgotten? The anger left her eyes, replaced by fear. Ed Trovon said they had lost Balmung, the dragon sword, and key to their whole plan. Action, his nephew, was dead too. Because of her failure, she was no longer worthy of being called Ed Trovon's daughter. Shaking, she looked up at him. The icy rage in his eyes felt just like her father's. To him, she was already worthless. Without emotion, he ordered the nearby guards to take her away where he wouldn't have to see her. He also told them to erase anything tied to her and destroy any records that could leak secrets. Desperate, she begged her brother to spare her, promising anything, if he would just let her live. Ed Trovon ignored her and walked off while she struggled for breath among the bodies of servants on the stairs, likely people killed in her earlier rage. His careful plans had been wrecked, and to him it all came back to one name, Theo Ragnar. Right there, Ed Trovon swore he would kill the boy himself. This family's problems were far past talking out. Back in his room at the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters, MC studied the rewards shown on a screen. Then a large, beautiful sword appeared. The system named it Dragon Sword, Strand of Fate, type Great Sword, Divine Relic. Its use and ability were both unknown, and it was locked until some special release could unlock it. He quietly repeated its name, Dragon Sword, and reached for the hilt. The moment he grabbed it, a burst of thick dark energy blasted his hand away, knocking the sword to the floor with a heavy clang. Theo shook his stinging hand. The weapon held a fierce power, true to its name, but the energy felt strange, nothing like the natural force of the Ragnar family. It was the exact opposite, and just like the system said, the sword was useless until he could break its seal. The protagonist remembered that old relics from legend often looked plain, even worthless. But once their locks were broken, they could grant power fit for heroes. In his past life, Ed Trovon had managed to unlock this very sword, the Strand of Fate. That memory made one thing clear. Until the lock was broken, the blade was just a fancy, deadly toy. Then a soft knock interrupted him. Evelyn stood at the door, apologizing for being late. She said Commander Julius Ragnar wanted to see him, and asked if he had time. Inside, Julius sat behind his desk, looking more relaxed than usual, and greeted MC with a rough smile, glad Isfahan had made it back alive. Then Julius grew serious, folded his hands, and asked straight out if Captain Isvan planned to retire. A moment later, Isvan entered, tired but calm, and gave a quiet nod. It's a shame, he said, but I have to. The last fight had taken too much from him. He had lost his dragon partner in his leg, and his aging body couldn't keep going. He meant to return home and spend the rest of his life remembering the comrades who died before him. Julius sipped his tea and nodded. Isvan had earned his rest, and no one had the right to deny it. Isvan thanked him with a respectful bow of the head. Before leaving, though, Isvan offered one last bit of help, what he had seen from the new recruit, him Ragnar. Julius leaned forward at once and told him to continue. Isvan began recounting what he had done, especially the most shocking part. Young as he was, the protagonist's thunder gate had already opened. Julius's visible eye widened, and he repeated the words in disbelief. Could this boy really break past the line between ordinary men and monsters? Isvan admitted he'd been just as shocked the first time he saw it. While Julius set his cup down with a firm tap, then he explained that MC's power wasn't something he had simply been born with. It felt more like a door had been forced open through brutal effort or sheer will. He compared it to a bowl. Theo's room to grow had suddenly become far bigger than his current skill. It shouldn't have been possible, but it was real. A fierce grin spread across Julius's face. He understood at once. Their job now was to fill that bigger bowl and help him grow into that new potential. Isvan said that was all the advice he could offer as someone with more experience. Julius looked toward the door, where the protagonist was likely waiting, and said that from here on, the boy would have to learn and carve out his own path. MC stepped fully into the room, understanding the important talk he had partly overheard. Later, in the vast snowy training grounds of the cavalry, Julius approached him and praised his work on the mission once again. Theo answered modestly, saying the mission had only succeeded because of his teammates. Julius chuckled and called him a little rascal, then turned serious and asked how his combat training was progressing. The protagonist first thought Julius meant his overall combat skill, so he said he was getting more used to fighting. Julius gave a small shake of his head. That wasn't what he meant. Staring at MC's sword hand, Julius asked what level his swordsmanship had reached. Caught off guard, MC admitted he didn't know. He'd only been trying to copy the techniques of the Ragnar main family. Julius let out a flat hum. Everyone says that, then raised his training sword. With one slight shift in posture, he felt the world split apart. Everything vanished, replaced by a storm of red power and sharp ruby-like shards hanging in the air. The protagonist knew it at once. The Demon Dragon's glass domain. This one was nothing like the peaceful, flower-filled domain OSA had shown him before the nomination ceremony. Then it clicked. Was this kind of realm a reflection of the user's own sword style? Seeing MC understand, Julius gave a serious nod. This raging red space was the shape of his demon sword. Power flared around him as he dropped into a firm, low stance. Then he moved fast, fierce and controlled. Each swing tore through the red space with wild force. Every strike built to crush and destroy. Theo watched in shock and awe. It felt like the whole domain was roaring with Julius's attacks. That violent energy pressed in from every side, like a storm he was barely keeping in check. When it ended, Julius stood in the red glow, his sword still trembling. He turned to Theo. "What did you think? How did the demon dragon style look to you?" Still feeling its weight, he answered honestly. It was overwhelming, like it could tear through anything. Julius grunted in approval. "That's the demon," he said. "Simple and direct. A will that never backs down and breaks through everything. It's a straight road of destruction, strength, and death, smashing aside whatever stands in front of it." After that, Julius shifted to another point. He told the protagonist to think back to Osa's sword, the one he'd seen from the Lord of Plum Blossom Palace. Theo said it was beautiful, like flowers opening. Julius nodded. "Osa's sword is about life," he said, "like a seed becoming a bud, then a flower. Life keeps showing itself. It grows slowly but surely, and nothing can truly stop it. Even if it's bent, broken, or pushed off course, it still keeps growing, just like a plum blossom tree." At that moment, MC finally understood what Julius meant by martial arts and the world of the sword. It wasn't only about techniques. What mattered were the ideas and beliefs behind them, and even the 9 dragons could follow completely different paths. Julius gave a faint smile. Then he asked, "Do you think Osa's life and my demon death and violence are totally opposite?" Theo hesitated. "Aren't they?" Julius stepped in a little closer. "If I just told you, it wouldn't teach you much, and it wouldn't be very fun either." Instead, a thick leather book appeared in his hand, glowing softly. He stared at it. Julius said it held a record of a debate on sword ideals between the master of Plum Blossom Palace and a sword dragon from the past. The protagonist's eyes widened as he understood what that meant. Meeting his gaze, Julius added that this was something very rare. As plum blossom petals drifted through the fading red light, Julius told him plainly. Theo Ragnar was now the shared successor of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. High above the clouds, Julius once sat in silence across from Osa. She held a leather-bound book, calm and prepared to finish its final entry. Julius said nothing, and the patch over his eye hid his thoughts. At last, Osa, sounding amused, called him petty. She teased him for wanting Theo to himself when she'd suggested they teach the boy together. Julius only grumbled and looked away, which made her laugh and tell him not to be jealous. Then she turned serious. This was the best choice for MC, and Julius knew it. She also reminded him that the hopes placed on he were far greater than for any future heir. His talent was so extreme that he'd grow fast, but that also meant he might hit a wall much earlier and much harder. If that happened too soon, it could stunt him or even ruin his future. Teaching him together and giving him this book of different sword views would help him get past that wall. But Julius had another fear. What if the protagonist's power and understanding didn't make him a future clan leader, but an enemy of the whole Ragnar clan? Osa's expression turned grave. She knew exactly what he meant. She reminded him that people who gain great power too quickly often met terrible violent ends. Exactly, Julius said. If history repeated itself, everything they taught Theo might someday be turned against the Ragnar clan. Osa looked a little surprised. She thought he was only being harsh with the boy. Now she saw he was truly worried beneath that rough attitude. Hearing that only strengthened her choice. With a sure smile, Osa said Julius was the right one to hold the book for now. She handed it to him and told him to watch MC. Only when Julius believed the boy would never become greedy, only when he had grown into a true Ragnar who respected each moment and understood the weight of power should he give the book to Theo. Julius accepted it and felt the weight of that duty. Back in the present, he was still stunned. He held the book close, knowing both the sword dragon and the demon dragon would now teach him. They were the greatest and second greatest swordsmen among them. It hardly felt real to the protagonist. He wondered if he deserved that honor, but Julius brushed that aside. He said firmly that MC was getting this chance because he truly believed he could handle it. A rare smile spread across his face. Looking back, he realized how much Julius and Evelyn had done for him since the trouble with Rendon. They'd helped him grow and stood by him the whole time, even though he hadn't really repaid them. So Theo thanked Julius from the heart and promised he'd return that kindness someday. Julius's grin widened, a little dangerous, as he said the protagonist could start repaying him right now. In the next instant, Julius lunged forward, saying it had been too long since he'd had a fun new student to train with. He wasn't going to sit around just being called commander. It was time to fight. The real lesson started now, he shouted. Theo barely got ready before Julius's pressure crashed down on him. Sweat slid down MC's face as the training turned brutal. Hours later, muffled shouts and heavy impacts came from a locked training room. He was still inside, enduring the punishment. He could be heard yelling for Evelyn to save him and apologizing over and over to his young master, while loud thuds and chain noises echoed out. By the time it ended, the sky had brightened and heavy chains lay near the training room door. Evelyn carefully opened it and found Theo collapsed on the steps, bruised and worn out. She quickly hurried over, called his name and asked if he was all right. The protagonist managed a weak smile and said he was fine. He joked that the commander might have gone a bit too far this time. Without reacting much, Evelyn told him she'd done as ordered and locked the captured agent in the underground cell. Then she asked if it was really all right to leave him there without treatment or questioning. Theo waved it off. That kind of agent wouldn't talk, no matter what they did. Skipping torture and interrogation was actually part of his plan, and he told Evelyn not to worry. Then he leaned in and whispered more orders in her ear. Evelyn's eyes widened a little when she understood. Later that day, MC arrived at the gates of Plum Blossom Palace. He crossed the palace training grounds and found Osa waiting for him. Theo greeted Lady Plum Blossom and she welcomed him, saying she'd been expecting him. Then she asked if he liked the book she and the demon dragon had given him. He said yes, he'd already learned a lot from it. As he answered, the space around them changed. It filled with glowing plum blossoms and transparent swords moving in smooth, graceful patterns, showing the life Osa had spoken of before. Pleased, Osa said she wanted to teach him the basics people often overlook, the true roots of swordsmanship. Starting with that display, she pointed to the phantom swords and said she hoped that by the end, they could speak about how to make life bloom with the sword. Then her face grew serious. The protagonist, Ragnar, will you become my student? The protagonist lowered his head slightly. Before answering, he asked if he could question something first. He wanted to know if she was asking as the master of the Heaven Dragon Sword. Asa's eyes widened slightly. Then a slow smile appeared. She said she was impressed he knew a secret most people didn't. Straightening up, she set her practice sword down firmly. She said she wouldn't deny it. The Heaven Dragon Sword was a hidden school, passed to only one student at a time, and yes, she was its sole heir, the Heaven Dragon Sword Master. Noticing Theo hesitate, Osa asked if he wanted to hear her true reason. He quickly apologized for jumping to conclusions. Osa waved that off. She wasn't offended, and she said she had nothing to hide. She'd meant to tell him everything from the start, from the meaning of the plum blossoms to the secrets of the Heaven Dragon Sword. As MC tried to take in that huge offer, he heard footsteps coming their way. A voice called out, "Hey you!" A group from Plum Blossom Palace approached, and their leader eyed Theo before asking if he was the new recruit from the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. He said yes, then coldly asked, "So what?" That answer set the man off. He snapped that if the protagonist was joining Plum Blossom Palace and becoming Lady Plum Blossom's student, he should show his seniors some respect. MC just laughed. To him, that whole senior act was petty. Rank only mattered if someone actually commanded him, and none of them did. The leader got even angrier and argued that if he was training here, then of course he was beneath them. Theo smiled and said they had one thing very wrong. Lady Plum Blossom had offered to take him in, but he turned her down. The Plum Blossom members froze in total shock. The protagonist dropped to one knee, still thinking over Osa's offer. She was willing to pass down both the Plum Blossom teachings and the Heaven Dragon Sword. Calmly, she asked if that still wasn't enough. He admitted it was more than tempting, but said he still couldn't understand why she cared so much about him. He hadn't done anything for her. Osa told him to stand, then gently lifted his face and said there wasn't some grand reason. He simply reminded her of Kyle Ragnar, the current clan head. Startled, Theo asked if he really looked that much like him. Osa said yes, just like Kyle in his younger days, not only in appearance but in spirit too. MC chased his beliefs the same way Kyle once did. She paused, clearly remembering old days. Maybe Kyle still carried those dreams even now. She said, that fierce resolve was what kept him from falling into despair. He pushed through endless hardship, facing brutal enemies and one harsh battle after another. Even so, Kyle never gave up or betrayed what he believed in. With a soft smile, Oasov said he had that same idealistic fire, the part of Kyle she had fallen for. Seeing it in him, there was no way she could ignore him. Now that she'd answered him, it was his turn. The protagonist took a breath and admitted the offer was incredibly tempting, even more tempting than an all-you-can-eat feast, but he still had to say no. Osa asked why, and MC answered honestly, he already had too many teachers. Lady Plum Blossom herself had taught him plenty, and so had the mighty demon dragon leader Julius. Then there were Evelyn and Aaron, Wellington, Holkus, Erica, and even the people from the first training grounds. He said rivals like Axion and Ed had taught him 2 hard lessons, but valuable ones. In his eyes, all of them were teachers. Osa raised a brow, surprised he'd even count Ed as one of them. Theo said that was exactly the point. The pain his enemies caused had shaped who he was. Osa's expression softened. He said his sword had changed because of everyone, those who cared for him and those who hurt him. That was why he couldn't devote himself to one style and pass it on unchanged. Osa felt that answer was both touching and a little sad. His sword kept growing, so tradition could never hold it still. Then Theo looked at her and said that while he couldn't be her student, he'd gladly be her son. Osa's eyes widened in real surprise, and then her whole face brightened with joy. Later that night, in the garden, she relaxed with a cup of wine while a servant poured for her. The servant noted that Lady Osa must truly like the protagonist, and Osa agreed at once. She said the heavens or fate had never let her have a child of her own. So how could she not be happy? A young man who reminded her of the one she loved had just promised to be her son. The servant smiled and said she was glad to see Osa so happy. Osa said she ought to thank Theo for letting her become a mother in some way, then ordered the servant to prepare a letter for her husband. When asked what it should say, Osa replied that it concerned MC's promotion test. The servant was startled and carefully reminded her that he was still new and had only just completed his awakening ceremony. Too much attention this early could put him in real danger. Surely Lady Osa understood that better than anyone. Osa set down her glass, her expression turning firm. That was exactly why she had to move fast. Before the storm gathering around the Ragnar family hit, she wanted Theo to have all the strength, knowledge, and backing she could give him. Deep beneath the cavalry headquarters, the captured enemy leader sat chained in a bare cell, bandaged and missing an arm. His remaining eye flew open at approaching footsteps. A cloaked figure with a chilling mask and clawed hands stopped outside the bars. The agent recognized him at once. The masked man told him not to be angry. It was all part of the plan. Probably Ed's plan. The agent said he would never doubt that. Using his last strength, he asked the masked man to kill him. Now, the masked man lunged to obey, but just before his claws reached the agent's throat, the chains flashed green and snapped apart. He jumped back, startled as Evelyn dropped down from the ceiling. A hiss escaped him when he recognized her. He understood too late. It was a trap. Evelyn said she'd been waiting and attacked right away. He blocked her rapid strikes, shocked by how strong she was. Cursing his luck, he realized he couldn't kill the agent now, and getting captured himself would be even worse. He had to escape and rethink everything. As he tried to break away, Evelyn burst out with wind-like force and cut him off. She told him there was no way she'd let him leave. Then she used Hector Ragnar's secret art. Squall, green, storm-like wind swirled up and trapped him. He started choking, blood spilling behind the mask. Knowing capture was impossible, he gathered bright blue energy to erase all evidence, even himself. But Evelyn saw it coming. Grabbing his jacket, she mocked how they always tried to blow themselves up when cornered. Using his momentum against him, she hurled him down the hall and said that trick wouldn't work on her again. Later, in a hidden cabin deep in a snowy forest far from the main Ragnar grounds, a secret meeting began. Someone reported to Commander Julius that at 1:15 that morning they had captured a masked intruder inside the underground jail. An intelligence officer, likely Cleve of Black Snow, pointed to a map and explained what they found. The intruder belonged to Serpent Season, a smaller unit inside the Eastern Elite clan, Ed's clan. That made Ed's involvement very likely. From the head of the table, Julius said that all but confirmed their suspicion there was a traitor among their own people. Cleve agreed and said that was why they were meeting in such a hidden place, to stop any more leaks. She continued that Serpent Season's base was believed to be in an old castle in the Calhelm region. Within 3 hours, the people there would likely realize their agent had failed to silence Cedra. Once that happened, they'd destroy the evidence and flee. So the mission was simple: hit the base before then, capture everyone possible, and take their information. That was the purpose of this new operation. Cleve finished by giving her name and rank, Cleve of Black Snow. Theo focused on that rank, surprised to finally meet one of Black Snow's top agents in person. Julius cleared his throat and added one more thing. This mission would also be the protagonist's test to become an official mid-level swordsman. Both Cleve and Evelyn were caught off guard. MC wondered if he was really ready for that. Julius let out a sigh and said he was qualified, but it wouldn't be easy. In their line of work, maybe that meant it wouldn't be some clean, simple win. Julius explained that promotion tests usually grow harder with each rank, but using a mission that could spark a war as a mid-level test was far from normal. Leaning forward, Julius said he knew Theo had told Evelyn to watch the prison because he expected someone would come to kill the captive. Evelyn gave a small cough in confirmation. Julius went on. Since he had set this in motion, he would see it through to the end. He apologized for acting on his own. Julius accepted the apology, but warned the protagonist that being an heir didn't give him the right to act alone. Since this had gone so far, he had to see the mission through without mistakes. Then Julius grabbed his shirt and shook him, ordering him to earn his mid-level swordsman rank and prove he could handle missions on his own. MC steadied himself and answered, "Understood. Yes, sir." A small smile crossed his face as he realized everything was now centered on him. Then the familiar blue screen appeared. Scenario Quest 4, Dark Ties of the Previous Life. Goal: this is your chance to cut off the rotten ties from your past and stop their hidden plan. Theo stared at it, again wondering what unseen bond kept dragging him and these people together across different times. Cleve noticed and asked if something was wrong. He looked at her, his expression hardening. No, nothing was wrong. He would finish this mission no matter what. Julius slammed both hands on the table, clearly pleased. It was time to wipe out the family's hidden snakes. At the old Calhoun castle, Cleve told Theo and Evelyn that only the three of them would handle this mission since there might be a traitor among their allies. The target was Serpent Season, a group of assassins. She explained that the protagonist and Evelyn should have the edge in a direct sword fight, but the enemy outnumbered them and likely knew the place much better. So whatever happened, they couldn't relax for even a second. MC gave a quick nod. Inside, 2 Serpent Season members were sorting papers and getting ready to leave. One said they were almost done destroying the documents and would head out as soon as their partner returned. The other replied that it had been less than 2 hours, so he should be back soon. Then someone tossed in a small round object. It burst and filled the room with smoke. Before the assassins could react, Cleve cut through it with quick exact strikes and one let out a sharp cry when her blade hit. A second later, he dropped, cursing his luck. As the smoke thinned, Cleve checked the area and declared the upper level secure. She ordered Evelyn to assist. Together they would lock down the main floor, while Theo went to the basement. He was struck by how fast Cleve had dropped 3 enemies. He answered at once, "Yes, ma'am." Without wasting time, he jumped down to the lower level. If the map from the briefing was right, the basement stairs should be straight ahead. As Theo descended, his senses sharpened. Tiny needles shot from the walls, nearly impossible to spot, but he dodged them and kept moving. They only struck the stone behind him. He landed softly. Right away, the protagonist used hatchling synchro to scan the area. The system confirmed his guess. There were traps and enemies were waiting to ambush him. He didn't slow down. Pulling swords from storage through the system, he activated Thunder Dragon breathing. Black lightning wrapped around him as he used his dragon mark. The strike shot forward and hit the hidden assassins before they could spring their trap. One of them, completely caught off guard, could only blurt out a confused "how." Dark energy swallowed him as Theo pushed ahead. The way was open now, but the heavy defenses told MC something important was hidden deeper in the basement. Sweat ran down his face. When he turned the corner, he stepped into a room stained red. A man in red priest robes stood before an altar made of blood and bones. The priest turned, sniffed, and looked disgusted. He mocked Theo's impure presence and asked if he really had to interrupt their holy prayers with violence, calling him an impatient follower. His eyes widened in shock. The Holy Demon Church. He knew them from his past life, a dangerous cult that preached the end of the world and the coming of a savior. They fooled people who didn't know better. And worse, they were the hidden force behind the great war that would destroy everything. The blood priest smiled, noticing Theo recognized him. The protagonist said nothing. Instead, he focused and used hatchling synchro again. This time he read the flow of mana. What he felt was cold and wrong, a twisted energy pouring from the priest's open mind gate, unlike any power MC had known. Was this the grace the blood priests always talked about? The priest gave a sad little chuckle, seeing he still didn't believe. That was fine, he said. Theo would have the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the one true god. A surge of bloody energy rushed at the protagonist. He moved to block, his sword slamming into the priest's outstretched hand. The impact shook him. The hand felt hard as stone, not flesh. Sparks flew as MC blocked the next blows. That strange power shoved him backward. He dodged and struck back, but his blade barely cut the priest's hand. The flesh was unnaturally tough, and the wound was already healing. He frowned, blood rising in his mouth. This man was supposed to be only a blood priest, one of the Holy Demon Church's lowest ranks. Yet he was this strong. Worse, the protagonist couldn't use Triple Dragon's Claw here. The blast might bury both of them. Simple magic wasn't working either. He had to find another answer, and his thoughts turned to what Osa and Julius had taught him. Julius taught that swordsmanship began with crushing power, like death itself. Osa showed him that a sword could also bring life, like a flower blooming. So violence held both life and death. Julius had once asked if those ideas were truly opposites. The priest raised his hands and began chanting, saying Theo was wasting a precious life. He called on his god to accept MC as a sacrifice, and the floor cracked under the growing power. But then he understood. Life and death weren't enemies. They were part of the same cycle. Death ended life, and new life grew from what death left behind. Not two forces, but one. If he could gather that wasted power and stop it from spreading out, if he could fuse destruction and life into a single flash, the priest sneered and called him a fool, saying his sword could never harm him. Theo rushed in anyway and unleashed a new move, Dragon Flash, a strike mixing dark destruction with bright life. It hit the priest's hand. At first, he only noticed it was louder than before. Then his eyes flew open. This attack wasn't just stronger, it felt alive, boring through his defense, before bursting outward in black and white energy and tearing him apart. As his body faded, the priest whispered that the protagonist had gained knowledge through killing. He called the protagonist a source of evil and said he couldn't be allowed to ruin the Lord's world. While the priest vanished, MC rushed forward and placed a hand on his head. He used hatchling synchro one more time, trying to read the priest's memories and learn where the Holy Demon Church's strange power came from. Energy flooded into him, twisting his senses and dragging his mind away. He felt like he was floating in a vast space full of stars. This was nothing like the other times he had read memories. It was as if he'd been pulled somewhere else. A huge presence pressed down on him. His system glitched, showing broken text from his current quest before flashing a red warning. Warning, you have encountered an enemy far stronger than you. Run away. Then he saw it. A giant, unclear being whose voice rang straight through his soul, asking, "Who are you? What are you? To disturb my peaceful sleep." The empty dark around him filled with countless sharp blue-green eyes, like the dying memories of the blood priest scattered through stardust. Theo stared up at the massive thing. Was this what the Holy Demon Church worshipped? As the pressure kept rising, the voice spoke into his mind again, demanding, "Tell me, who are you?" Cold fear ran through him, along with a terrible realization. The cult's talk of divine favor wasn't madness. The source of their power was horrifyingly real. Then the largest eye seemed to recognize him. He saw his own reflection in it, as the voice, old and tired, said, "Oh, it's you." The protagonist Ragnar. Startled, the protagonist stepped back. This thing knew his name. "I have been looking for you," the being declared, its thin dark arms reaching toward him and toward the glowing screen nearby. Then it called him something awful, the blight of this world. Theo braced himself as the dark void twisted into a crushing spiral and rushed at him. Right before it swallowed him, a warm golden light burst out and forced the darkness back. Then it took shape as a massive golden dragon. "Lodbrok," MC shouted in relief. Her worried voice answered at once with her usual nickname for him. "Oh, significant other." Still stunned, he asked how Lodbrok had appeared here in dragon form. She turned to his spirit and warned him that the nameless sovereign was far beyond what he could handle right now. Even if he were as strong as Siegfried, she said she still couldn't promise a win. The protagonist had no reply. The sovereign's power was beyond anything he could understand. Lodbrok simply told him to leave this to her. A strong force suddenly shoved Theo out of that empty space, dragging his mind back to reality. As he was pulled away, he called Lodbrok's name one last time. He hit the basement floor with a gasp. The shift was harsh and sudden. He was back in his body, and when he touched his face, he felt the blood left from the fight with the priest. His thoughts were still spinning. What had he just seen? Had Lodbrok really been facing a monster like that alone for centuries? He could barely imagine how hard that had been. Then a weak voice pulled his attention away. Nearby, the blood priest knelt as his body flickered and faded. He stared at MC in disbelief, crying out that someone without faith had been allowed to see the Lord. The priest had devoted his whole life to that being, and had never witnessed it so directly. In pain and confusion, he demanded to know how MC had done it. Before he got an answer, the priest vanished completely. He only watched. A god like that was nothing he wanted. Still, the encounter had revealed something important. The being the holy demon church worshipped, the source of its power, was the nameless sovereign Ludbrok had warned him about. He remembered her grave warning. For 1,000 years she had been trapped guarding the world from that thing's influence. Then came the part he couldn't forget. Without her heart, her strength was fading, and she had less than 3 years left. That made the pieces start to fit. The Holy Demon Church's Great War was set for 5 years from now. Around then, Ludbrok would die, and Ed Troyvan's rebellion would begin. That timing couldn't be random. No, they were connected. Theo grabbed his head as the thought hit him, until a hand on his shoulder steadied him. Evelyn helped him up, praising what he'd done, though worry still showed on her face. Cleve stepped closer, her calm expression hiding whatever surprise she felt. She explained that once they learned one target was a blood priest, they hurried through the upper floors. Her gaze settled on the protagonist. She was clearly weighing the fact that he had beaten one alone. Evelyn called it incredible, and Cleve gave a short nod. Taking down a blood priest by himself had more than proved Theo's ability. Back in the main hall, they reviewed the papers taken from the castle. Cleve let out a sigh. Most of it pointed to something shady, but none of it was enough to openly accuse Ed Troyvan. That was when MC brought out the small decorated box he'd found in the basement and asked Cleve to check it. Evelyn quietly gasped, recognizing it at once. It was the lockbox she had protected for MC before his awakening ceremony. Inside were secret records of illegal deals between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Troyvan family. Evelyn wondered why he hadn't used this sooner, while Cleve, now seeing how far ahead he'd planned, opened the ledger. Her eyes narrowed as she flipped through it. Several entries clearly showed trades tied directly to Ed Troyvan, each marked with his official seal. Snapping the book shut, Cleve praised Theo's work. With this, she said, they could finally prove Ed Troyvan was planning betrayal, and that the Holy Demon Church was involved. They had enough evidence now. Then she gave the next order. They would strike the Ceres Merchant Guild immediately. The protagonist's eyes turned cold. Just wait, Ed, he thought. Now it's your turn. Elsewhere, in an office at the Ragnar clan's main building, Julius Ragnar slammed the first report onto his desk, furious. He barked that he'd known all along Ed Troyvan would betray them someday. Across from him, Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon, sipped tea without a hint of concern. He told Julius not to rush, saying Ed was still only a suspect for now. Julius gave a mocking laugh and asked if Robert took him for an idiot. Robert calmly pointed out that the very fact he, the head of Black Snow, was sharing information this secret meant it was already far beyond a simple hunch. Guessing was a waste of time. Julius narrowed his eyes and accused him of knowing things were wrong but letting them grow worse. Robert smoothly steered the talk toward Theo Ragnar. That instantly put Julius on edge, especially after hearing Cleve's report that MC had killed a blood priest alone. Robert called him gifted, perfect for Black Snow's covert work, and demanded Julius hand him over. Julius blew up, asking what nonsense he was talking about. Unbothered, Robert went on. His sharp judgment, the way he connected clues, and how naturally he handled information were all remarkable, almost like someone who had done this before. Julius cut him off hard. He warned Robert to stop pretending and said he had already claimed the protagonist like treasure, so Robert needed to keep his greedy hands off. He even called Robert and Ose Ragnarplun a pair of thieves. A faint smile touched Robert's lips behind the mask. It had been a long time since Julius had called him Big Bro, he said softly. For a moment, an old memory flashed through his mind. Kyle, Ose Ragnarplun, a Robert and Julius standing together. Robert let out a quiet sigh. It felt like only yesterday the four of them had become brothers. Julius wasn't moved at all. He snapped that the sad act wouldn't work, and warned Robert he'd regret trying to steal Theo. Robert just chuckled, leaned in and whispered that older brothers taking things from younger ones was perfectly normal. Before Julius could answer, Robert grabbed an expensive bottle from the shelf and told him to buy an even pricier one next time. Then he strolled out humming, leaving Julius sputtering in confusion. Once he was gone, Robert's playful look disappeared. He felt relieved. The white-armored dragon cavalry seemed safe from spies, which was rare with the Sky Dragon's influence spreading everywhere. He was also trusting MC with the next move. Hitting the Ceres Guild shouldn't be a problem. Robert slipped into the shadows, saying his people should arrive soon. With a hidden smile, he thought attacking the Ceres Guild today would make things very interesting. The scene then shifted to the guild's grand wedding hall. A wedding was underway there, meant to join two powerful families. The groom, Navin Bacchus, second son of the Bacchus clan, stood proudly. Facing him, Quadric Ceres, head of the Ceres Merchant Guild, formally requested the marriage for his house and offered his fourth daughter, Lily Ceres, as the bride. He then declared the union, making the Ceres and Bacchus families one by blood. Quadric's eyes gleamed with greed. At last he was about to get what he wanted. Navin smirked and tightened his grip on his sword. To him, this was only the start. He would rise as an important noble and make the Ragnars pay. Quadric threw back his head and laughed, boasting that his revenge was close. Meanwhile, the ceremony went on in the hall. Navin introduced himself as the second son of the Bacchus family. Then Quadric formally presented the alliance again, offering Lily Ceres and announcing that the two families were now joined. But among the Bacchus servants, one man burned with anger. How dare a mere merchant place his family name before Bacchus, one of the Empire's 6 great houses? He forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself that the money from this marriage was needed to save his own branch. His father, the branch head, didn't care what happened to Navin, an illegitimate child after the ceremony. Navin, though, wore a faint knowing smile, amused by how easily he could read his so-called family. He wondered if these merchants, famous for careful schemes, truly meant to support the struggling Bacchus house. He already knew better. The Ceres Guild was buried in debt, and its main store had been used as collateral for a loan from Ed Troy Van. They were doomed anyway. As Navin knelt before Lily, he told himself he needed to watch the unlucky Bacchus family fall. He greeted Lily warmly and promised to treat her well as both her husband and the Ceres family's son-in-law. Lily gave no reply, and her thoughts were impossible to read. Then she leaned in and asked how he planned to prove what he meant. Navin asked what she was getting at. His smile only widened. So she wanted something. He admitted his own miserable position. His family was broke and he was basically being sold off. Too bad he couldn't start a no-fans to make easy money. But if his future wife wanted it, he said he could even hand her the Bacchus family seal. That offer enraged his father, who silently cursed him as that damned illegitimate child. Lily considered it, then suddenly screamed that Navin should bring her Theo Ragnar's head, the one who had scarred her arms. Watching her outburst, Navin thought that any woman bold enough to demand a noble heir's murder in public was no ordinary person. A hush spread through the guests. Quadric rushed over and scolded his daughter for saying such a thing in public. Quadric scolded Lily for saying it out loud, but under his breath he agreed. Her fake tears vanished, and even her father looked shocked by the greedy smile that took their place. Watching that, Navin figured things out fast. If his new bride wanted Theo's head, then he'd bring it to her. Then the daylight suddenly dimmed, and the guests looked up at dragon-like beasts circling overhead. A moment later, riders dropped from their backs into the courtyard, and the whole wedding fell into panic. One Bacchus guard saw the banner they planted and froze. It carried the mark of the Ragnar family. With him and Evelyn at her side, Cleve stepped forward and declared that Ragnar had come to deliver justice. She announced they had learned the people who attacked Ragnar at Blanke, Ed's side, were tied to the Sarah's merchant group. Because of that, Ragnar would begin a full search for evidence of treason. Anyone who got in the way would be treated as an accomplice and killed on the spot. The guests backed away in fear. Could the Sarah's merchant group really be plotting treason? Cleve put Quadric on the spot. If he was innocent, he'd let Ragnar investigate. Quadric went pale, wondering how much they already knew. One aide whispered, asking what to do. Another urged him to stay firm. Quadric stammered, then forced out some anger and demanded to know what this nonsense about betrayal was. Cleve met his eyes and gave him one last chance. Stand down and cooperate. Another of Quadric's men nervously asked for orders, and Quadric snapped, yelling at them to quit joking. He claimed a trade record meant nothing and could be forged. Someone was clearly framing them, no matter how dirty the Ragnars wanted to play. Then he fired up his men, insisting the Sarah's family would prove its loyalty and innocence. He ordered the Sarah's soldiers forward and told them to kill the ones insulting Ragnar. In other words, he had just ordered an attack on Theo's group. Navin's helper grabbed Quadric and warned that resisting meant refusing the investigation. Quadric shook him off and angrily declared the wedding cancelled. The helper called him an idiot and asked if he really thought they'd be spared now. Their crime was treason. Quadric shot back that, as a core member, he knew exactly what that meant. Did he think Quadric planned to die alone? Then he reasoned that if Ragnar had real proof, they'd have sent an army, not just 3 people. He urged his men on if they crushed this small force, they might still survive the crisis. Navin walked over, mocking Quadric for arguing with an old man who could barely take care of himself. Then he lightly tapped the Bacchus elder and said this worked out well, a perfect wedding gift for his future wife. Without wasting another second, he sprang onto a nearby balcony before the elder could stop him, then dropped into the courtyard with his sword gleaming. The elder cursed the foolish illegitimate son, but once Navin drew his blade, Bacchus was involved too, so he had no choice but to order his men to support Sarah's side. Spears flew at the 3 Ragnars as they readied themselves. Cleve gave them one last warning: move aside or die as traitors. The Sarah's and Bacchus soldiers hesitated, drenched in sweat, then charged anyway. Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve met them head-on. Navin watched the chaos with a faint smile, thinking Ragnar people really did love killing. Then the 3 warriors turned alert when he spoke. He moved so fast they barely saw him before he cut into their attack. Navin greeted the Ragnar trio, especially the protagonist, and said he never expected to say this when they first met. The protagonist was stunned. It was Navin Bacchus, the ghost sword, the man he remembered from the Great War for causing Ragnar endless trouble alongside Sarah's and Ed. Grinning, Navin announced that he was here to take Theo's head. He lunged, his blade flashing straight for MC's neck. MC barely got his sword up in time, but his mind was already racing. If he used what he knew from his past life, this fight could make him much stronger. He said he'd handle Navin himself. Evelyn tried to stop him, but Cleve told her to trust him. Cleve reminded her the others were probably destroying evidence, and they were out of time. They had to wrap this up fast. Evelyn hesitated, then agreed. Navin seemed pleased they'd stay out of it. He asked if the protagonist could really handle him, bragging that he was stronger than he looked. The protagonist smiled and said the same could be said for him, then asked one question first. Navin, curious, told him to go ahead. Theo pointed out that raising a sword against Ragnar was open treason. So did that make Navin a traitor? Was he trying to drag the Bacchus family down too? Or was this, MC asked, revenge for Navin's mother? Navin's smile vanished. He said him had just brought up a painful memory and given him one more reason to cut off his head. Theo stayed calm and told him to hear him out first. Then he made a shocking offer: "Let me help you get your revenge." At that moment, a message appeared in the protagonist's mind. Secret task: make Ghost Sword Navin your ally. Navin Bacchus is the unofficial strongest swordsman in the family. He was never recognized by Bacchus because even with talent close to Thorkel's, he was still an illegitimate child born in a brothel. His mother was killed because of that talent, leaving him broken with grief. Deep down, he wants revenge on the Bacchus family too. If MC uses this well, Navin can be brought to his side, and MC promises to help destroy Bacchus. Navin grabbed his head and asked how he even knew about his mother. But before anything else, he unleashed a fierce strike, and the protagonist blocked it. Navin said he had no reason to take that offer. Even without joining Theo, the Bacchus family would fall for treason anyway. Mex agreed, but without his help, Bacchus would vanish and Navin would disappear with them. Navin shrugged it off, saying he had no regrets, so dying with that useless family didn't matter. For a moment, he went quiet. Theo said the reason was ether fever, the illness Navin got because his young body couldn't handle his talent. If treated early, it could be cured. Miss that window though, and it becomes incurable, cutting a person's life short. The Bacchus family never treated him in time, so his remaining years were reduced. Navin said he had 5 years at most, then mocked him. Just what you'd expect from a noble young master who dug through someone's past. He raised his sword again, saying none of it changed anything. Bacchus would fall today, and he'd die with them. The protagonist blocked the attack with a smirk and said he could cure the disease. Navin refused to believe it, but the protagonist shoved him back, thinking that in his past life, the cure was discovered only after Navin had already died. That meant Theo was the only one who knew it. Now, he told Navin the cure worked for sure, and that finally shook him. Navin repeated that Bacchus would still be destroyed even without Navin's help. But if Navin stood with him, then after Bacchus fell, he could survive as the man who helped Ragnar. All he asked was that he trust him this once. Back at the Sarah's Guild's main building, cannons were being fired at the two women, but they knocked every shot aside with ease. Evelyn complained that this was getting annoying. Cleve agreed, though she wondered whether Theo was finished yet. From a distance, it looked more like he and Navin were talking than fighting. Cleve tossed away a spear and thought this was getting bothersome. She even wondered if she should just kill everyone. Then a memory came back. The Black Dragon had told her not to act on her own. Their priority was judging Theo's potential and recruiting him soon. She asked if that meant simply watching him. He said yes. She hadn't directly seen him capture the priest, so they still needed to confirm it. The Black Pillar's role was to judge the people who would shape Ragnar's future. The protagonist's job in this mission was to secure more proof, so her job was to measure MC's ability. She accepted that, then asked when she was allowed to step in. After thinking it over, he said since this involved the demonic sect, she could interfere at bishop level or higher. Back in the present, Cleve thought the leader would nag her plenty if she waited that long. Still, if the mission dragged on, her break would get pushed back too. Right then, someone burst forward at blazing speed straight at Navin Bacchus. Evelyn panicked, thinking Theo had been beaten, but then she saw him racing right behind him. Seeing that, she froze as Navin tore through the rain of arrows and called out to the two women, asking them to forgive his earlier rudeness because now they were on the same side. At that moment, Theo's hidden quest to make Ghost Sword Navin an ally was complete. The four of them charged the enemy line, and Navin looked way too excited about it. When he leaped into the air, one enemy shouted that they could shoot him down since he couldn't dodge arrows mid-air. But Navin wasn't normal. He vaulted past them, landed on top of one of the weapons, and started smashing the machines and the men using them. The clan leader cursed him, shouting that he dared betray the very family that raised him. The clan head demands to know how Navin can raise his sword against his own blood. The word family sets Navin off, and he lunges at him. With ice-cold eyes, Navin says an illegitimate child never had a family to begin with, then cuts the man clean in two. A few seconds later, the rest are wiped out too. Evelyn is stunned. He really does deserve his name if he can stand on equal footing with young Lord Thorkel. What she can't figure out is how Theo got him on their side. The protagonist shrugs it off, saying he simply offered Navin what he wanted. Then he tells everyone to move. Their next target is Quadric Saris. Back with Quadric, a subordinate reports that their side is collapsing. Quadric already knows, so he orders them to destroy every document. The first ones he wants burned are the records tied to the Edtrovan clan. One of his men hesitates and says they really shouldn't destroy those. He urges Quadric to think straight before more people die for nothing. But Quadric snaps back. If those papers burn, how will they recover their investment? Is he really supposed to throw away all that money over a bunch of nobodies? Then someone steps in and tells Quadric he's too blinded by greed to see ahead. Startled, Quadric realizes who it is and immediately begs for help. Two shadowy figures have arrived. Meanwhile, Theo heads straight for the castle. He takes out the guards at the entrance in an instant, then the door opens on its own. A giant man steps out with his followers, declaring that the time for the faithful to rejoice has come. One fanatic starts chanting. He rants that mortals were blinded by greed and failed to see the greater truth. Quadric cuts in, saying he needs their help right now. As the two cultists approach, he says their timing couldn't be better. His body starts shrinking as the fat burns away, and he rambles that the universe clearly won't let him die for nothing. Since the Holy Demon Church even sent a bishop, he says a little help should be easy. Then he adds that because they're tied to the Edtrovan clan together, they're all in the same boat, and begs them sincerely. One of them says they'll still need Quadric on Judgment Day, so they'll help for now. but first they want every document linked to Ed Trovan. Quadric asks why they want them so badly, saying he hid those papers because they're his money source, and starts babbling about profits again. Before he can finish, one of them clamps a hand over his mouth and calls him a fool, just another worthless non-believer. The bishop tells his man to kill him. There are plenty of others waiting to fund them anyway. While being crushed, Quadric hurriedly apologizes, saying he sinned by speaking out of turn. He pleads that if he dies now, suspicion will keep falling on Ed Trovan. That makes the bishop tell them to stop, so the subordinate tosses Quadric aside. The bishop orders Quadric to burn every Ed Trovan document immediately. Then the priest warns him not to even think about running because their lord sees everything. Back outside, Theo tears through the armed defenders. As the door opens, the bishop appears with a massive force. MC is already set, like he expected this. At that very moment, the demon church bishop calls on his followers to spill their blood so their god can descend, and commands them to worship their lord. The fanatics rush straight at Theo, and the two sides finally clash. He cuts through them while thinking he had guessed the holy demon church was hiding here. What he didn't expect was a bishop-level enemy. As he keeps carving through the mob, their side starts getting pushed back by sheer numbers. Cleve stays still for a moment, realizing a bishop really did show up. That makes this far more troublesome than she planned, or maybe better. She reaches for her swords and draws both at once. After all, that gives her more than enough reason to step in. Theo stays focused. He says they can't afford to be pushed back now. Then Cleve enters the fight, and with one swing, she cuts down hundreds. She tells Theo she'll handle things from here. Anyone blocking Ragnar will be erased. She plans to wipe them all out. The protagonist stops her at once. They can't forget why they came. They need to secure the documents before anything gets destroyed. Cleve sighs and says she may have expected too much from him. Even so, she keeps cutting through enemies like butter, arguing that since the demon cult already stepped in, they don't need more proof. Theo runs beside her and disagrees. If the enemy is trying to stop them right now, then those documents matter even more than they thought. Cleve gets it and asks what he plans to do. MC says that no matter what, they have to break through here first. As he cuts down more foes, Theo says he has an answer. For the first time, he opens his mind gate and uses hatching synchrony to scan the area. While Cleve keeps slaughtering enemies, he admits he doesn't have hard proof yet. But since the Black Dragon told her to hold back and observe, one cultist makes the mistake of trying something in front of her. She kills him instantly. Then she says she'll trust Theo just this once. The protagonist launches forward and hundreds swarm him. A fierce gust tears through them, and Navin jumps in, cutting down even more. He tells MC his humble self has cleared the road ahead. That instantly annoys Evelyn, who asks when he started calling MC Lord. He uses the dragon's footwork to spring past them, thanking them before pressing on. This is the Dark Mark. He slips through the battlefield in seconds. There's no way they'd trust the job of burning secret records to anyone random. The most likely person is Quadric. Back with him, he stares at the papers. Meanwhile, Theo is furious. The status window says he can fix a cursed tie from a past life and stop an evil plan. As the fighters land, blood falls from above like rain. Like a madman, Navin declares himself the Lord's first sword. Navin Bacchus. Evelyn scoffs, saying that joke doesn't suit him at all. Navin answers that, judging by her reaction, she must be the first sword already, so maybe he doesn't need to worry. Still, if it were Cleve, he'd gladly settle for second. As Cleve keeps cutting through enemies like vegetables, Evelyn asks if he really thinks he's above her. Navin rushes in and swings, but instead of striking Evelyn, he cuts down the enemies trying to hit her. Then he levels his sword at her neck. He says they're on the same side for now, so they can settle this here and see who wins. Evelyn shuts it down, saying they're in the middle of a mission and she has no time for childish nonsense. That only irritates her more when Navin mocks her for being afraid to lose. Evelyn charges at him, catching him off guard. He thinks he may have pushed too far, but then realizes she's actually cutting down the enemies behind him while they talk. He jokes that if she's going to be the wife, then he can take the first sword spot. Passing by him, Evelyn says she'll show him exactly why she's the first sword. Even Navin gets fired up and dashes after her. Back to Quadric. He rushes through several hidden passages to the room where the records are kept. When he sees them, he starts to panic, because those papers are the proof he used to squeeze money from Ed Trovian. If he burns them, he might avoid a treason charge, at least for now. He says he has to do it, even though everything here is worth a fortune, and getting that money back won't be easy. Add in the business they handed to the Sky Dragon, and he has to recover it no matter what. So he lets go of the torch, thinking there's no other choice. But before it can fall, Theo bursts into the room and catches the lamp at the last second. Quadric stares in shock and asks how the protagonist got there. MC coldly says it looks like sacrificing his fourth daughter wasn't enough. As Quadric coughs blood, he begs for mercy and promises to do anything if MC spares him. Theo doesn't hesitate for even a moment. One clean strike ends him on the spot. A traitor to Ragnar, he says, deserves only execution. Once he finishes the job, a system message announces that the fourth quest is complete. The protagonist wonders if this alone was worth moving the demon church. The secret ledger Cleve already has is enough to bring Quadric down, but these records can also destroy the Ed Trovan clan. The Sky Dragon may be only a story, but Ed Trovan itself is the real target. With these papers, every link to them can be exposed. Each document matters, so Theo isn't sure what to grab first. Then while searching, he finds a Rose Palace investigation report. He freezes when he sees the opening line mention the Black. It's a handwritten note from Ed Trovan, and it says they've already obtained 2 relics. The report adds that the remaining relics are in the Rose Palace. Theo's anger explodes. That means the discrimination, the false charges, and the miserable end he and his mother suffered in his past life happened for no good reason. They were simply marked for removal, all because a relic might be there. He tears the paper apart and says reading more won't change anything. What matters now is revenge, and the first step is taking away the relics Ed Trovan worked so hard to collect. A system notice appears saying he has discovered 2 relics of the ancient dragon. By now, night has fallen, and the two keep fighting without pause. Evelyn suddenly says she remembers him. Even while charging forward, they keep attacking. She realizes he's the lunatic who placed second in the awakening ceremony 7 years ago and then disappeared. As he keeps cutting enemies down, Navin says he's honored. She remembers someone like him. Still attacking, he asks if she really has time for this. At this rate, he might even take her spot as the top sword. Then he freezes when a fierce wind suddenly forms a tornado. Evelyn used the God Tempest's secret art, Squall Tug. It wipes out hundreds in an instant. She tells him the score is even now. He can only accept that. Then a massive man lunges at him. He slips past it and jumps back. Looking at the stranger who just showed up, he says the two of them are insolent for getting in the way of God's plan. Navin tells Evelyn to finish the count with this guy, and she agrees they'll settle their bet on him. The two rush him at full power, when suddenly a figure appears right behind him and crushes him to death. It's Evelyn's subordinate, proudly asking how he did and saying his timing was perfect. But both of them are beyond annoyed, demanding to know why he interfered. Meanwhile, he just stands there confused, like a total donkey. A moment later, hundreds of drakes surround the area. As one of the squad leaders, he gives the order, wipe out the merchant guild and the holy demon forces. While the fighting goes on, from inside the church a voice rings out. It's the bishop, declaring that he longs for the blood-red sky that brings a new sun without end, and that their faith will never break because their sacred guide will lead them to peace. Cleve, meanwhile, is worn out after the fight. She lets out a sigh, saying careful planning just isn't her style, so she went all in this battle. The bishop is now just a wreck, and she says it feels like a huge weight is finally off her chest. Afterward, Evelyn sits with the townspeople and tells them to show their trade association IDs. Once they do, they can leave. She also tells the damage control team to move to another desk. The guy helping her is losing his mind, asking why she even needs all this info. Everything is chaos. Rumors are flying that someone even ate the flying dragon's cargo horse. Another fool asks if they'll get bonus pay for this mission. Their non-stop chatter pounds in her ears, and her temper starts to snap. Finally, she throws the work at them and tells them to handle it themselves. She's bad at paperwork too. Then she goes looking for Black Snow since they dumped the job on her and ran off. Theo reports that the files he turned in were the ones they tried to destroy. They include proof of stolen Ragnar property and information, plus a detailed treason plan. Cleve surprises MC by praising him, even calling him a solid mid-rank swordsman. She says he works like someone who's already been with Black Snow, so maybe joining the Black Dragon wouldn't be a bad idea. Theo reacts awkwardly, so she brushes it off as a joke and tells him not to get worked up. He says he can tell if she's serious. Then she gives him good news. The Sky Dragon operation has started, and that ledger from before was enough to prove their treason. She adds that Black Snow's elite arrest team is already on the way, and they'll likely be taken to the capital. Elsewhere, another masked man appears and says Ed Trovan has been hiding his true power this whole time. As he cuts them down, he says only an idiot shows every card he has. After finishing off the elite force, he congratulates Theo, saying he destroyed everything he spent years building and is tearing it all apart this time. Laughing like a madman, he says fine, if the protagonist wants madness, he'll get it, because the Trovan plan is still in motion. They may have lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, but he got this instead, and that's enough. Then he tells his father the time is near, and he'll need to call him forth. At Camellia Palace, packed with people, everyone is busy making clothes and serving customers. The blacksmith is surprised by how much busier the place gets every day. Cecilia greets her mother and asks what's going on with the tailor. Excited, she says they're starting a new business, a luxury brand for high-end fabrics and accessories. Her mother can't help thinking Cecilia looks even prettier now and smiles to herself because it's been so long since she's seen her this happy. Cecilia tells her that she doesn't need to worry about money anymore. Before her mother can speak, Cecilia guesses she came because she needs money, and Elf thinks she caught on way too fast. She admits it, but says that's not the only reason she came. Cecilia asks what happened, but the moment she hears it's about the Rose Palace, fear hits her. Worried, she asks if something happened to her son. Did that wicked Emil Ragnar hurt him again? Seeing her face, Elf realizes how much her daughter has been carrying. She gently holds her head and tells her to calm down. It's the opposite. Then she warns Cecilia not to be shocked, but the news still hits her hard. Back at the Rose Palace, everyone is stunned by what they're seeing. Her standing on top of the gates. The sight alone leaves everyone speechless. Back there, Cecilia drops to the ground, saying she kept thinking about it until her legs gave out. She keeps crying, asking if it's really true, and her mother asks if she's ever known an elf to lie. Through tears, Cecilia says she hid it all this time because she felt like she was living on the edge. There were constant schemes, false charges, and even assassination attempts. She never told anyone, but she nearly died many times, and every time she prayed and begged for her son to be spared. With tears pouring down, she asks if it's finally over. Elf is shaken by her reaction. Then she calms Cecilia down and says it's all over now, she's carried this burden alone for far too long. Shifting to Navin, he tells Theo he's become quite famous. See, making tea, says he took long enough and asks if everything's settled. Navin says he told Black Snow to keep it quiet, but he already knows. The Bacchus clan will be dismantled from the clan head to everyone who signed the merchant receipts. At the very least, they'll all lose their titles. He laughs and says they're getting exactly what they deserve. With that, the Bacchus clan is finished. Theo asks if that's really enough. Navin doesn't get what he means, so the protagonist makes a proposal. Navin is stunned when MC says he should become the next head of the Bacchus clan. He points out that if everyone else loses their title, Navin will be the only one left who can take the seat. Then he says Navin should join him for the coming war against Ed Tromivan. Navin laughs, realizing Theo had been aiming for this from the start. Their power struggle is now out in the open, and war with Ed Tromivan is unavoidable. The Holy Demon Church's link to Ed Tromivan has also been proven through the Sky Dragon Rebellion. That news is posted outside on the notice board, and the people of Ragnar see it as a declaration of war between clans. Since they've been exposed, the Holy Demon Church and Ed Tromivan won't stay quiet. Navin says none of that matters to him. He doesn't have much time left, and he needs something in return. The protagonist laughs, says he already prepared for that, and drops something on the table. It's a device. Theo says it's the cure for his illness, then hands over the formula for treating Aether Fever, with Aether Core as the key ingredient. Even if the public doesn't know yet, Aether Fever is caused by disturbed internal mana flow. The core will steady that flow. Navin says he didn't expect this, and MC is surprised when Navin admits he thought MC would only treat him enough to keep him alive and keep him on a leash. He even says he could just take what he wants and leave, but he answers that he wouldn't mind if Navin did. Right now, Ragnar's obsession with power is causing too many problems. They've both suffered because of that culture. The protagonist says he doesn't want to rule through force, but through trust. Navin stays silent. What the protagonist wants to build isn't oppression or pressure, it's trust. Lifting his teacup, Navin says he tried not to look down on MC for being young, but he didn't expect an immature dreamer. After a sip of tea, he draws his sword and declares that he is Navin Bacchus of the Bacchus clan, and he swears to serve Theo Ragnar as his sword. He asks if that is enough, and he says it's more than enough. After settling things with Navin, Theo stands up, thinking the war with Ed Tromivan is moving faster than expected. He isn't worried, since everything is going smoothly so far. Now it's time to open the treasure box. The moment he touches one of them, a subquest appears, telling him to conquer the 2 relics. As the protagonist touches the artifact, he says the relics he's absorbed so far, the Lesser Drake and Griffin, have both been very useful. Inside the box, he finds a ring he believes is the relic. The moment he puts it on, a system panel appears, saying the Primordial Dragon Relic, the Thirsted Ring, has been equipped. Right after that, space twists around him and he's teleported to a desert. All MC sees is sand and rock, and if this is the desert he heard about, it's even hotter than he expected. Sweating badly, he wonders what he's supposed to do here. Then the system informs him that he has entered the Guardian's territory and must survive for 72 hours. Theo keeps sweating, stunned that he has to last 72 hours here. Just as he starts feeling like he'll get heat stroke, the ground suddenly shakes and something bursts out from below. When he sees it, he gets a strange sense of déjà vu. A giant worm boss has appeared. In front of it, the protagonist looks tiny. The creature spots him as an intruder and opens its foul mouth to swallow him. Theo jumps back, draws his sword, and immediately uses Thunder Dragon breathing. MC's heavy strike barely leaves a scratch. He stunned his dragon mark did almost nothing. Then the monster counters and all the color drains from his face. A huge burst of thunder erupts from it, and Theo quickly figures out this thing is a thunder worm. That explains why his first attack did so little. They use the same element. The ugly worm keeps screeching. Intruder die while firing thunder over and over. It may be dumb, but it still slams into the mountain ahead of him and blocks his only way out, then opens that gross mouth and lunges to swallow him. Theo slips away at the last second. Moving fast, he uses his footwork to make some distance. When the protagonist checks the timer, he sees only 5 minutes have passed, and at this rate, there's no way he survives. The worm moves underground, so hitting it is tough, and then it bursts up again with another massive thunder blast. Since they share the same element, his attacks aren't working well, and even the terrain favors the worm. But while thinking it through, Theo suddenly smiles. He pulls something from his inventory, another relic from his last mission. While barely avoiding the worm's attacks, he takes a gamble and puts on the earring. A system window appears, saying he equipped the primordial butterfly and is about to enter the 3rd dungeon. Then an error pops up. He's already in the middle of a mission, so he can't enter another one. Theo expected that, but then space starts cracking open, and a blast of freezing cold pours out. Another system message says the 2 dungeons are trying to invade each other through the portal. Then the Ice Bloom arrives, a huge creature that looks like a dragon with butterfly wings. It tells MC it hasn't seen a chosen one in a long time. This guardian is the fairy dragon. As ice shards start pouring down, it says Theo will pay for his arrogance. He barely dodges in time, muttering that this is not what he expected. He realizes he's trapped from both sides with nowhere to run. For the next 72 hours, all he can really do is defend himself, so he'll have to survive on his own, until a huge wave of energy flies past him and heads for the dragon instead, which blocks it by curling into a ball. Theo asks what the worm is doing, and the answer is simple. Intruders should die. The dragon agrees. There can't be 2 guardians. The protagonist is completely thrown by this. Then the 2 monsters start fighting each other. The system says 2 guardians are battling for priority. Both giant guardians turn all their rage on each other, and any brief peace between them vanishes at once. Theo watches the chaos from a safer spot. The power they're throwing around is insane, and even the white moonlight blade starts to shake. The griffin spirit wants in. Smirking, MC pats the blade and tells it to wait a little longer. He's pretty sure this mess will end soon. The fight turns into a clash of lightning and ice. The worm's electric attacks batter the fairy dragon, while the worm twists in pain from the dragon's freezing strikes. The fairy dragon drives an ice shard through the worm's hide, but the worm coils around its enemy, its huge jaws ready to crush the elegant beast. The fairy dragon fires back with a beam of pure frost, freezing part of the worm's body. The worm howls as the ice tears into its flesh. The two beasts keep mauling each other non-stop in a blur of scales and teeth. The worm bites down hard, scraping its teeth against the dragon's icy armor and knocking it back. Even hurt, the fairy dragon finds an opening and rips into the worm with a savage counterattack. Clawing and tearing, it finally rips one of the worm's limbs clean off. Seeing his chance, Theo jumps in. He shoots forward like an arrow, spinning his glowing blade, and says the worm is first. His strike, boosted by the chaotic energy, slams into the wounded worm. The beast screams in pain. Then Theo lets his blade go wild. A surge of power releases the griffin's spectral form, and the ghostly beast dives at the stunned desert worm. Its phantom claws rip through the monster's spirit. The fairy dragon can only stare in shock as the battlefield goes quiet. He lands on the frozen ground and two system messages confirm the kill, congratulating him for hunting the desert worm and raising his subquest progress to 1 out of 2. Just like he thought, killing the boss counts as conquering the relic. He turns to the last guardian and it panics. The fairy dragon quickly begs him to wait and asks to talk. Theo calmly asks what it wants, and the dragon insists this isn't the right way to conquer a relic. It claims it's the wisest guardian and was meant to test him with wisdom. Then it offers to spare him if he can answer its riddle, which the protagonist finds funny. He says he already proved his wisdom. Leaving the dragon confused, Theo explains that the smart move was making the guardians fight each other, and that answer makes the dragon tremble. He tells this so-called wisest guardian that if it were really wise, it would accept the result. Beaten, the dragon weakly says they can still do the riddle if he wants. A final flash of light swallows the creature. Another system message congratulates him on hunting the fairy dragon. The next moment, he's back in his room with both relic boxes open in front of him. He looks down at the ring on his finger, then he lets out a long, shaky breath and grins, tired but thrilled. He cleared both of them. The system confirms the subquest is complete. But right after that, he feels a sinister energy coming from the white moonlight blade. Something stirs inside it. Calling to the griffon, a dark spectral eye forms from the shadows, and a voice echoes in his mind, calling him Theo Ragnar. The thing says it wants to eat his heart and lunges with shadowy claws. MC grabs the manifestation on instinct and struggles against its power. He curses himself for forgetting the blade is always hungry for flesh. Then it hits him. Before he returned, the blade must have eaten the griffon's power. The dark energy swells fast, bursting from his arm. It has devoured both souls and now it's far stronger than before. If this keeps going, Theo will be consumed. The griffin's voice roars in his head, promising to swallow him whole and chase the moonlight again. Darkness closes in around him like a prison of shadows. His whole world shrinks into a black sphere floating in emptiness, held together by ghostly threads. Then he gasps and snaps back to awareness. He's standing in a colorless, rippling void, wondering where he is. Shadows gather and reveal the guardians he defeated. That's when Theo realizes he's inside the griffin's stomach. The fairy dragon tells him the griffin finally swallowed him and warns that the beast will soon devour his heart. The protagonist seems grimly ready for that. The guardians call him a foolish chosen one for chasing their power when he couldn't even control one griffin. He calmly asks what happens when his heart gets eaten. The fairy dragon gives the obvious answer: he dies. The desert worm adds that guardians don't die, so he's the only one facing the end. The fairy dragon says they would just return to relic form and wait for the next chosen one, even if that sounds boring. Theo stays quiet for a moment, letting that sink in. Then he asks if they forgot the mission given by the ancient dragon, catching both guardians off guard. He reminds them that they're supposed to help the chosen one fight the nameless monarch. If he dies, the world could fall again, and he calls them out for being careless. The fairy dragon has no answer. Smirking, Theo asks if they only care about themselves, just like the griffon. That sets the dragon off, and it accuses him of bluffing by using their master's name. Then it threatens him, saying they can always wait for another chosen one. MC looks it straight in the eye and tells it to kill him. He dares them to stop making empty threats and do it if they really want to watch the world fall because of their failure. The guardians go silent, their threats falling flat. Then the worm speaks first, and its crystal prison breaks apart. Both guardians give in. The worm calls him brave, and the fairy dragon admits he's good. The fairy dragon says it likes his confidence and announces it will open a path for him to escape. The worm says it will help too. A portal starts to form in front of Theo, and they explain that opening the way is all they can do. The rest is up to him, so they urge him to go. He doesn't waste a second and leaps for the portal. As he moves, he vows to teach the griffon a lesson once he gets out. He shoots through the swirling void and appears in another part of the inner space. The griffon spirit has finally reached Theo's core consciousness. It gets ready to swallow the orb of light, sure that the protagonist's body will soon be its own, but suddenly it chokes out a cry. MC bursts from inside and impales the spirit with his own essence. The griffon writhes in pain. He stands over it, finally free, while the griffon's form collapses in shock at how he escaped its stomach. It looks around wildly and accuses the other guardians of helping him, saying they have no pride. The protagonist quickly grabs its beak and shuts it up. He reminds the noisy creature that their first meeting was about subjugation, not talk. The Griffon nervously asks to be released so they can discuss this. Theo says he never expected easy teamwork. If all of them keep fighting for control, they'll only wear each other down. The Guardians think that over. The Griffin's glowing eyes dim a little, and MC tells them to be reasonable. At last, the Griffin gives in. He said that was the right call, but another spirit cut in. His first relic, the Lesser Drake, appeared and greeted the Chosen One. It reminded the others that making the spirits compete for control was something past Chosen Ones had done before. When the protagonist asked who those Chosen Ones were, the Drake brushed it off and said he didn't need to know that yet. It only said they would all help him get stronger, and that they were eager to see what he would do next. Back in his room, system messages confirmed his new buffs. The Fairy's Blessing boosted his immunity. The Worm Eater buff gave him more resistance and greater attack power. The dark corrupting energy faded away. Theo swayed a little. The whole ordeal was finally over. What surprised him most was that the Guardians weren't dead, they were now living inside him. His gaze shifted to the white moonlight blade resting on the desk. Its evil aura was gone at last. Walking over, he asked if it had finally calmed down. He figured things had worked out better than expected. Now that he understood the ancient dragon's power more clearly, he picked up his relic boxes. Like it or not, their fate was tied to his. Elsewhere, in the frozen sword grave, two powerful figures stood together. Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon, asked Kyle if he really meant to name Theo as a successor candidate. Kyle said yes, then asked if Robert's concern was because MC was a regressor. Robert admitted it was, and Kyle pointed out that Robert had never hidden how much he hated regressors. Robert remembered that Kyle had personally killed every Ragnar regressor. Kyle confirmed it without a hint of emotion. That was exactly why he planned to test Theo himself. Robert looked surprised. Kyle explained that if he wanted to become an official candidate, he had to go through the proper steps. Robert's eyes dropped to the sword in Kyle's hand, sensing how dangerous it was. Kyle said that was true, but no weapon fit this test better. It was the sword of the former family head, the Crazy Dragon, the one Kyle had killed himself. Then Julius called for the protagonist, saying the family head had summoned him at once to the sword grave. The order left MC stunned. The sword grave felt bitterly cold. Only the crunch of Theo's boots broke the silence. He moved forward with a hard look, passing countless swords left behind by the dead. The pressure here felt even heavier than before. This time he understood why the resentment in this place weighed more, because he now carried more himself. He remembered what his father had told him last time, and a grim smile formed as the meaning finally sank in. Then a voice announced his arrival. The protagonist dropped to one knee and formally greeted the great family head, but Kyle Ragnar waved the formality away. In a cold voice, he listed MC's recent deeds: the instructor, his brother Axion, then the master of the Rose Palace, whose death had happened because of MC. And that wasn't all. The Sarah Merchant Group had been wiped out, and most of the Central Intelligence Bureau had been executed too. Kyle ended by saying he'd heard they all cried out his name before dying. The words hit like a punch. Before he could explain, Kyle told him not to make excuses. A family head, he said, must bear that kind of weight in silence. After that, he held out a huge, vicious-looking great sword. It was the Crazy Dragon sword. The protagonist froze. He knew the name, a brutal former family head who had slaughtered thousands, and a man Kyle himself had killed. Seeing his reaction, Kyle noted that MC clearly knew something. He answered carefully that he only knew the name, since everything about that man was classified. Kyle went quiet for a moment, then asked if information on the Crazy Dragon had been missing in his past life. That question broke his calm. He'd been exposed. Kyle's eyes shone with deadly force, and crushing pressure slammed into the protagonist. The family head had always hated regressors. To him, they were selfish fools who treated the world like a board game they could reset whenever they wanted. That was why he had decided to kill every regressor he found with his own hands. Thishu felt that raw killing intent and understood this wasn't a test anymore. It was an execution. He was shaken by the power pouring from his father, even though Kyle wasn't a regressor. Then Kyle ordered him to take up the sword. If MC could endure its resentment, he would be recognized. But Kyle would accept only MC the human and wipe out the regressor completely. He asked what exactly that meant. Kyle answered that everyone he had met, saved, or gained through regression would be erased from existence. The protagonist's fist tightened. The failure of his past life hung over him like a shadow. He wanted to reject that demand, but Kyle made it clear he had no right to. He repeated that every regressor had to die. Thishu had only two options: die for refusing, or live on as the sixth successor, after cutting away his past. The choice was his. MC admitted he wanted his father's approval, but if this was the price, he refused with everything in him. Kyle struck at once, asking if MC thought this position was something cheap. Did he really think he could stand here without sacrifice or resolve? The hit sent him flying, blood coloring his vision. The gap between them was still overwhelming. Kyle said that if Theo let emotion control him, he was no different from the other regressors. He knocked him down again and asked if the protagonist thought he could just regress once more and run from this. The protagonist forced himself back up, telling Kyle he had it wrong. MC had come this far to take responsibility and protect everything ruined because of him. If being acknowledged meant throwing all of that away, then he wanted no part of it. The swords in the grave began to hum with his power as he swore he would surpass his father. Then he lunged forward in a desperate attack. Kyle blocked it with ease, his power surging. The pressure of their clash felt strong enough to split the sky. Kyle grabbed Theo's arm, but he used his new guardian's power to slip through the storm of blades and land a shallow yet meaningful cut on his father. When the dust cleared, the protagonist stood before a huge silent dragon spirit. Then Kyle's sword shot forward and pierced him. Theo grunted as the impact shook him to his core. He hit the ground beaten badly, but still on his feet. He was still alive and his will hadn't snapped. Robert admitted he hadn't expected MC to fight back. Kyle said MC was different. Every other regressor they'd faced treated people like throwaway tools. This one didn't. A faint smile touched Kyle's face, a regressor who used his sword to protect. He said his path interested him, then formally recognized regressor Preki. And more, Kyle declared him the sixth successor. And as for the crazy dragon sword, it had belonged to Kyle's father, who was also a regressor like Theo. Both were regressors, he said, but they had chosen different roads. Kyle wanted to see how far the protagonist's road would go. A bright light swallowed the protagonist, pulling him into a pillar of energy. He found himself in darkness and wondered where he was. Then the dark gave way to a modern city at night, where people waited at a bus stop, something completely foreign to him. The sight meant nothing to him. He reached out and touched a glass window. Staring back was the reflection of his weak, miserable old self. In that moment, he thought in horror that everything was truly over. He jolted awake in sunlight pouring into a lavish room, sitting up with a groan. He wondered what that vision had been. Then a familiar voice asked if he was awake. It was his mother, smiling warmly. She said he must have been exhausted to sleep in so late. Theo immediately asked if she was okay, which made Cecilia feel that she should be the one asking him that. She explained that the family head had carried him back unconscious the night before, which had shocked her badly. MC suddenly realized the whole thing. Even that life or death choice had been a test. Just then Evelyn came in and asked if the young master was awake. Julius was with her and he congratulated him for passing the family head's test. The protagonist was still trying to take it all in, when Evelyn happily told him everyone outside was already talking about him. Newsboys were shouting that Ragnar's sixth official successor had been announced. The news shook the other successor candidates. One thought the new rivalry sounded fun, while another, a woman standing high above the city under the full moon, looked intrigued. Elsewhere, a shadowy woman in a wide-brimmed hat crushed a paper in her hand. In another frozen wasteland, a warrior in a worn, tattered cloak stood alone. His subordinate Ian ran up, shouting that punk Theo had become the next successor. She complained that she should have brought him into the Black Iron Cavalry. Her captain, Thorkel Ragnar, told her not to blame herself. Keeping his eyes on the distance, the Black Iron Cavalry captain decided it was time to meet this newcomer. Since Troy Van failed to make an appeal within the time limit, war was declared. At the Nine Dragons Council chamber, an important meeting was underway. The members argued among themselves. Some warned that the northern warlords were moving strangely, while others said a rebel gathering meant nothing. One even laughed despite the empty seat now left in the council. The family head said nothing, but everyone knew they couldn't keep putting off the succession issue. When one member asked if it was too early to discuss it, the White Dragon said this was the best time. Letting the heirs clash before a war would be a disaster. Another dragon snapped at him for those blasphemous words. The White Dragon stood firm, saying they needed to cut down every variable and asking what was wrong with that. Another member stepped in and told them both to stop, saying a proper meeting with everyone involved had to come first. He said he would arrange it soon and they could decide after watching the upcoming event. The scene then shifted to Lord Brock's lair, where Theo trained relentlessly, swinging his sword over and over. The half-sword his father had given him murmured dark thoughts into his mind, pushing him to kill and take whatever he wanted. After the brutal training, Theo finally stopped, and his guardian dragon Lord Brock appeared. She asked if the Mad Dragon Emperor's grudge was still troubling him. MC looked uneasy and admitted it was. Even after all this time since his father gave him the sword, it still hadn't gone away. Even now the grudge in the sword kept pushing into his mind. He could handle it, but knowing it once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor still bothered him. He also said the sword had shown him a glimpse of the Mad Dragon Emperor's world. Lord Brock said she could never forget that name. The Mad Dragon Emperor had once stolen her heart. Theo reminded her she'd said that before, which only made him more unsure why his father gave him that sword. Calling him her contractor, Lord Brock told him not to rush. If he charged ahead again, he could run into something far beyond him, just like last time. She asked if his cut-off arm had fully healed. The protagonist said yes. The high priest treated him right away. When Lord Brock touched the old wound, MC was caught off guard and asked if she was worried about him. After checking, she said it looked fine, then told him to stop staring and leave for the day since someone was waiting for him. Before he left, she snapped that he always trashed her lair. When he asked what she meant, Lord Brock grumbled that one person makes the mess and another has to clean it. He admitted he had no excuse. At the Chumbelia Palace, the protagonist noticed a messenger holding a letter and realized it came from one of his squad members. When the man addressed him as young Lord MC and asked what he meant, MC brushed it off as talking to himself. Then he opened the letter, cursed under his breath, and wondered why he'd been invited. The squad member saw it was an invitation to a banquet at Daffodil Palace for Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday. He thought it was odd to hold such a huge event with war so close, but he explained that was exactly why it had to be grand. Ed Trovan's betrayal had shaken Ragnar from the inside. Instead of Axion, whom Ed backed, the protagonist had become the sixth successor. On top of that, one of the 9 dragons lost his place because of Ed's treason. The protagonist said this banquet was far more than a birthday party. It was a political display to show Ragnar was still solid, and a chance for the successors and dragons to size each other up. Impressed, the squad member praised Theo, and quickly asked if he planned to go. MC said everyone wanted to see him, so he really had no choice. Then the scene moved to Daffodil Palace. In the grand banquet hall, guests whispered that the new heir, young Lord Ragnar, had finally arrived. Hearing it all, he knew every eye was on him. He understood the birthday party was just an excuse. They were really there to judge the new heir, and if he wanted to stand out, he had to move first. Navin came up behind him and said the protagonist had already stirred the room just by showing up. Calling him his lord, Navin added that he'd been waiting for him. Navsi smiled and joked that he almost didn't recognize Navin. He still had that beard even back at the wedding. Embarrassed, Navin said that day had been far too chaotic. As they spoke, people started whispering again, recognizing Navin as the only survivor of the Bacchus family purge. Some pointed out that Bacchus had once been one of the 6 great pillars, and now its new head was calling the 6th successor his lord. The crowd could hardly believe it. Hearing the talk around them, Navin said everyone was focused on them thanks to his perfect entrance. He answered that they had set the mood just right, and said the real part was about to start. Right then, someone walked up and said this must be Theo Ragnar. The protagonist and Navin both turned in surprise. The man said this was their first meeting and introduced himself as the 5th successor. MC thought he'd shown up sooner than expected. The man gave his name as Thorkill Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, and held out his hand to Theo. Around them, people were stunned. The former top heir and the fast-rising new successor were finally face to face. Thorkill told him to relax, saying he only wanted to see the 6th heir himself and was glad it wasn't the childish Axion. The protagonist thought Thorkill came off polished and respectable, but in the Ragnar family where power meant everything, he doubted anyone could truly welcome a rival. Still, he took the hand and introduced himself as MC Ragnar of the White Dragon Squad. Thorkill laughed, let his heavy aura spill out, and said MC was being too formal. There was no need for all that. Theo could just call him brother. He felt that attitude was much more like a Ragnar, so he released his own aura, catching Thorkill off guard. Then the protagonist smiled sharply and said if Thorkill wanted casual talk, he'd call him brother. Just like that, the two heirs began a quiet clash of power. The Lanka siblings entered the banquet. The brother grumbled about his tight collar and wanted to rip it off, but his sister told him to bear with it, since he was why people called their clan savages. Then someone behind them said it looked like everyone was already here. The siblings lit up when they saw Remington. Remy asked how they'd been, and one of them called him the famous nerd from the West, saying he'd heard Remy was almost as good as the Zenith Dragon. Remy laughed it off and said rumors grow too much. Then he asked if they'd seen Theo, because he wanted to ask about the white armored dragon cavalry. Just then Ray Ragnar stepped up behind him and asked if he was looking for MC. Startled, Remy apologized and said he'd never look for someone else in front of the star of the banquet. Ray said it was fine, she knew exactly what kind of event this was. Then she noticed her wine glass trembling and realized it was from the clash between the two brothers. One of the Lanka siblings asked if that was him, and Remy said nobody else would dare do that here. The two heirs kept pressing their power against each other until Thorkill finally gave in, saying he couldn't match Theo any longer. The protagonist laughed and teased him, asking what he meant. Calling him brother, he said he was the one who let Thorkill win. Thorkill admitted it, saying too much humility could sound insulting, but he meant it. If he were MC's age again, he said, he would have lost for sure. He brushed it off as flattery. Then Thorkill announced that seeing such an impressive younger brother filled him with joy, which caught the protagonist off guard. Thorkill raised his glass and toasted Ragnar's new heir, and the whole hall followed, lifting their glasses to Ragnar. He told MC his first appearance as a successor candidate had gone perfectly. MC thanked him, but inwardly he knew Thorkill had a reason for all this. He had shown his power to protect his own standing while openly acknowledging a rival to win over the room and turn the mood. Navin built to his own advantage. He realized Thorkill Ragnar was far from harmless, no matter how friendly he seemed. Then one of the Lanka siblings reminded him about the promise to become his sword. Behind them, guests whispered in amazement, wondering how the protagonist had gotten so strong at such a young age. Someone even asked if he was still unmarried, and said he wanted to introduce his daughter to him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, one of the elder dragons fumed. He had planned to attack that half-breed's behavior and have him thrown out. Calling MC a clueless brat, he raged that MC dared treat the family like his playground. Then he spotted someone outside the hall, Evelyn. Angry at once, he muttered that she had the nerve to come here. Nearby, Aaron told Evelyn she looked amazing. She asked if he really meant it, and Aaron said he never says what he doesn't mean. She looked beautiful and adorable. Blushing, Evelyn tried to leave and change into her uniform, but Aaron stopped her, saying she couldn't wear that to a banquet and should come with her instead. Then a wine glass flew straight at Evelyn's face. A man spat that, dealing with that one person already made his blood boil. Evelyn knew the voice at once and froze, shaking in fear. The elder dragon demanded to know why she had come out at all. Aaron instantly got angry and said that even one of the 9 dragons had no right to treat Evelyn like that. Evelyn stopped Aaron and insisted she was fine. Through clenched teeth, she kept repeating it and begged Aaron not to step in for her sake. Aaron saw how badly she was trembling and realized she'd never seen her leader this terrified before. She couldn't imagine what that elder dragon had done to reduce Evelyn to this. The elder dragon stepped closer and reminded Evelyn he'd warned her never to show her face again. Then he noticed her mechanical arm, asked what it was, and violently ripped it off before tossing it aside. He sneered that a pathetic toy wouldn't bring anything back. If she was trash, she should live like trash, crushed and crawling on the floor. He warned that if he saw her again, he'd tear her apart. Evelyn fled, shaking, while the elder dragon laughed and said the stink was finally fading. Erin shouted that she'd report him to the tribunal, but he told her to do whatever she wanted. Heading back toward the banquet hall, he said she'd soon relearn Ragnar's law of the jungle. As Evelyn ran, she thought she should never have come. She had tried so hard to get past the past. The story flashed back to her childhood. The elder dragon had thrown her to the ground until she bled, then warned that if she ever called him father again with that filthy mouth, he'd tear her apart. He ordered her to leave and never appear before him again. Evelyn realized nothing had changed since that day. As she cried, the demon dragon stopped her and calmly asked why she was running that way, when the banquet was in the opposite direction. She looked up at him without a word. Back in the hall, while everyone was chatting, a sudden scream cut through the room. The demon dragon had broken the elder dragon's arm, and the elder dragon cried out in pain, demanding whether the demon dragon understood what he'd done. It was then revealed that the demon dragon was Julius Ragnar, commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Julius let go of the elder dragon's arm. The elder dragon staggered back in pain, and Julius coldly reminded him he had already warned him if he ever touched Evelyn again, he'd return the favor. The elder dragon, furious, yelled that Julius had betrayed Ragnar and ordered the tribunal to seize him at once. The tribunal quickly closed in on Julius, leaving the banquet guests stunned. Their commander declared that Julius Ragnar was under arrest for injuring the head counselor. He told Julius to come quietly, but Julius only asked what they'd do if he refused. That question alone shook the commander. Julius then reminded everyone that Ragnar law still honored vows sworn on a sword. Years earlier, he had made such an oath before the elders: if any of them ever harmed Evelyn again, he would do the same to them. A crushing aura spread through the hall, and everyone could feel his killing intent. When Theo arrived, he heard that Julius had shattered the elder dragon's arm. Right away, he knew the tribunal couldn't control this. This hadn't happened in his past life, so he wondered what had changed. Then he looked at Evelyn and understood. Evelyn Nereville was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. To Wolfgang, who cared deeply about pure blood, she was a stain he wanted gone. He had planned to cast her out of Ragnar, but Julius saw her talent and brought her into the white armored dragon cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plan. Later, after Evelyn became vice commander, Wolfgang feared the truth would come out. Using a small mistake as an excuse, he tried to kill his own daughter. Evelyn survived, but lost her left arm and had to step down. Since then, she'd been running Training Ground 4, and Wolfgang likely hadn't expected to see her here. Theo realized this whole mess had started because of what he changed in the past. Since he had caused it, he knew he had to stop it. As Julius's killing intent kept rising, the elder dragon shouted for everyone to witness Julius insulting the elders who protected Ragnar. He called it treason, using the power of the 9 dragons against his own clan. Enraged, Julius snapped back and demanded how he dared talk about authority. That's when the protagonist stepped between them. He said both of them were too heated, and their clash was turning his sister's happy banquet into a nightmare. Julius calmed down at MC's words, while the elder dragon froze in shock. Then MC proposed they settle it the old Ragnar way, with a dual trial. The elder dragon immediately grew uneasy and called the idea absurd. Julius had attacked him in plain sight, so a trial was pointless because he was obviously guilty. Theo said he understood, but they still needed to stop things from getting worse. Then he politely asked Lady Defedel what she thought. At that moment, the master of Defedel Palace entered the hall, and her icy presence alone made the elder dragon stiffen. It was the ice dragon, Lady Neil Ragnar Ton, Lord of Defedel Palace. She demanded to know why they were causing trouble at her daughter's birthday banquet. The elder dragon tried to point at his injured arm, but Neil cut him off. She said she didn't care about petty squabbles and wanted this settled fast, just as he suggested. Her tone made it clear this was the last bit of patience she had left. The crowd began whispering about the duel trial. Some said the counselors might have a huge advantage, since even retired ones were stronger than a Dragon Gate swordsman. Others replied that only Julius might have a real chance. Hearing that, the elder dragon grew more confident. The duel trial was simple. 3 versus 3, first side to win 2 matches. The last fight would be between the plaintiff and defendant, while the first 2 were handled by chosen representatives. The elder dragon figured Julius only had a 1-armed cripple and that annoying man on his side, so he was sure the match wouldn't even reach the final round. He accepted the challenge, declaring that the sword's purity would decide right and wrong. Thorkel thought the protagonist had done even better than expected. With Julius's temper, this could have turned into a disaster. If the protagonist hadn't stepped in, the elder dragon might have destroyed Julius politically. In almost no time, MC found a solution everyone could accept. Thorkel decided this would be worth watching. Later, at the duel ground outside Defedel Palace, the tribunal commander announced that the duel trial would begin under tribunal watch. To keep it fair, magic was banned, and whatever happened in the duel would be protected by Ragnar law. He then had both sides swear there would be no revenge after it ended. Julius and the elder dragon both took the oath. Then the commander called for the first fighter. Ragnar stepped out from Julius's side. One of the Lanka siblings worried about whether Theo could handle this, and Remington agreed, saying his opponent looked dangerous. When asked if the elder dragon's fighter was really that strong, Remington explained that the elder dragon's aide, Gale Sword Beta, was elite, even among top swordsmen, though that was still better than facing the counselors themselves. The Elder Dragon told Beta not to hold back. Beta asked if that meant killing the protagonist Ragnar, even though the protagonist was now an heir candidate. The Elder Dragon told him not to worry because anything done in a duel trial was forgiven by law. At the very least, Beta was to take one of Theo's arms. Julius worried MC had been dragged into this because of his own recklessness, and apologized. MC told him not to worry and said he should trust him. Through this duel, he promised to settle their old feud once and for all. Then he raised his sword and took his stance. Beta got ready too. The instant the whistle blew, both of them burst forward at incredible speed. Beta slashed hard, but Theo blocked it easily. Their blades crashed together, and both were pushed back a step. Beta stayed locked in and attacked again. Steel slammed against steel as the real fight began, sparks flying while the crowd held its breath. Beta was stunned. He expected the protagonist to go down fast, yet the protagonist kept matching him blow for blow. Even during the flurry of strikes, Beta couldn't believe what he was seeing. This, he realized, was what an heir candidate looked like. Then, trying to get an edge, Beta kicked a small rock at MC's eyes. Theo lifted a hand to block it, and Beta smirked, charging in. Sure, his lack of battle experience had finally shown. He drove his blade toward the protagonist's neck, thinking he'd at least give an heir candidate a quick death. The sword flashed for MC's throat, but MC simply shifted aside and dodged with ease. The move was so smooth that Beta felt like he had never taken him seriously. Shocked, he wondered if that opening had been bait all along. While he was still thinking, he was already preparing his next strike. When Theo's sword came down, Beta barely got his own blade up to block. The impact shoved him back and made his arms tremble. Then he realized the protagonist had stopped the strike at the last second. If he hadn't held back, Beta would already be dead. A chill ran through him as he wondered why the protagonist spared him. Before he could recover, something changed. A blood-red aura began wrapping around MC like raging fire, and the half-sword in his hand started whispering into his mind, pushing him to kill everyone who had mocked and humiliated him. Beta noticed his strange state. His posture loosened and his guard opened. For a second, Beta thought it was another trap. Then anger took over and he rushed in again, determined to cut his throat before anything else changed. At the last instant, the protagonist knocked the attack aside. Then he shouted back at the half-sword, refusing its command to kill. His voice shook the arena and the red aura flared harder as he fought to control the cursed blade. Before Beta could make sense of it, the protagonist moved with terrifying accuracy. In one brutal strike, MC severed Beta's arms and legs. The slash also sent a shockwave toward the crowd, and the ice dragon reacted at once, blocking it before anyone got hurt. She then stared at Theo, thinking the boy was truly remarkable to have that kind of raw strength without magic. Beta collapsed on the ground, his limbs gone, twisting in agony, all his confidence replaced by fear and despair. The tribunal commander stood speechless, then after a few seconds cleared his throat and loudly announced that Ragnar had won the first round. The crowd gasped, whispers spreading everywhere, while the protagonist stood in the center with such a frightening aura that even the boldest people fell silent. As the half-sword's pull faded, Theo finally let out a breath and tried to understand what he had just felt. It was different from the usual hateful whispers. This time, it felt like something was guiding him, and when he gave into it, his power reached a whole new level. A faint smile crossed his face. He knew trusting those grudges was dangerous, but if he could control them, he'd become much stronger. The commander then announced the second round and called the next fighters forward. Theo raised his hand and declared a consecutive match. The commander repeated the call, announcing that the defendant had chosen a consecutive match, so MC would fight again in round 2. The Elder Dragon ground his teeth in rage and swore he would kill him for good. Just then, a new fighter entered. The tribunal named him Page Grayson, the Mystique Sword, once a Dragon Gate swordsman. Carrying a huge blade on his shoulder, he faced the protagonist and calmly said he was eager to fight. In the stands, the Lanka siblings leaned in, excited. The brothers stared in awe at how the Mystique Sword could handle a blade that big without using magic. His sister smirked and teased Remington for looking so tense. He admitted he was worried, and when she said Theo probably would not die, Remington answered that was exactly the problem. MC might lose, but if he lived, that would be worse. In the first round, the council only sent a strong swordsman to save face. This time, one of the counselors had entered himself, so this was not about honor anymore. It was an execution. The whole hall went still. The commander was just about to start the match when Theo casually raised his hand and surrendered. The arena was stunned. Even Page Grayson froze, completely caught off guard. With a grin, he pointed out the obvious. A mid-ranked swordsman was never beating a counselor. Anyone could see that without watching the fight. Humiliated and furious, Page Grayson stepped off the field and the commander declared him the winner of round 2. The crowd quickly realized what the protagonist had done. The Elder Council had been baited, and now they looked foolish. People began praising Sir Theo's strategy. With their pride already gone, they wondered how the Elder Dragon could still take round 3, especially this weekend. Inside, the Elder Dragon started to panic. He cursed MC, realizing this may have been planned from the beginning. Fear tightened in his chest. From the stands, Evelyn saw how shaken he looked and gave a faint smile. She quietly apologized to him, blaming herself for all of this, but he shut that down at once. Comrades help each other. The Demon Dragon agreed and told her to watch closely. He said he would crush the Elder Dragon himself. Evelyn gave a small smile, pulled into old memories. She remembered the Demon Dragon urging her to join the white-armored dragon cavalry, saying her talent was too great to throw away. Then came his harsher words. She could not quit just because she could no longer ride a dragon. She still had to take responsibility for the one she had brought in. After that, she recalled Theo asking if she had not promised to become his sword, along with his vow to settle Rosalind's grudge and the demon dragons too. Her chest tightened. Both the protagonist and the demon dragon cared deeply for her, yet she had stayed stuck in regret. She shook that off, her eyes hardening with resolve. She decided to end this twisted bond for good. Then she called to the demon dragon, saying she had something to tell him. At that moment, the commander announced the start of round 3 and called both fighters forward. The elder dragon stepped out, rage in every stride. Hatred filled his mind. Theo had wrecked his honor, and even if he died, he wanted to take one of Julius's arms with him. But before the match began, the commander revealed that the court had approved a change in the third duelist. The elder dragon looked up in shock as Evelyn walked forward, rapier in hand. His face twisted as he laughed bitterly, calling it absurd and asking if she meant to beg for mercy. Evelyn calmly took her stance and replied that if anyone should beg, it was him. Then she called him father. The hall exploded in shock. No one could believe it. Whispers raced through the crowd. Was the elder dragon really Evelyn's father? They did not even look alike. Some started guessing she was his illegitimate daughter, and the murmurs only grew. The elder dragon nearly lost control. His fist clenched, his body shook, and fury filled his eyes. He yelled at Evelyn, called her a wench, and demanded to know what nonsense she was saying. Evelyn, still smiling mockingly, tilted her head and said if he liked being called father that much, she should have done it sooner. Then she added that since he loved bringing up the past, maybe she should share hers. His expression darkened, but she kept going. Evelyn spoke about the years she had tried to bury, how he used to scream at her for calling him father, and beat her nearly to death when she was just a child. Her voice shook, but her stare stayed cold. She revealed he even tried to have her killed after she joined the white armored dragon cavalry, all to hide that she was his illegitimate daughter. The crowd gasped. Veins bulged on his forehead, as the elder dragon screamed at her to shut up. Then he snapped that he had done nothing wrong. Only the strong survive in the Ragnar clan, but in his fury he failed to notice he had just confessed everything in public. The whispers came back louder than before. Now everyone believed her. People mocked him for boasting about pure blood while hiding an illegitimate child, and the crowd openly called him a disgrace. Even the council members started whispering in disappointment. Some said the elder dragon had always been reckless and arrogant, and now he had created a disaster. Others muttered that they had warned him this day would come. One even asked why he had let his illegitimate daughter live at all. Their quiet words were full of blame. The demon dragon, who had been silent until now, finally told Evelyn she did not need to force herself any further. He offered to step in if that was what she wanted, but Theo lightly shook his head and told him to trust her. This was Evelyn's choice. Those words hung in the air, and then Evelyn and the elder dragon rushed at each other. Their swords slammed together with a booming clash. Sparks burst out as father and daughter began their brutal duel. Their killing intent filled the arena. Watching closely, the demon dragon suddenly recognized Evelyn's style. It came from the secret manual of the god of tempest. The council noticed too and was stunned. One said it looked like the Wind Baron's swordsmanship. Another wondered how Evelyn had learned such a legendary lost art. As her movements grew cleaner and sharper, the crowd started cheering without meaning to. Her rapier moved like a storm, smooth, fast, and deadly. Soon everyone realized she was not just defending, she was driving the elder dragon back. The crowd could barely believe it. Some wondered how she mastered the Wind Baron's lost style, while others said a swordsman at her level standing up to one of the 9 dragons was unbelievable. Next to her, the elder dragon's technique looked rough and lacking. Hearing the crowd turn in her favor, Theo watched in silence and thought it made perfect sense. Mana is banned in the duel trial, so magical power means nothing here. And without the boost of his pure bloodline, the elder dragon's real skill never would have been enough to make him one of the 9 dragons. The fight kept growing fiercer. Breathing hard, the elder dragon felt his pride being crushed. Furious, he shouted at Evelyn, demanding how she dared oppose him. He lunged again with wild force, slashing hard and snarling that she should think carefully. Did she really believe she could escape him? He swore she would understand only after he beat her.